Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League, where we are about to kick off week 4. That's right, I'm back in the host slot, back in the usual role. Don't panic. There'll be no jokes today about whether or not where I've gone, although there might be in the next couple weeks, as I might be missing. Anyways, got a couple of folks joining us here today from both the top and the bottom of the table. Shapeshifting, I'll start with you. How you feeling from the Lob City angle? Going into the day today.
Hey, we're chilling. I mean, bum banana. Hey, watch out today. It's time for us to get a game.
Looking forward to their first victory. Also joined by Grimella, who you can wave hi and bye to, as his camera may or may not function. Grimella, how's it going for you?
I'm feeling great. We're top of the league. We're gonna try and keep it up as long as possible. We're playing against somebody today that we'll probably also beat, so I'm excited about that.
Someone who you will also beat, Dropletto, your response.
I might have to disagree. Haven't played that much recently. Looking for warm up, but I'm still feeling pretty good despite it all.
Also, Grimella, that's a lot of confidence for what you told me, or what you reminded me of earlier last night while I reached out to you. You want to share that with the audience?
Yeah, so last season,
of the pre-show?
Last season, every time I went on the pre-show, we lost.
Ooh.
So, feeling good about that one today.
Well, of course, we will take a look at how things go. Let's take a look at the standings right now. It is Bang Bang sitting at the top with that undefeated record. It was also supposed to be Bozo Budge sitting at the top with that undefeated record, but of course, they picked up their first loss last week. Lot of ties here, of course. We're only a couple weeks into the season thus far. But as we're taking a look at this, there's only one team, one and two team that would potentially make playoffs right now if things were just to lock in place. So my question to you all is, of the 1 and 2 teams, which team is most likely to get to playoffs? Shapeshifting, I'll start with you.
I'm gonna have to go with Showtime. I think I can't bet against Shanzu Joker. So I mean it has to be them. Even though EKC is in there. I feel like they have a lot of I don't even know if they've played with their full roster yet. So,
they have I think
last
one.
week.
They did last week. Yeah,
yeah,
they're not
the greatest game of all time.
I just have more faith in Showtime to make playoffs.
Well, we'll see whether or not they're able to. Grimella, you think it's Showtime or you think it's someone else here?
I don't think it's EKC. I think they've forfun the season a little too much. So yeah, I also think it's Showtime. I think Shanzu's really, really good. Maybe just had some nerves to start the season out or something. Huss is obviously one of the GOATs. And Megaverse, I think he's going to figure it out over the course of the season. So yeah, Showtime.
Dropletto, who are you thinking?
I'm gonna have to give it to Cosmic Calamities. I've been screaming them a lot recently. I think they've all been playing great. Have also just, I just love the guys. Big fans of all of them.
Big fans.
Yeah.
Even though your goalie left you or you booted your goalie to that team or whatever.
Yeah,
However, that ended up happening.
We'll figure that out week 9, but until then, big fan.
Well, we'll see, of course, which team it is. But there's plenty of time left in the season for things to get shaken up, including with our matches today. But before we talk more about that, let's do the little draft, the last segment that I like to do. It'll be Shapeshifting versus Grimella here. And when it comes up, you all will get a little bit of time now to study the way this game is going right here. This is Oni Village, the second draft. And we'll go through with the draft in just a moment. Dropletto, of course, you will be the judge of this competition, which someone said was easier earlier for some reason. I don't know. Who's to say? I think any way you slice it, you'll probably end up getting flamed by chat regardless of what you do. Grimella and Shapeshifting, the two of you ready?
What team am
I? Grimella, you are red.
Okay.
And Shape, you're blue. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. I'll go ahead and reveal the carousel shapeshifting. Your turn first.
You know, there's some spicy options here. I think for my now, I would be picking Stacks on Stacks.
Curse of stacks on stacks, man.
The Curse of Stacks on Stacks.
Even in draft to last, I don't get stacks on
Grimella,
stacks.
to you.
I'll take Catalyst on the Estelle.
Shape, back to you.
I think on the Asher, what am I playing against? I think I would go Reptile Remedy.
Grimella,
I'll take team player on this Luna.
shape.
Who is this? Mako? All right. Didn't really look at my team.
Well,
I think there's only one option for me to go here, and it's Explosive Entrance on the Mako.
And Grimella, back to you.
I'll take Chrono on the Zentaro. I'll take some dash on Oni.
All right. Drop Leto, you recognize this game?
Yeah, I think I do actually.
You do? Do you want to guess what it was?
Yeah, it was Catalyst on now, Stacks on Estelle. Asher took Explosive Entrance. Okay, I don't remember what Luna took. I wasn't really looking at him. Mako took Croto, and Zentaro got P.
You are correct because it was your game. After all, do you want to defend your explosive entrance choice here, or
Yes,
why
I
that
do.
denial?
I don't think you should.
Why that
Listen,
denial was sent to you rather than somebody else?
This Zentaro character without dash range on Oni Village is a little bit homeless. The core just goes too fast for his little dash to reach. And I thought it was a good choice to double deny Zentaro because he gets a lot less value the entire game.
Fair
However,
enough.
that
Go ahead.
Sax pickup from Estelle was so unbelievably miserable. I really think we should have let him have Catalyst after we played that out. But
you experienced the curse.
yeah, I mean, never again. My bad.
The curse, which we were talking about earlier before we started airing, that Grimella, you always Stacks and Stacks always gets picked up before you get to do it. Why is that an awakening that you're really looking forward to getting to play with, if you even get the opportunity to?
Speed is good, and Stacks on Stacks gives you a lot of speed. And then when you are faster than your opponent, you can be more places than them because you have speed, and it's very annoying to play against and to deal with, especially if you're like a speed character like now into Estelle. One of the things you could do to outmaneuver her is just use your speed, like leverage that, but you can't anymore when she just has Stacks on Stacks. So it makes the matchup really hard.
Shapeshifting, another thing I'm kind of curious about, of course, you're taking team player here for Gumi's Luna. Gumi elected for peak performance. What do you think, pros and cons either way of that pick? It looks like it's generally inconsequential to the draft as a whole.
Oh yeah, that's Gramella's team player pick.
Oh, I misread things. Sure, Grimella, you say that too. And I'll grab something else for Shape in a bit.
Okay. I understand the peak performance pick a lot. He's doing it because they have this damage win condition, so he wants to deny the stagger for them. I personally am just a huge fan of team player on Oni Village. I think it gives you an alternate win condition in a way that no other awakening does. So, like, if the points run long, which if I remember in this game, the points did run long, team player just gives you an out. And so I really always like picking that up on the goalie.
Shape, I'll let you have the floor. Any reactions you have to the draft overall, whether it's back to the importance of Stacks over Catalyst or what?
Yeah, this Stacks Awakening is a little broken, I think, when it's on midfield. But I think I picked Reptile over Peak, and I actually didn't realize it was. I forgot the map was up there. There's a chance I could see it both ways. If you're getting pummeled all game as Asher, maybe you go Reptile, maybe you go Peak for the speed. So I think that one's gonna. I feel like you can go either way. It depends on the player, how the game's going.
Fair enough. Handful of options. And of course, that's why these kinds of draft segments are interesting. But of course, a little bit of a preview for what's to come as Dropletto, unfortunately, your team ends up losing this series. But now I want to take a look since we've got the two of you here. And I personally am looking forward to this match. And I hope a lot of our viewers are later today in the third slot. Bang Bang versus the Bozo Bunch. I want to give each of you the opportunity to explain objectively why your record up to this point is better. And then shapeshifting, I'll let you be the judge of who objectively has the better strength of schedule right now. Dropletto, I'll start with you.
Can I go second, actually? I don't know what to say.
Okay, great. Gramella.
Okay. Well, we had Bun Bun Bonanza to start, which I think is a really scary, like formidable opponent. And then we had Showtime, who 2-0'd us in landing. So they already had a history of beating us, but we reversed the script on them in Nassau. But I have nothing to say about our third opponent.
You're not even going to glaze up your
But
judge
that's
here.
sweet, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the screen. I saw Sad Boys and Demons Raw down there, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think I would win this one. So, Dropletto to you.
Okay. I think Bozo's schedule is looking pretty good. We've already beaten last season's number 1 and number 2 spot placers. There was a bit of a hiccup week 3. I don't really want to talk about that, but going forward, I think all our matches nice and easy. I already got the hard ones out of the way.
I'll butt in. I will say congratulations, you get to finally not play against a substitute player today.
Oh,
So,
let's
good luck
go!
with
First
that.
ever.
Woo! All right, Shape. Who you think objectively has had the better resume up to now?
You know, one of these teams has played a team that hasn't won a single match. I won't say what team hasn't won a single match yet. You know, up to the audience to find that one out. But yeah, the team that played against Lob City that's just a weaker schedule. We don't have that dog in us yet. So Bozo, I think, has had the stronger schedule, even though they've played against subs for most of it. But even the subs were still really good. And Bun Bun Banana first week, they're a scaling team. They're just, they had to drop that game to really, set the narrative from
Right.
the underbun narrative.
We're keep going with the Bum Banana. Are you just gonna say that all day today?
I didn't even say I said underbun.
You said that too.
Oh, did
thought
I?
you said both.
It's just
I
natural
think
at
you
this point.
did.
It's just natural.
All right. Well, in any event, I'm sure this match will be incredibly exciting. We'll get into predictions in just a minute. But before we do, I want to remind the audience that the map pool has changed. We are in week 4 now. And so we get another set of maps entering the rotation. Taiko Temple and Imi's application are out. And Inky's Splash Zone alongside Demon Deus are in to join the Gates of Obscura with the standard maps. The standard maps this season includes Clarion Test Chamber, who will not go anywhere. Shape, I'll send this one back to you. Something you're looking forward now to getting a little bit of a refresher now that Inky Splash Zone and Demon Deus are back in.
Yeah, we got the two least skill expressive maps in the game. I, for one, love Inkies because I can be bad and still win. And then I also love Demon Days because I can play damage and still win. So things are looking rough for us.
A lot of teams like damage, as it turns out. Dropletto, what are you thinking about the opportunities presented by the maps coming in?
All I gotta say, surf's up. The splash zone is back open.
Bozo Splash Zone, as it was, I think, at some point or another in one of the seasons. Gramella, what are you thinking here, especially with the confidence coming in from Mr. Bozo Bunch over here?
Ratman Rob mentioned earlier today about how Bang Bang has the lowest map variety of any team. I have a sneaking suspicion that just might continue today. So those are my thoughts on Inky Splash Zone and Demon Deus.
Those are your thoughts on which way that map draft is going to go, and we'll have to hold our breath for how that will actually transpire. Now, of course, it's about time for us to start the matches, so we have to get into some predictions. Starting up off the top, the second match of the day will be Last Call versus Demons Raw. Dropletto, I'll send this one to you first. Who you got here?
Considering that I'm pretty sure they're all back in awake for this game, I'm gonna have to give it to Demons Raw for this week.
As far as we're aware, they're awake. We'll see whether or not that does end up happening in about an hour. Gramella, to you, who you got?
Oh, we're storming the keep today. It's an easy. I mean, Borg might be the greatest midfielder of our generation. 3Z is the best brawler that I spent 2 years playing with. And Frightfully Fresh is looking fresh today. So yeah, it's a last call sweep.
Okay, shapeshifting. You got that confidence?
Fresh is looking fresh, but not fresh enough. I think it's still Demons. They're just gonna get the win.
I've got 3 words: Curse of Kainu. Demons Raw, I imagine, will probably take this one. And Kainu will put on another performance for us. Also, with Snake being back, of course, you can't discount that synergy with them coming in at full force. We hope to see them in full force, assuming that everyone wakes up today. Third match of the day is the one we're most looking forward to. Gramella, I'll let you yap first. Why is your team going to win?
It's a Bozo Bunch sweep today. Okay, The frogs are too prepared. They're out. I mean, have you seen this Muncher guy? Muncher has been having an absolutely fire start to the season. Dropletto is absolutely unstoppable on both of his picks. And Obscure Breads, well, that guy's a bit of a lobster. But other than that, it's a Bozo sweep today, gentlemen.
Dropletto, your thoughts on this match?
I'm gonna have to give it to Bang Bang. I mean, I saw last week Drew picked up the X, which means he's immediately a really, really good, handsome, and talented player. Like the other two doesn't even matter. It's like Brawler 1v9.
Right.
So please let us mirror though.
All right, shapeshifting. Who you got here?
This one's actually really close and actually hard to predict. He was on the tiebreaker. I think
What? I
I'm gonna
don't count?
go.
No, you
Oh
don't.
well, you're here too, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
I forgot. I'm the tiebreaker between the players.
All right. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go Bozo. I think it's a Bozo sweep.
Go.
I will actually equalize the desk. I think Bang Bang has got this one. I like what I see and I like what I hear out of Bang Bang in terms of the level of preparation that they put into things. And I expect today will be no different. 6 p.m. Lob City versus the Bun Bun Bonanza. Shapeshifting. You're sounding pretty confident heading into this one.
Yeah, I mean Bun Bun. Hey, they might not show up today. Hey, we need that.
Yeah, you do need that.
No, but we're showing up today. We're gonna stomp these clowns. Easy clap.
Okay. That was so much confidence just exuding from that statement. Dropletto, who you got here?
I'm gonna have to give it to Bun Bun Bonanza. 3 weeks has passed. They've already begun to scale, and they're gonna sweep the entire league without dropping a single game now.
Whoa, bold prediction. Gramella, to you.
I think in the past week, while in the mines of Eternal Return, Shapeshifting was playing and had one amazing realization. Maybe I should stop picking Imee. And after that realization, I have to give it to Lob City today. 2-0 sweep over the Bang Bang Bonanza. I believe in the fellas.
Shapeshifting is the Imee coming out today. Thoughts?
I have no words for that one. I might be 0-4 on AB.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble. I'll give it to the Bun Bun Bonanza here as well. I like Dropletto's logic here. This team is going to continue to scale. They're 2-2, which means on the desk here, which means nobody is the underbun or underhand pass, whatever the case is. Cosmic Calamities versus Showtime. Gramella, to you first. Who do you have in this one?
That's a great question, K-Bot.
Did you not expect this question coming? Like, you knew the matches today, right?
Well, all the other ones, I had a pretty good idea of who I thought or hoped would win, so I just went with the other team, and I
Right.
actually don't for this one. So I'm going to go with, I guess I said Showtime would make playoffs over Cosmic Calamities. This match really important, actually, for their playoff hopes. I'll give it to Showtime because I said that earlier. Joker is going to put in some work, and the Froggy is going to be hippity hopping away with a loss today.
All right. Drop Leto to you here. Who you got?
I think the opposite. I think the Frog is going to hop away out of the well with a big win over Showtime today. Shoutouts, forgot_OS.
Okay. Shape, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, just like I might have to sideline the Amy, Showtime might have to sideline the Rune and never pick it again. Assuming they're not going to pick Rune, I'm going to put Showtime as the winner. But if they do pick
Wow.
Rune, hey, it's looking rough.
There's an asterisk there on that pick. By the way, I probably should have mentioned that the word on the street is that Zay is in for Xianzhu again this week for this Showtime roster. So that's another thing to look out for here. I'm going to predict a little bit of the upset here. I'll take the Cosmic Calamities in this one. I think they've got it. I haven't liked what I've seen out of Showtime, or maybe that's because the expectations were set so high this season and they're not quite living up to that I'm kind of turning the sour spot to. But Cosmic Calamities have continuously impressed, and that snowball, I think, is just going to keep on running towards the end of the season. But as you mentioned, Gramella, these two teams could be in heavy contention for one of those final playoff spots as we get down the line. First up, though, on the day, whoa, and all of our names disappeared too. You can tell I am on point today, can't you? Is the Nassel Season 3 Grand Finals rematch between the Sad Boys and EKC. Worth noting here, substitutions afoot for the EKC roster. It is Josh in over NXAD, and Kitsuna may or may not show up. We'll see what's actually happened. I haven't been informed one way or the other here, and maybe we'll get word from production in a minute. But we'll see what happens with that one. Shapeshifting, I'll send this one to you, though, first. Who you got here in this Grand Finals rematch?
I'm gonna go off the basis that Hudson is gonna be here, I guess.
We're getting word that is the case.
Okay, so they have Josh in, and Josh is the GOAT of Brawler. So I'm gonna pick EKC. Is down with Sad Boys. EKC is gonna win the rematch. Easy clap.
Okay. Hey, Gramella, you got your faith in your name, buddy?
I don't know what that means, but
Josh and Josh, no?
oh, Josh, that's my real life name. Wow, that's
Whoa!
crazy.
Whoa!
Yeah. Well, I think EKC in Grand Finals when they got 4-0'd last season, they were just hiding strats for this regular season match this season that they're going to bring out today. So I think it is an Eras Kitten Club sweep. Josh, I TM'd yesterday. He's locked in. He's ready to win. Let's go, the Kitten Club.
All right. I can tell we're taking predictions very seriously today. Drop Leto to you.
As per usual from me, it's going to be a Sad Boys sweep. Let's go.
And I will take the Sad Boys too. Folks, week 4 of the North American Strikers League is about to kick off with the Season 3 Grand Finals rematch. Your casters are Gordo and Dendar. Gentlemen, take it away. Gordo is muted.
That's so great. It's so great to be muted. What's going on, everybody? Starting off fresh, starting off with a banger. Welcome to Season 4 of the North American Strikers League, week number 4. I'm Gordo. I'm joined by Dendar. I'm unmuted, and we have got ourselves a Season 3 Finals rematch to kick off the day.
It's gonna be an interesting one because we just saw previous week EKC versus LC. They both put on very big performances, and now this week EKC is up against the Sad Boys. Not a team you can slouch against, but after the performance they put on last week, it's hard for me to see them as slouches ever in my life. As now we're just getting straight into this game. No hesitation here on Night Market, with Gates of Obscura being the next map, and then Aquarian Test Chamber should be our third, should we get to there. But the picks and bans, it seems they've already happened. The Octavia looks like it's going to be coming out here with Chrono Boost being the starting awakening. I suppose that does make some sense. We'll have to see how powerful that is. But with Peak Performance being the other one, we do see that X-Era comp coming out for the scaling. Looking at these two teams, how are you feeling about them? I think the biggest question mark here is that Octavia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially for Josh coming in as a substitute, busting out the Octavia, and the match has been terminated, so there's going to be a little bit of something to figure out here before we truly do get started. But, I mean, yeah, I think assuming that these picks and bans are locked, which I'm pretty sure they are, and there's going to be a lot on Josh's shoulders here with this Octavia pick, especially coming in with two players who have put in a lot more reps with NXZD than they have with their subs, I'm sure. A lot to put on his shoulders, even with the Chrono Boost start.
Absolutely, and people were talking about how Josh was that brawler extraordinaire. Octavia, not exactly a character I would consider a brawler, does have some ways to stuff the core with that primary and with that ultimate, but they're a little difficult to set up. It's not quite something like that, just punch it in. And when you have Luna as your backup, you would think, okay, that's a lot of damage. Maybe we need a way to confirm these kills. And instead what we're seeing is a ton of damage there, maybe some cheeky kills off of the Giga Blast from Kai. But like we said, we just have to see if Josh, like all brawlers, can get it done. But right now, it looks like we had some sort of technical issue they are solving, but we're getting back into it finally, as we see. I have just noticed, however, this other team, it appears to be X-Era, but with Juliet. I'm trying to figure out who the goalie is in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, X-Era Julie. I mean, part of me almost wants to say Era, but that doesn't make much sense either. I don't. All right, yeah, okay, it is Era double brawler, so yeah, looking like it might be Era in the goal box. That's gonna be crazy.
I mean, we've seen double brawler comps before on this map, and using that eject button to get the secondary cooldown back, that's going to give them a lot of power on kickoffs to maintain the speed gate and make up for that sort of lack of mobility those two brawlers have by just dominating the speed. However, once you get more into the game, that's going to be a little bit less defensive power that you have on that goalie, as Era is not exactly a hold-it-down goalie like somebody like Dubu or Mako. So we'll just have to see if, off of that initial onslaught, they can survive and make plays for themselves, or whether or not this double brawler comp is just sort of run them over before they get the chance to really have a say in what's happening.
Yeah, that's definitely what Sad Boys are going to be hoping for. They've definitely been going, I think, a little bit wackier with their drafts this season. It really feels like they're leaning into the draft doesn't matter philosophy that Vaughn's been championing for a while. Let's see how they're going to be able to do with Double Brawler's Era in the goal arc to start off game number 1. Vaughn launching it backwards right into You Already Loses Hands as we start off our game number 1 kickoff.
Quick barrier taken, but Soren on the hunt here, trying to make something happen with the help of Josh. But with this double brawler comp, we actually have, I've just realized, is mirrored by the double midfield comp here, as we'll have to see with that speed gate if they can keep it up. But it seems like the other team was actually the one that took the speed gate there. They opted for the speed and the primary from Era to start off that kickoff with huge oppression, making it very difficult to stand near the ledge and the core. So maybe that's going to be part of their strategy, is just sort of suffocating one lane and making you suffer should you go there, just like this. These two not exactly holding hands, but definitely supporting each other. And one kill goes down, the barrier might be next.
Yeah, there's that Flame Flurry coming out of Bells as they look to push for more. Double KO ends up coming through for Vaughn, and now it is a 3 versus 1 power play. Soren trying to stay alive, trying to defend the goal just in time for Katsuna to come through, but Bells will put it through for the first score of game number 1.
We definitely saw some good defense there at the start of that, but eventually in a 3v1 power play, and we already saw You Already Lose walking up with that flip. That at that point, that just felt like Calamity was going to strike. You just had to wait for it to happen. Right there, we see again the dash punch attempt by Vaughn here on the X. So it definitely looks like they're trying to suffocate that lane and punish the opponents for going up to the core here. But now we have a situation where it's going a little bit more back and forth here with Katsuna and Josh. But the problem is, as they're trying to get this core in, because they don't have a guaranteed way, like a dash punch or something along those lines, they take a lot of damage, and there we actually see Josh go down. The Octavia is going to be on a bit of a timer here as that barrier goes down. It's a 1-1 situation here, but Bells has flip, and You Already Lose has the speed to get it to them. It's just a matter of time at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, and it's always so much fun to get to see Vaughn start to bust out these brawlers. He's so much more willing to play them a little bit more like a midfielder, really going for some of those cross-field passing plays, getting it back to You Already Lose, getting it back into Bells' hands, and it's done very well to open up opportunities for the Sad Boys so far in game number 1, but ooh, this aggression from Katsuna, he's got the flip, and he's gonna push it through, tying things up. Air's Kitten Club are on the board.
That X primary, not exactly the fastest move. X having a little bit of wind up on his abilities makes it a little difficult to defend sometimes there. But if they perhaps got a strike and then the Luna tried to dash, that could have even been a potential kill there. So I don't dislike the idea. It's just that little bit of wind up just takes so much. But right now, Josh is winding up this secondary. Lots of speed going to them. The core staying a little bit out of their hands, though, with a good ultimate, but it does get back to them. They maintain the ultimate here. Even though the bar had gone down, it seems like they're able to keep that ult up just enough. But with the pressure from Vaughn coming out, you got to see if Josh can stay alive at this point, as now the tools are out, but the barriers are down.
Absolutely. Soren falling back on the defense here, looking to keep holding on towards his last barrier, but Bell's looking to push up on the top side. There's the Bewitching Beam coming on through from You Already Lose. They're going to be able to find that second barrier with Bell's aggression. There's that Magical Maelstrom, not quite going to come in the right angle, but Bells in the one-on-one up against Soren just catches him going in the wrong direction and sneaks it through in the bottom corner.
Definitely difficult position. Bells was in the perfect spot with a couple of dribbles there to get straight in the center and say, you've got to take a guess one way or another, and I'm just going to send it the opposite way. So an excellent play by them, but almost an excellent kill. And with the help of their teammates, they do get it down. And with 2 flips available, this power play is about to be big. They want to get Bells as retribution, but we'll have to see if Bells burns that flip or whether or not they're the ones on the burn or getting cooked alive. But it's the goalie who's down now. One more flip comes out. Bells tries to make something happen, but the defense, even in a power play, is coming to life.
Really early aggression out of Vaughn and Bells on this point have kept them in a power play state for the entirety of the dribble. Now trying to push on forward, looking to see if they can get the point for themselves. There's going to be a KO coming in off of that crater from Katsuna. Now sending on through the Magical Maelstrom. You Already Lose, looking to keep things cleared out during the power play, but Josh going to be able to use that flow state to find the first. There's going to be Bells coming back on the respawn. Katsuna pushing for a little bit more, has access to the flip. Josh just has to get it down to him. Soren coming out to midfield. There's the flip out of Katsuna, but it doesn't find the core, and the base drop out of Josh just going to buy a little bit more space. Gets the energy, but is already down a teammate that's about to lose his own life while he's at it. Bells pushing for more on towards the top side, but it will get cleared back out, and it will buy a little bit of time. Josh goes for the flip. He gets stuffed by Vaughn, and You Already Lose just setting up for another round of aggression, but Josh still standing strong, has the health bar available, but Bells will take him off the bottom blast zone. Vaughn going in for the bull rush, opens up the space, and Katsuna cannot save it. Gets the header, but it ricochets back into the goal.
A valiant attempt on that defense. We are seeing these power plays constantly, where either the dynamic duo on the double forward get a quick kill and the round starts to collapse under it, or the round starts to keep going and a player like Josh just loses that HP over time and it really just starts to pile up. So we'll need to see some defenses come out here. We see the stacks on stacks picked up. That's going to help with that mobility that we mentioned earlier, but so is Orb Dancer, as now Castellass picked up. That's going to make those primaries a lot better and the speed a little bit longer to help control the pace of this game. Unstoppable is going to give a little bit of health. Twin Drive is good. But we see Among Titans X, not typically the pick I would see on that character when something like Might of the Colossus exists in this game. But like you said, Vaughn playing almost like midfielder-esque on this brawler. Perhaps they're looking more to catch up to that speed, to give them a little bit more pressure in this midfield and get the ball into the hands of Bells, while also giving themselves the speed to go for these KO attempts when they need the most.
Yeah, it does let them index a little bit of extra size into Bells as well while they're at it. So really both of these brawlers end up getting a lot speedier with the stacks on stacks picked up for Bells while they're at it. So that plus Flutterfly really going to make these guys fly across the screen, match some of that movement speed that is usually Octavia's turf, and perhaps going to be able to keep up with Josh even once he does start getting that flow state churning away. Already seeing some of these volleys coming back and forth. The damage coming out of Vaughn has been substantial. Josh going to be forced to throw down the base drop, trying to buy a little bit of extra space to play with for the team. But these shots just keep on raining through. The X Maximus, the dash punch, every bit of damage connects onto Josh. And now it's a power play for the Sad Boys as Vaughn looks to push on towards the left. You already lose, setting up with the Bewitching Beam, pushing it through. Both members getting the Shrink, getting the Grow, getting the Core, gets everything, and uses the whole Buffalo on that ability. Now getting an opportunity to push in for that barrier, but there will be the clear out. Josh going to have to go elusive very early on, but in the flow state, going to try to find that barrier for himself. He takes back control on the top, comes in with the base drop. Flip comes through out of, oh, you already lose. Passing it back over towards Bells and falling back to just everybody dogpile on Josh once again. This guy in his substitute game just cannot get a break.
It's a difficult situation if you're Josh because there's a lot of flips available, both your team and the enemies, and that's a pretty easy way to secure kill. But right now, with that barrier secured, they need to secure this goal before the net opens on their side and Calamity strikes.
There's going to be an open goal for both sides. Another KO for Bells makes it a 4-0 streak for him as Vaughn getting set up to go for another push. Now in this one-on-one with Soren, what a perfectly placed punch from Bells. Catches Soren's shot back, sends it where he can't get it.
A well-placed punch there. Normally the punch using to stuff the core, but there it's almost like an Estelle beam catching the clear as a great awareness by Bells to clear off that angle in that 1v1 situation. Now, with that said, Josh is already starting this game a little bit low here as there are some orbs that are about to pop up, but the barrier is not there. So you'll have to be a little bit careful. Soren starting to walk up a little bit more, apply more pressure, maybe take some of the heat off of Josh by being a force in the middle of the field there, using the momentum boots, the goalie awakening that is really great for Kai because of that high base movement speed, allowing him to really just fly around the field as much as he needs. But that said, Josh is looking like they're about to fly into the blast zone just like that. Bells gets a KO and a barrier to go with it. Now we'll have to see Vaughn with this flip available, almost a kill. We'll have to see if they can secure this before the teammate comes back.
It's such a tough ask to have Josh trying to stay alive up against this double brawler matchup. He's fallen substantially behind now. Will be able to find a big KO. That's a big injection of XP into him, as well as giving the opportunity for the power play back over towards Ares Kitten Club as they look to push for a score in their first one in a while they're at it. Bells coming in here. Soren just dribbling on towards the bottom side. Katsuna coming back on over with the boost, trying to set up a position where they can clear things back out. But it's Bells losing control of it. Goes back over to Josh. Josh nearly taken out off the bottom, but will hang on by a sliver. Meanwhile, though, Vaughn is pushing on to Katsuna on the other side, taking Katsuna nearly off into the goal. A flip out of Josh, really well timed, sets up for another follow-up shot, but it will be blocked away by You Already Lose. Meanwhile, Vaughn finding that KO on the top side and creating the power play yet again. You Already Lose gets the Bewitching Beam through two, shrinks down both, but does not keep control over the core, and will end up flying over and finding the barrier. But a KO out of Bells, going up to 6 and taking it to 2-0 in set number 2.
We were just talking about how all of that energy was on the table, and there it seems like the energy is staying up as they do get a kill using that flip, but that is going to be one less flip and a lot less energy that they have to patrol this midsection of the game, as now they have to take these barriers once more. Bells low on energy, but high on resources as that ultimate does come out here. Vaughn looking potentially for a quick smack onto Josh, but unfortunately does not manage to get it. But with them being this low, it is quite scary. One thing I'm worried about here is we do see this unstoppable onto Soren, but the Bewitching Beam has just taken it, and now they are slowed and potentially in danger of dying to that Juliet or that X, especially with the flip available once more. We just mentioned it, and it's already back.
Yeah, it's constantly being brought up again and again. They're able to stack these up pretty quickly as Vaughn pops the Maximus. Josh is going to get taken down, trying to find somewhere to hide, but there is nowhere where you can get away from Vaughn on this speedy X. There's the point-blank flip. Great save from Soren. Will buy a little bit of time. Bells maybe throwing out the Flame Flurry in the wrong direction there. Ends up clearing out the core towards the top, but they will finally be able to find that barrier. There's the flip out of Bells. The shot past Soren, and a 3-0 set to the Sad Boys as they take themselves to game point.
A good angle by Bells there, as previously in that situation, in that one-on-one, they had gone for the bottom corner and just made Soren guess there. Soren was a little bit closer to the top side, but the flip actually going up to that top side. Soren perhaps getting a little bit mind-gamed there, but a secured goal, as now Rampage is the pickup here as the reward. However, we do see things like aerials available, but they take the reptile remedy, perhaps denying that stagger from the enemy team. The recovery drone is on the table. If they're scared about the KOs, oh my goodness, a Deadeye X. That bull rush is going to be one-shotting people. But
I mean,
as much as it can, I suppose.
yeah.
But this aerials pickup on Josh could be really good. That's a lot of speed and potentially a little bit of stuffing power there on that primary to give them a little bit more force in the round. But it's a little difficult when the draft ends up your last pick as Luna and you still somehow get missile propulsion. So I would not be too terribly upset if I'm them, but with that stagger being taken away, that is going to be a lot of damage still on the table that they're going to have to deal with and find a way around.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, is it really even worth it to deny the Deadeye when she's getting missile propulsion anyway? But that's the Vaughn decision, and immediately Ares Kitten Club going to come on out and going to find that score. Good stuff from Josh there to break what was a losing streak for EKC. So they reset for a second point and are looking to have the big comeback in game number 1, fresh off we'll call it an interesting draft.
Certainly a draft of all time. I have to agree with you there. But that said, Josh making good use of that speed, like we mentioned, with the aerials and even getting that little extra distance on the projectile to secure that top barrier here. As the draft, at first, it didn't look too good, but now Josh seems like he's in control of these rounds. Bells is looking a little low. Katsuna could be having something to say about that. But Josh is just dominating this field. 2 goals in a row, breaking the tempo for their team and breaking open this game, potentially going to another draft.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best Octavia build you could hope for 3 drafts in. You've got so much additional augmentation for that flow state, just making you the fastest member of the map, even with some of those speed awakenings that the Sad Boys have been able to get for themselves. And you see he's dodging out of stuff now. The dash punch attempt from Bells there ends up going wide as Josh jukes back inward to keep away from it. And he's able to just zip right past Vaughn there. I mean, he gets hit by the bell ringer. He's staggered for a second, but he just zips right past him, and he's just outspeeding everybody on the map. It's becoming very, very difficult for Sad Boys to answer this in any meaningful way as Josh is just everywhere all at once.
Everything, everywhere, all at once. Hitboxes, players, the core. The core's going a little slow right now, but that could change very soon as we are slowly approaching overtime if they cannot secure this. But Vaughn has that flip available. Could be potentially looking for a kill there with it, but it's actually Bells who goes down. No flip needed from Katsuna, just a kill. But the net's wide open. They have to burn a flip here.
Yeah, but they do manage to find that barrier with its open goals for both teams. You just got to be able to hold on. Another flip comes out of Bells, trying to save the point, trying to avoid going down a set, giving another draft on over towards EKC. Etsuna finds another very early KO in this volley, and it's going to be a power play for EKC. An easy score comes through for Josh, and that is a 3-0 comeback set from EKC.
This is a big opportunity here as you have broken the tempo that's against you. You've gotten yourself a round in this game where previously it looked very dominant, lots of kills coming out. Now Josh is just running amok on the field, absolutely showing why they picked this Octavia. And we mentioned it at the start. We didn't know how much of a question mark this pick was going to be, but here they've gotten everything they could ask for. So they're really going to be able to dominate this field, but there is potentially 1-2 punch on the table for this Juliet, so that could be what they need to secure these kills onto Josh. But like you said, with that speed, it seems like they can almost just walk out at times. But Katsuna getting the adrenaline rush here could be interesting because they got a lot of quick kills that previous round off of those dash punches with the rocket. So we'll have to see if they can use that cooldown reduction to the most, or whether or not Josh is just going to keep running amok of this field and they don't need the adrenaline rush. They just need Josh to keep the core in their hands.
Yeah, that Orb Dancer going to give that extra cooldown reduction as well. The Orb Ponderer, rather. Orb Dancer getting a little bit crazy with how much movement speed has already been built up for Josh here, but there's going to be an opportunity to find that top barrier. Will go through for Bells. Vaughn setting up very nicely here. They got a 2 versus 1 very briefly with Soren, and that's all they need to pounce. Josh cannot get back in time, and the Sad Boys will get the first point of set number 4.
A singular goal, but that doesn't necessarily tell the whole story here as it's just one round. We'll have to see whether or not they can keep that up, but that was a pretty good performance there on that round. We'll just have to see whether or not Bells can potentially look for a KO here as they do have Vaughn popping the X Maximus, looking for a lot of damage onto Josh. Josh looking a little low here. The flip almost sealing the deal, but they bounce off of the middle barrier here as now Josh has to fight for their life. The Flame Flurry comes out, does secure the kill, and oh my goodness, a double barrier is taken.
Wow, everything just goes wrong there in an instant. Really good positioning from Bells to be able to hunt down that KO on towards Josh, and now the KO timer, it won't come up in time. Great push through with the magical Maelstrom. Will give another goal over towards Vaughn, and will mean 1 goal left to play for before Boys ends up taking game number 1.
There we see an excellent tornado, as that's one of the things about Air on this map. Even though she's a goalie, she still can have that presence with the tornado just shutting off a lane. But it's actually Vaughn who shuts off the life of the enemy team, getting a kill onto Josh there once more. How many KOs have been in this game, as now Bells is KOing these barriers with the help of Vaughn. Quick round, the Flame Flurry's out, and the goal is in. That is the first game here. I couldn't even pass it off to you before they ran down that field and ran the core into the enemy goal.
Yeah, geez, a 3-0 set for Ares Kitten Club wakes the Sad Boys back up, and they come back with a vengeance, taking a 3-0 set of their own that ends up securing game number 1. The Sad Boys now on match point for their game of the week, and Ares Kitten Club showing some good spark there towards the end, with Josh being able to come up, make some big plays on the Octavia, but at the end of the day, they're in such a hole off the back of those first couple of minutes. There's just nothing left for them to be able to do, and they do end up going down.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about going down, but let's look at these KOs. 6 on Vaughn and 9 on Bells. That is a lot of damage coming through, even though it isn't necessarily a damage comp like something with a Vice or a Luna. The kill still certainly came out, and perhaps that's why we were on this night market pick. But that said, that double brawler comp may just be for this map. We'll have to see what they pick on the next one, as I believe it was Gates of Obscura. Feel free to correct me on that if I am wrong. However, with a performance like that, like you said, they had that 3-0. Ares Kitten Club got that 3-0. And it's like the Sad Boys just woke up. They said, whoa, what are you doing on our turf? Like, we let you guys think you were somebody for a second. Let's fix that. And fix it they did, as that was a dominating last round. But we're on to the next game here, and I'm excited, because if we keep seeing rounds like that where we have a little bit of a comeback story, never mind, dominance is striking, we'll just have to see if they can keep that up. But a great game nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely was there. Really impressed with what we've gotten to see here, and this does set them up to be able to take a potential game 2 on Gates of Obscura. We're going to have to see how they'll be able to perform here, as there's still a little bit left time to be played on, or a little bit left time to kill before we get into that second game. So we'll have to see how they're going to try to adapt back here with Josh, and how Ares Kitten Club can try to change up their strategy. You know, it's unlikely it's going to be a Chrono Boost start again, so I don't think they're really considering that they're going to run back that sort of Octavia composition. But then that does beg the question, right? What does this comp look like? And by comp, I mean, you know, set of 3 players, not necessarily set of 3 characters. How are they going to be able to do with a more traditional brawler setup with Josh, if that is the direction that they want to go?
Well, more traditional brawler setup could be in the lines here, as we do see Primetime and Quick Strike, a great awakening if you're a brawler player, because on something like that X, where, well, it's banned, so we won't get to see it, but could have been a very nice pickup here. But we actually see Kazan as the other ban there. I think that's pretty reasonable in the hand of Bells. That is a terrifying character. But EKC going to be picking up Zentaro first pick. You know, we have Josh replacing NXZD, and I suppose that they are doing that to the best of their ability, even picking the character that I know NXZD for here. So we'll just have to see what this pick 2-3 looks like. But I think Zentaro, with that rapid fire, could be a really big threat, both in damage and on those barriers.
Yeah, I absolutely agree there. I mean, could really be one of those more threatening selections here. I'm getting unlucky with a 3-minute ad on the Twitch stream right now, so I can't actually see the draft, but you're going to have to walk me through it a little bit here, Dendar. But it's definitely sounding like we're getting a little bit more traditional of a setup, though.
Yep, absolutely. However, as soon as we say that, we see the pick 2 and 3 for the Sad Boys is Vice and Estelle. So, Estelle, very good midfield pick on this map, especially with quick strikes available. Losing out on that rapid fire later down the line is going to be a little painful, but when you get to start the game with quick strikes, that's hard to miss out on. But Vice is an interesting pick here, because I have to assume that it's Vice goalie at this point, which Estelle does have a lot of chip damage in the fact that there are a lot of times where when she's contesting you for the core, that piercing shot might hit you, or the Rose Warp might catch you instead of the core. So that is damage. But speaking of damage, we do see the Kai Luna come out as pick 4-5 for EKC, and then Rasmus as the last pick. So to sum it up for you, in case you are still getting some ads here, we've got EKC running the Zentaro with Kai and Luna, and Sad Boys going for Vice Estelle with Erasmus as the last pickup here. I think Estelle Rasmus, a great forward combination on maps like this. But that Vice goalie is kind of the one that I'm looking at here, as that feels a little out of place in this comp. But, I mean, when it's in the hand of the Sad Boys, like, I'm sure that they will shut me up very quickly.
Yeah, it's always the most likely scenario that whatever they draft is probably going to end up working. A lot of folks really getting turned on to the Vice goalie lately as just something that can really get out on the field and get a little bit more active in some of those scoring opportunities, especially kind of the midfield ranges. And it's been very good, very successful for a number of teams. I'm not surprised to see the Sad Boys start to pick it up a little bit more, and I think it's definitely going to be within the wheelhouse of things that You Already Lose can start to perform on. And then, of course, yeah, a very classic duo for them up front here for Vaughn and Bells to be able to just try to play their classic game.
One thing I want to take a note of here with these team comps, though, is that typically on this map, you will see at least one side have a sort of hold it down bunker goalie like that Dubu or this Atlas. Here, both teams have selected to go for that more midfielder style goalie, apply pressure from the midfield line, maybe a little bit further up, hopefully not as hard having to patrol those portals with something like the Dubu log that maybe could block it off. Instead, they're opting to get into the fray themselves. So the defense on this map is going to be certainly a lot harder than if you had something like that for both teams. So it's going to be a lot of which team can make the most out of the offensive capabilities they have here, whether it's the damage with the Vice and the Luna, or the Vice against the Luna, or it's just that traditional midfield forward combo of Estelle and Rasmus, who can really just lock down that space, especially with the new shaped barriers, very reminiscent of something like Inky's or Oni Village, where you have to go for those cross clears a lot, and those are two characters that are very good at sniping it. So we'll have to see if Zentaro, with that damage from Luna, can really sort of lock things up and say, hey, you're in the pocket, we're going to make you suffer for it, or whether or not that sort of traditional core sniping ability will get the best of them. So we will just have to see as we get into this game on Gates of Obscura.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Vaughn definitely a very dangerous Estelle player, but I was pretty impressed by how that Luna was able to do in game number 1. They really did end up getting kind of shut out of it, but it's been a pick that's been very successful for Katsuna over their time in competitive, and I think they've been able to show some really great showings on it. It's something I'm looking forward to seeing here on Gates of Obscura as we get into game number 2, into the kind of official in-client draft here.
As we just go through the pleasantries of everybody picking the characters that they've already selected in our pre-draft phase, we just have to wait. Maybe we'll get to see what skins these players are picking. We see the Golden Zentaro going Super Saiyan a bit here, so we'll have to see if the performance matches the skin. But I'm not too sure how I feel about this fight still, but like you said, in the hands of someone like You Already Lose, I mean, it's hard to say that it's a bad pick, you know? But
yeah, absolutely.
I do think... Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I see a lot of value in at least the Thunderstruck stun. Like, if you can actually manage to land that, if you can, turn some very minor hit stuns from like Crystal Thorns or something into that stun, into the follow-up with a piercing shot or with anything that X is dishing out, you can definitely see the success cases, but I agree. It's very interesting, kind of the different ranges they're playing at. You'd almost rather just have something that can kind of lock down the goal a little bit more effectively and just let the Estelle Rasmus comp play out the way that it would traditionally do so. But here we go, onto the field, game number 2. Sad Boys, they win here, will take themselves the win on the week.
Oh, but one thing we didn't pay attention to here is it's actually Estelle on the goalie with strike shot.
Oh.
So it's going to be Vice midfield. This is interesting to me because I like the pressure that Estelle is going to be able to put out on those barriers, even from the midfield line. I feel like that's going to be a little bit more pressuring than that Vice would be. And then in those pockets, we have those power chords and even the ultimates coming through to put out a lot of damage and force you into that pocket even deeper. But right now, this defense has to go deep to survive, as they have both of their barriers gone, and the other side hasn't taken a single one.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk about... Oh, wow.
Oh, my
Vaughn in
goodness.
perfect position there, just closing out the point. I wanted to talk about how Vaughn has kind of been the one who's picking up the Vice a little bit more lately, but you saw this draft, and I'm like, all right, well, clearly it's Vaughn for Estelle. There's no way this Vice isn't in the goal box, but here we are. I mean, it's still Vaughn piloting this one. I think he's been doing really well on this one in the season so far, and very cool to see that he's actually just willing to bust it out here, even with the and just put the Estelle in the goal box.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I love about Nassel is that even if they lose one game just to a pick like this, or even if they win the game off of a pick like this, at the end of the day, the results screen is just like one snapshot at it, right? It doesn't tell you the full story of these games, of these players. So when you get to see a full 30-minute set of these players picking these characters that may seem unconventional or unorthodox, and we get to just really experience that, sit down and enjoy every minute of it, I think that's what Nassau is all about.
Yeah, and already starting to see some very cool passing plays coming through on Gates of Obscura here for the Sad Boys. Definitely well practiced on this map. I believe this is their pick, and kind of showing why a little bit here as they're already starting to make some magic happen going on through these portals. And this is where Sad Boys becomes, you know, one of the most dangerous teams imaginable to play up against at Nassau, because not only as we get into Season 4 are they some of the best players in the league, but they also have some of the most veterancy, and they have some of the best synergy because they've been playing together for so long. So they've just got everything going for them, and it's becoming more and more difficult to face off against this team as anybody in the league as time goes on.
Absolutely. The scaling is definitely there. But right now, the thing they seem to be lacking is health here, as Bells is fighting for his life, and the core just goes in off of a flip from Soren from one go box to another. But I've got to agree with you that these players are definitely exceptional, seasoned veterans, and getting to see them play is definitely a treat. But right now, they might need to treat themselves to some orbs to keep their health up, as Josh is almost down already, as Vaughn is back here in this goal box trying to get out. But here we see that weakness of not having the bunker-style goalie. Oh my goodness, this could be catastrophic.
Okay, all right. We all saw it. We all saw it coming towards the Supernova. Vaughn doesn't panic. He waits it out, and he sends it in towards the wall rather than back into his own goal. So the disaster is avoided. The channel time on that can be pretty substantial when you want it to be, so they get enough time for the core to move where they want it to be. But there is a KO found by Josh on the other side, so a power play available to Era's Kitten Club. The flip out of Katsuna, and right to the goal. We're going to point number 5 for, I think, the first time this series. These have been pretty one-sided sets so far.
Yeah, 0.5, that hook from Bells just barely couldn't cover the teleport there, but the core was able to get in the hand of Katsuna. But there's a lack of energy on the blue side here, as Bells has a flip. You Already Lose has a flip. Bells doesn't really have the health to support this flip play, and Josh almost gets a kill there, but going through the teleporter, not enough knockback, as they try to take out Bells even with the barrage. But that flip does come out to survive, as Katsuna and Josh look like they might be next. They said, okay, you had your chance at killing us, now we're going to take ours. But right now the damage is just so back and forth that a kill does finally come out here. Big kills there, so this could be a power play in this pocket with You Already Lose covering that portal side. We'll just have to see if they can keep up this barrier pressure, and they do. But this is such a scary situation, even when you have 2 low health enemies. But those low health enemies are people like Bells and Vaughn. It's tough.
I'm furious if I'm Josh right now, as that point ends up coming through for Vaughn. You get the most perfect KO angle ever, and it sends him through the portal, and he stays alive, and then 5 seconds later, you get nudged by a power cord near the wall and get KO'd for it. Just a real unfortunate set of circumstances there for the EKC Brawler.
Definitely a difficult situation, but one that you have to accept when you're against a character like Vice, where there's going to be times where it just feels like you're safe and then suddenly you're oh so not. But this Chrono Boost pick up for the Kai is going to be nice, but with Bulk Up being the one on the Vice, that's a lot of damage and some health deny here. We have to see the Reptile Remedy come out for the Luna, but that does leave explosive entrance, so that's going to give Josh a lot more pressure from these pockets where they don't have to be right up against the barrier to do their thing. They can be a little bit closer to the portal or the midfield line and just keep up that pressure with the dashes, with the ultimates, as the pressure comes to life, but no barrier is taken in turn. We'll have to see if now, even with this ultimate coming out, You Already Lose is actually taking a lot of damage here. Not having pauldrons to defend against this onslaught could end up being something that we see come to life here, as there we see You Already Lose actually picking up that barrier for their team. Good use of Strike Shot, giving them that extra missile range that they need on their abilities and even just striking the core.
Yeah, really great core control here from You Already Lose, though, getting massive value out of that Strike Shot, playing up at midfield, and really being able to keep the aggression going. Was the one who ended up finding that first barrier. The second will come through for Bells, setting up for the pendulum swing, not quite taking it there. There's You Already Lose, navigating it around Katsuna, as Katsuna comes in to try to open up the goal for themselves. There's going to be the flip coming on across, gets passed on through the portal, passed back right through, and Vaughn will be ready to receive. Flip from Katsuna interrupts, but it gets stuffed there by the Crystal Thorns, and Bells with a shot at taking it into the goal. One-on-one with Soren. Bells will take it home and get the first score for the Sad Boys.
A rare miss on that first attempt by Bells, but they do get the second one and get it in, getting the point for their team. But Vaughn has this flip available, and as a midfielder, that's a lot of utility that you have both on offense and defense. We'll just have to see where they end up using it. But right now, Josh is putting on an excellent performance getting these barriers. Maybe Vaughn will have to use this flip just to stay alive on this defense when Josh is playing like this.
Very possibly. Josh looking for the steal away. Could have gotten that one-on-one angle, but does get navigated back away by Vaughn and Bells. They will be able to take the first barrier. The flip point blank from Vaughn will take the second one, and this aggression is unrelenting. Great position from Vaughn with the supernova. Clears everyone out of the way and opens a clear path to the shot on goal. 2-0 in set number 2. Sad Boys looking for one more to take it to set number 3.
Vaughn hurting the cattle there, saying, you need to go over here. The Wolves are at bay in our net, and you don't need to be there. But that's it. One thing I want to put out there is You Already Lose actually had great patience on the Visel and used the strike shot to actually readjust after the core would have gone flying backwards. So that's really good core control, like you mentioned, from them using that strike shot to the fullest. As right now, this team is trying to make the most out of this pocket as they do get this second barrier, but we'll have to see if they can turn it around.
Just resetting, getting back into these well-rehearsed plays. Strike shot comes through, puts it in towards Bells. Piercing shot doesn't connect. In through the portal, setting up for this supernova. Will not end up connecting, but great positioning on the stun. Just takes one down, opens up the path yet again, and it's a 3-0 set for the Sad Boys. Getting into our second draft, and at the pace things are going, this might just be our last one here, Dendar.
Might be. When you've been thunderstruck just like that, it's hard to stay alive in that goalie box. There's so many things happening. The collapses are just excellent by this team. A team, like you said, have had so much practice together and know exactly what each other want. And when they collapse in like that, it's so difficult to survive. But the unstoppable deny here would have been the one thing that maybe helped Soren survive, and that has been taken from them. But Orb Ponder is a big pickup here. Good cooldowns. We'll see the Stinger come out. That's going to be a lot more damage that, I mean, it was already plentiful, but now there's a lot. And when you pick up something like Stacks on Stacks to combat that, that's difficult. Because if you do not stay alive, Stacks on Stacks is a lot less useful. And when the enemy team has just picked up Stinger, it's going to be a lot harder to stay alive as we see Josh going quite low here. But they're getting the barriers here.
Yeah, I mean, Stinger is just gross on the Vice, especially Vaughn's Vice, who has generally been hitting a pretty high percentage of those power chords. Josh nearly going to get taken out into the goal there. Nice shot through the portal once again. So well rehearsed by You Already Lose. He comes back to save it. Was in position, already moving there as the core was en route towards the bottom side portal. Just knows where he has to be, knows where the shot is coming on through, and manages to save the point yet again. Now clearing it back out towards the top, sending it on over to Bells. Not quite able to get it with the death touch, but keeping up that aggression in the 1-versus-2. Josh sends it back through with the Oni's Blade. KO found by Vaughn, using that supernova and creating a power play. Now it's going to be Katsuna, the next focus, taken very low, but regenning back up in time. Vaughn dribbling it off the top, trying to set up for Bells. Going to get snuck back away by Katsuna as Josh comes back on the respawn. The flip comes through for Bells, nearly going to be able to take him out, but he is low on HP. Still hanging on as the second barrier falls. Good flip out of Katsuna, counter flip out of You Already Lose. Sends it back over. Soren going to have to use the flip of their own, but now Bells getting the opportunity, gets sent back out by the barrage. Vaughn going to be able to pass it to himself using that warp through from the Thunderstruck, and Josh setting up for the play, going to get knocked out of it by the piercing shot of You Already Lose. Supernova channeled by Vaughn as he sends it back up over to Bells. Bells sending it in towards the goal. Soren going to be able to keep up with the defense. Comes back in off the top, sends over to Bells. Bells coming in through and puts it into the top corner. Another score for the Sad Boys.
I always enjoy your play-by-play. Have you ever considered working in an auction house? Because that
I
was
have,
just
and they go
excellent.
faster than me, man. I can't do it.
I mean, that was
It's
just an
actually
excellent.
so hard.
But that said, we do see Bells really abusing the size here. As they took a couple strike wars there, they might have not been able to if they didn't have it. And the pendulum swings have really been great as they just cover so much space now with that recovery drone size and that insurance package of being able to survive. I mean, these players know how to play around in damage compositions. So when it's already hard to kill them and they have an insurance policy on their lives, it's going to be really difficult to get Bells out of the fray here. But oh my goodness! Just a couple dribbles, and it's a point for their team. This is potentially the last point in the series here, as a 2-0 lead in round 3, 2-set lead, 2-round lead. This could be the game here.
Yeah, gorgeous shot there from Bells, getting the ricochet off the barrier into the shot right as the goal gates are opening up. I mean, you can't draw it up any better than that, as a really early KO comes through for the Sad Boys yet again, and they are just pushing for even more through the portal, back up to Bells with the pendulum swing, focusing on towards these barriers. First one will fall, second one under pressure falls down as well, and Soren, he just can't get his hands around it. It'll go on through. A 3-0 set for the Sad Boys. Will take a 2-0 win on the week as they move their score up to 3-1.
I mean, what a dominating performance there. As we saw this comp that, I mean, I have my question marks about it. I no longer have question marks about it. They showed excellently why they picked the characters they picked, and they played to the best of their ability there. Not as many KOs this game, but still plentiful. 5 on Vaughn and 3 on... You already lose, actually, having the KOs here instead of Bells. An interesting...
And Bells gets 0. That's gonna be rough for his brawler stats come season end. You know, when we're starting to do votes for All Pro, that's gonna, you know, we look at those KO numbers for brawlers, man. That's a rough performance for Bells. I kid though. They did an excellent job here, and certainly were able to make this composition work for them. And there's just so much damage coming out of the other positions. I mean, you don't really ask that out of Bells. He's kind of just there as sort of a siege tool, right? Standing up in front of the goal, kind of making that scorer role more so than the brawler role really present, as he just pushes over and over again. You can see he's got double the shots of pretty much anybody else on the field, just constantly pushing it in towards those barriers, towards those goals, and forcing down Soren to eventually be able to get the points through for the Sad Boys.
I mean, if they know one thing how to do, it's getting the rock to Bells. That guy knows how to take some shots. But that said, the reason I'm so confused is I feel like Rasmus is usually the character cleaning up the kills, not getting them. So it makes sense that they don't have as many. But that just shows how much presence You Already Lose really had on this field during this game. They were not just a goalie. They were basically a second midfielder there, as it felt like the offense was just so oppressive. But a great performance here, both by them and even by EKC. They didn't have NXZD, but they still put on a good performance. Josh on that Octavio really surprised me. That was really a great performance, but they still couldn't clutch it out, even with that build that was the horrors of solo queue, you know? If you want to think of it that way, a very scary build to have to play against, but that just shows how good the Sad Boys are. They've been through so many situations, have been through so many drafts against so many players, so many characters, that even something as terrifying as that does not even faze them. That just shows why they are some of the best of the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a tough start here for EKC as they come out 1-3 at the start of the season. They do still have some easier matches down the stretch, but definitely going to be looking to up that record if they want to find themselves in Nassau playoffs. We're going to throw it to a quick break here before we kick off Last Call versus Demons Rob. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned and we'll be back soon. Welcome back, everybody, to week number 4 of the North American Strikers League Season 4, where we have got ourselves another banger matchup coming on up fresh off the rematch of last split's grand finals. We've got Last Call taking on Demons Raw. Two teams looking to climb up the standings in this split. Demons already at 2-1, Last Call lagging a little bit behind at 1-2.
That said, we have the full Demons Raw stir, you could say, as Kainu, Snake, and Gumi will all be in this game, so we will get to see the full force of the Demons Raw team. So Last Call will have to watch out for that. As we are going on to, quickly, Demon Deus with Peak Performance and Prize Fighter. I mean, this is already a KO map. You have Prize Fighter in the mix. I don't think Peak Performance is going to be enough to keep you alive. However, we do have to just wait and see as we get into these character picks here. Demon Deus, a very damage-heavy map. We see the Vice, Estelle, and Asher, one team picked here. Okay, that is a lot of damage. But Zintaro, X, and Mako, once again, we see this double brawler setup with an Enchanter-esque support on the goalie. Previously, we had Era, now we have the Mako, but we're just getting straight into this. No time to talk here, as we are just in this game. We see them on Last Call storming the keep with those player icons. We'll have to see if they can storm their way into this game. But with these team comps and this damage on the table, are you excited about this one as I am?
I certainly am. As we can see, I think this comp makes a lot more sense with the Mako. Again, you know, we talk about the Sad Boys comps. They don't always make the most sense, but they do usually find success. Definitely can see the Mako coming on through here, though, a little bit more effective as a traditional goalie. Meanwhile, over on the other side, I mean, it's going to be Gumi piloting the Vice this time around, so kind of a different read on the same kind of Estelle Vice setup that we saw out of Sad Boys earlier today. Both teams, as well as many high-level teams, really started to adopt this Vice as being a real powerful pick in the current meta. We're going to get to see another performance out of it here. Something else to highlight, I mean, Borg's on Centauro. We thought we might never get to see it again with the role swap, and yet here we are.
The originator of the Borg flick has come to make sure everybody remembers why they created that. But that said, you know, Estelle, not a character typically seen on this map, especially in the midfield role, because of sort of the lack of health and just how much damage there is and how closed off the space is. But here, we see it once more, but this time not as the goalie. Like you mentioned, we do have Gumi on that eject button goalie, but the net's open, and Snake's bullying their way in, slithering through the grass, and they find themselves on the bottom side of that net. But I mean, we saw Borg, a lot of damage on them, but it's actually a lot of peak performance pickups here. We mentioned the prize fighter, but it's only Gumi who has it. Perhaps they're opting for that scaling on characters like the X and the Asher, very high base stagger characters, really able to make the most out of that. However, we'll just have to see if whether or not that lack of raw power is going to come out here as the barrier goes down.
Wow, great run out of Snake there to be able to just keep up that pressure and end up finding the double barriers. Gumi falling low on the other side, though. Threezy Breezy just gets to have their run with it, nearly taking the second barrier as well, trying to set up for it here. Gumi going to be able to find the flip. Takes the bounce shot, Frightfully Fresh there to intercept, but Kainu keeping up the aggression. Has to get back up towards the top. Gumi resetting up now to be able to take that second shot. Gets passed through to Threezy Breezy. Nice put up to the top, and will be able to find that second barrier, but can they hold on for long enough? There's a KO off the bottom side, and now Borg and Frightfully Fresh just have to set up with this power play. Good job by Threezy to be able to find the hit stun and be able to take it through to the goal. Gumi comes out a little too far, gets KO'd, and it's a score for Last Call off the back.
Good patience there by Threezy Breezy. That redirect off of the core flip was excellent to get it around Kainu. And then there at the very end, they didn't just try to, oh, well, the primary hit, I gotta go. They recognized, okay, well, we can take a dribble and just go from there and get it into a better side of the net. But oh my goodness, the net is wide open already. And the players, their skulls have been cracked open. There's only one player left on the side of Last Call. It's Threezy Breezy, as this team, Demons Raw, has come back to be the Demons of Last Call and put themselves on the board this game, 2-1 lead.
Yeah, really great stuff out of Last Call there to be able to find themselves, or sorry, out of Demons Raw, rather, to be able to find themselves the lead. Last Call looking to come back into things, but losing members very fast, making things incredibly difficult. Kainoob now with the flip available, just looking to set up for another push. Borg and Threezy just dribbling it back and up and forth vertically on this very small map, but getting constantly interrupted by Snake and Gumi, who are just such difficult forces to get past. Kainu, in his classic role, is kind of pseudo-goalie here, while Gumi likes to get unlocked and move out into the fray a little bit more, playing a little bit more towards the midfield. We'll be able to set up for that next follow-up pass to Snake after both barriers do end up falling. And 3Z just trying to charge forward, constantly getting stunned up, constantly getting thrown backwards, pops the Maximus for that little bit of extra stagger, but even that's going to be gone before too long as well, and all they got for it was one barrier. There's that Supernova getting channeled. Nice bounce shot, going to be able to find the second barrier. Gumi falling back on the defense. Kainu able to send it back down towards Snake. KO found for Demon's Raw on towards the top as Snake is waiting on the bottom side. Just needs the pass to come in towards him. Gumi gets it up to Kainu. Kainu taking it up for the top shot. Gumi pushes for more, not going to be able to get it off the Thunderstruck as Snake is dueling with Breezy Breezy on towards the bottom side. Going to throw down that Path Splitter, knock him out of the way, but Borg getting the pass back up towards Greasy. Snake sends it in towards Frightfully Fresh, who passes it up towards the top. Gumi going to be able to pass it back towards the bottom as he looks for that next power chord. Won't be able to get it due to the flip, and 3Z with a shot sneaks it past Gumi, who is guarding the top corner, into the bottom for 3Z as we get to point number 5.
I took 1 billion damage and all I got was this cool barrier. But a great strike by 3Z Breezy there. With the evade locking Gumi out of being able to strike the core, it does slip right past, as we do have to see how they keep up this pressure. Snake's taking a lot of damage, but that is one of those things with this double brawler comp is there's going to be damage that comes out. But I think one thing we're going to have to see here as these games progress and as these drafts progress, we need to get a Dash Awakening onto Borg here. Because when this core is going as fast as it is, oh my goodness. Almost a KO in the process. But the core is going this fast and around so difficultly that it's hard to keep up and get it into the hands of one of the two brawlers so that they can play around each other, when it just feels like neither of them really has the reach to get to it. But with that last goal, it is going to be Kainu who gets priority on this draft. And we see a lot of powerful awakenings here. We see that heavy impact potentially going to the Vice. Might of Colossus on the table for X specialized training, extra special. There's a lot of damage coming out here and not a lot of health to survive.
Yeah, that Might of Colossus going to be valuable to somebody here, and that somebody is going to be X. So that pick ends up coming on through for 3Z. Now, the last pick for Borg will be that Chrono Boost, getting a little bit of dash power on towards the Zentaro. Everybody always loves to say how important this is to be able to get good value out of it. So let's see if these powerful awakenings on towards the double brawler composition are going to be enough to get them back into this match. They did take it the full 5 in set number 1, so not too shabby of a showing, but still Demon's Raw looking cleaner, looking stronger as they do take their points pretty easily, pretty quickly. Do get that first aggression on towards this barrier, as well as the second. The Ensnare Drum's not going to be enough to save it from Frightfully Fresh. Is now just pushing in for more. Noob throwing on through, nearly going to be able to find it with the piercing shot, but will not find it this time, as these perfect pitches from Frightfully Fresh coming in towards midfield, trying to help out the rest of the team as they aggress towards the barriers, but they can't even find one. Supernova clears it out yet again. Kainu controlling the core very well. Gumi falling back on defense, and they just can't get anything going here. That shot nearly finds its way in. Frightfully Fresh with a critical last-minute save. Another bounce shot not finding its way towards the barriers. 3Z can't get into position to recover it, and now an open goal going into overtime. No barriers taken for last call, but this power play might be what they were looking for. Gumi, though, just running circles around 3Z Breezy, making it impossible to touch them.
It's certainly difficult. There were a couple tough angles there that they wanted to get the barrier or something going, but they just couldn't because of this defense. Kainu and Gumi playing excellently to get the core back into the hands of Snake, who had that flip ready for the take. But I do like the draft here by last call, but it doesn't seem like it's doing them any favors quite yet, as they are going down 1-0 in this set, but it's just one round. We'll have to see what they make of it. But that said, they do take the barrier here, first barrier taken by them, so we'll have to see whether or not they can keep it up. Breezy Breezy getting some orbs, getting some health, but they're going to need it at this rate with how there's 3 people in that part of the pocket, and Breezy Breezy has no health, and this is 2 characters with high range that can really bully this player, where sometimes it's difficult to fight back when you just can't get in range to fight them. I mean, he's just being tossed around here, no health to survive. We'll have to see if with that Supernova coming out, that's one less tool to kill, whether or not 3Z can stay alive here and make a play happen with the team, or whether or not Frightfully Fresh is going to have to burn this flip and get the core back into their hands.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for them here as they fall back on towards the defense, trying to just keep holding on towards the point. But it's once 3Z Breezy loses that initial health, they kind of have to give up on the offense for a little while. And with Borg now down, just coming in on the respawn, they do manage to hold on to the point for the time being, but options are becoming limited. Flip out of Gumi, pass down to Kai Noob, Snake in position, Supernova being channeled and takes it right into the goal. Gumi gets the Demon angle on Demon Deus, and Demon's Ra will take it to 2-0.
Big lead in the second set. You really can't afford to lose this one, especially when you have scaling characters like X and Zentaro who could really use a couple more awakenings here just to keep up the tempo. But that said, they're not being given any opportunity here. Kainu making the most out of this range. Like I said earlier, Estelle, not a character I expected to see, but Kainu is making excellent use of it on this map, really just closing off the few angles that they have left. This Brawler team, they take up a lot of space and are able to put out a lot of pressure, but Kainu is just finding the angles around them. But one barrier has been taken for both sides, but now Borg looking like their life might be taken if this keeps up.
Yeah, Borg kind of been invisible for a lot of this game. He's had a lot of difficulty getting anything started on the Zentaro, and now he's going to have a lot of difficulty staying alive. A double KO off one path splitter from Snake, batting out those KO stats as this 3 versus 1 is surely the end of the set. It's a 3-0 for Demon's Ra as they take this to game point.
Ooh, 2-0 lead in this set. Not how you want to start off this series, but these players can certainly make their comeback. As we look at this draft here, Catalyst is on the table. That is a big awakening for this map. However, one thing I maybe would like to see get into the hands of Fretfully Fresh is this team player, because that's going to be a way to shortcut it to their teammates, which is something it seems like they kind of need right now since they don't have that reach and ability to really get the core where it needs to go. But against something like an Estelle, even that Unstoppable is pretty nice, and we do see it picked up, but Rapid Fire is going to be a lot of damage. Primetime is going to be a lot more control on that core. The Orb Dancer is going to give actually Borg a lot of ability to get around this map, but the orbs on this map are in a bit of a tight situation where they're behind the lock, so for you to go back and get that speed, you really have to put yourself out of position and out of the play, just to then use that speed to put yourself back where you would have been anyway, so it's a little difficult. You really have to fight over that bottom orb, and that they do. But 3Z Breezy here, the X Maximus has the Rampage, but the barrier's gone, and only one stack on that Rampage picked up, but that's one stack towards scaling for the late game of this set. We'll just have to see if it works out for them.
Yeah, and they're going to need the scaling, right? They're going to need these kinds of options that put them into the game later on, as they have no choice but to try to take the game late, right? So going to be really hoping for a big turnaround in how the game has played out so far as we get towards the back end of game number 1. And certainly going to be last call, hoping that that back end is a long one. So they go for the flip here. Borg pushing for more. Not going to go in for the flip, but ready to juke them out with it if need be. Frightfully Fresh coming on up here, playing at midfield, trying to give them an opportunity to actually push through for the final score. They've opened up the goal for the first time in a while, but they still can't get it past the three-pronged defense the Demons Ra put together. As Gumi has snuck on through, taking both barriers. He's going to end up KO'd for it, but no, it's going to be Frightfully Fresh with the flip. A counter flip from Kai Noob sends it into the goal, and it's 1-0 Demons Ra.
Oh, they are down, but they're not out. I can see it in their eyes. I saw on that flip Frightfully Fresh tried to get the entrapment on those snare drums. So it's clear that they do have a plan to work around each other. They have not given up on this game yet, even in this tight situation where they are down so much. But like I said, down but not out. Frightfully Fresh even walking up here, showing that they are willing to take part. But that said, the damage is coming out onto 3Z Breezy. It's difficult to stay alive as X when he doesn't have the energy to stay alive, but they get the barrier here, so the best way to refill your health bar is winning the round, I feel.
Ooh, nice little bounce shot there from 3Z. Does get fended back away from Gumi, as he's falling very, very low on Stagger. Borg going to be in charge of the bottom side right now. 3Z falling back on defense. They're going to go for a full 3-man push here, as there's going to be the stop on towards the core. Kind of gets stalled in midair as the Slice and Dice connects at the same time as the Supernova, but a KO is found, and 3Z Breezy is off the map. Borg going to try to take this into an aggressive angle, see if he can push for the point while down a member, but it's Snake keeping it on towards the right. Gumi coming out of the goal arc as 3Z Breezy respawns. They find their second barrier. They take the shot, and they get it past Frightfully Fresh. He's stunned up by Snake in the meanwhile, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead here for Demons Ra, 1 point away from taking game number 1.
You've got to pull out all the stops at this point, as you don't have much going for you left, so you'll just have to see what you can make happen. But that said, that whole point, Borg was kind of looking for an opportunity to use that flip once they got it out to make something happen. But with the barrier already going down, the flip coming out now when they're already low health, you just don't have the defenses to stay alive at this point. But it's Snake who's getting pummeled down. And with Borg picking up the goalie rotation here to allow Frightfully Fresh to move up with that flip, that's going to give them a lot of pressure. As now this power play is really coming to life here, kind of looking like they might be the next one to go down. We'll just have to see if with that orb pickup they can keep themselves alive. But pressure's mounting just a little bit as Gumi is using a lot of utility here, so that's less damage for the team to use on these players. But Breezy Breezy still looking pretty low. The Supernova almost taking them. It's a lot of back and forth here.
Yeah, really risky eye rush from Borg there. Does end up paying off as they reposition the core where they need it. They are able to come in for a second aggression, and they do take the open goal, but that's only half the battle, and it's been the second half that cannot be won by last call for a lot of this set. There's going to be the second barrier falling down. 3Z trying to take control of it, looking for the rush forward, going to be able to bounce it off the bottom, takes the shot, but Kai Noob going to be able to flip it and take it back over towards the other side. Gumi now coming back away as he looks to send it back in towards the middle. Kai Noob falling back on the defense, Frightfully Fresh, dribbling it now, waiting out this Supernova. It will end up falling down, but so does 3Z Breezy. It's now Borg and Frightfully Fresh against three members, and the piercing shot from Kai Noob will interrupt the dribble from Frightfully Fresh and end this game right here, right now. It's a 1-0 lead for Demons Raw.
An unfortunate way to end that game, where that dribble looking like a potential way to find just a little bit of time to get their teammate back, but they make the most of it with that piercing shot. Recognize your strike is on cooldown. It doesn't matter if you have Unstoppable. I don't need to hit you and the core. I just need to hit the core here, and that they do. So, with them taking this game, that's going to put them up 1-0 in this series. We see a lot of KOs come out this game. Only 4 on the side of last call, and they're all 3Z Breezy. A lot of punching it in, but that said, this double brawler comp has not worked out this time like it did in the previous series that we have watched, so we'll have to see what adaptation comes out of that. That said, though, Gumi, 40k damage. Is damage weak? That is the question we always ask, but perhaps now we have a more solidified answer as they do take that game. But Demon Days, a bit of a polarizing map, a lot of damage really gets rewarded there. So we'll just have to see if with our next map, that's something that perhaps we move out of and say, okay, well, we're going to something else, which it looks like I want to say is going to be, well, it's kind of hard to tell from the resolution. But regardless, we'll see what the next map is.
To me.
I would have to agree with you there. Yeah, it does indeed look like Night Market, so we'll just have to see how that changes things. Whether or not we'll potentially see this double brawler comp come back, as we did see it previously on Night Market by a different team. We'll have to see if they stick with that, stick to their guns and say, okay, first game was warm-up, now we're here. Or whether or not they're going to change to a more traditional comp here. As we see on that highlight, that piercing shot once more, excellent play. But one thing I'm curious about is, at first I wasn't sure how Demons Raw would do now that they have all of their players back together. They did have a couple weeks break where they didn't have their main roster in the spotlight. But now with them having all 3 here, I mean, that was just a dominating performance. I have no further questions. Gordo, what questions do you have as we go into this next game, as these players are setting up perhaps some technical difficulties? We'll just have to wait and see how long it'll be before we get this next one rolling.
Yeah, my questions aren't going to be about Demons Raw. I think these guys, perhaps the only squad that's played together as long as Sad Boys have in Nassel right now. So these guys definitely didn't have any concerns about them coming back after a 2-week break. I think the default expectation should be that these guys are going to be some of the best teams in Nassel. And if you look at just their finish from Season 3, you might think, oh, Demons Raw has fallen off a little bit. That really was not the case for the vast majority of the season, right? They were still really up towards the top of the standings. They were really looking like they were going to be able to make a really deep run there, but getting upset early on as they did, and then having to play Sad Boys in the lower bracket, just a unfortunate situation for them as we get into draft number 2 down here. But I have full confidence in their abilities to work their way up towards the top of the standings again, and for continuing to be one of the most dangerous teams we have in Nassau. My questions are about Last Call and what comp they're going to go for here. I was so happy to see Borg back on the Centauro, but it was really nearly invisible in that game number 1. I want to see what else they can show us, what else they have prepped to try to get a little bit more competitive of a game here. So it looks like we got Siege Machine and Specialized Training to start things off.
You know, the Borg on that Zentara, I was also excited for it, but it just didn't work out. But that said, that's only one game. It doesn't tell the full story, as we've got the story of Night Market. You mentioned Siege Machine and Specialized Training. The Vice Band makes a whole lot of sense with that Spec Training start. And the Siege Machine, perhaps they're trying to get rid of this Dubu because of that projectile range being excellent on that character. We see the X picked up here. That's going to be a character that can really make the most of that Spec Training. A lot of dash punch potential kills and even just raw damage. But double Enchanter picked up here, Mako and Era. So that's a lot less damage on the table for them and more of a funneling composition as they have recognized with the X pickup. Those are two very scary characters to have alongside the X on this map. So I think smart pickups by them to deny both potential choices to sort of shove that X into the spotlight. But I mean now, as the backup picks here, I mean pretty good on this map. That's Fireball Sentry is going to be able to close off the lane pretty well. But the now pick, there's no Monumentalist start, so that is going to be something that we have to look out for in those future drafts. That's going to be something that you've got to be scared of. But also, because that Spec Training is going to be gone for them, as I assume they will be taking the Siege Machine here, you're not going to have that emergency heal quite how you would like to if you had that later on as maybe a 6th pick pickup. So you'll have to see if the healing is going to be enough to survive against this Juliet, who potentially with a lot of dash punches, a lot of Mako primaries, and the extra power from Mako and from Era is going to be able to go on a tear here. We'll just have to see if they are able to. But as we await this game, I'm definitely interested in these two compositions because we have that double Enchanter that normally would be with the X's now with the Juliet. I figured maybe we would see something like the Asher or maybe even the Zentaro once more. But that said, I'm interested in this. I mean, now we'll have to see how it works out.
Yeah, I am as well. And I do like the pivot here from Last Call to go for the kind of double Enchanter, as you were calling it, plus the Juliet here. I think 3Z Breezy was playing very, very well last game. I think just trying to index everything they have into him feels like he has the hot hand right now, and they're going to try to make sure that he's going to be as empowered as possible to be able to find some success in this game number 2. Meanwhile, yeah, a new composition coming out of Demon's Rod. They're going for the more classic setup, right? It's a ranged goalie with the IME, and then your support plus brawler setup with this X and this now. The now certainly going to be a dangerous pick, especially with all of those creation trainings still up and available, like you were saying there, Dendar. So we'll have to see how the drafts end up falling. But I think it should be a priority for Last Call to try to win some of these early sets to make sure they have the opportunity to deny some of those trainings if possible.
Absolutely. Even if you can't set yourself up with a lead for the scaling, even just trading sets 1-for-1 could be in your benefit to really get that scaling going. But right now, we're just waiting on the players, as it seems one of them has left the server for just a moment. It looks like 2 of them have. We'll just have to see what's going on there as we await that. However, I think there's going to be some big ticket awakenings here that we have to be careful of. There's going to be that 1-2 punch for the Juliet. Very scary. For X, I mean, there's just a lot of things that could be potentially big on that character. That character has some of the most insane scaling in the game. We already mentioned the Monumentalist on the now. Even something like Timeless Creator could be good on the now or the IME. That's 2 characters you now have to deny that awakening from, or they're going to cause a lot of pressure on the field and a lot of potential positioning errors that you have to play around because that mine is just so big. But with the Mako pickup here, just kind of a lot of good generic awakenings that are good on them. There's not anything that I would say if they get this, you will lose the game like that Monumentalist now. But because they can use so many things so effectively, it feels like it's going to be hard to deny them a good draft pick. So we'll just have to see what they can get going. But as these players are funneling back into this lobby, Night Market, did we happen to see what the third potential map was? Should we get to that? Or did you not happen to catch that? I saw you catch the Night Market. I did not quite catch the last one. Do you happen to see what it was? Or do you think we may not even go to a map 3 here? As after that previous performance, it's hard to say whether or not Last Call is going to be able to survive the onslaught, as now they have this X-IME now comp coming down to take some names.
I'm certainly a little bit worried here. Hang on, I have the VOD up in the background. I can squint real hard and try to see what the decider is going to be. It looks like it's going to be Atlas's lab
Ooh, I
as
see.
the final map. So that would be where we're going if we do end up on a game number 3. If I squint real hard, I think that I can see it, as we are getting into the actual draft. So it looks like we are going to be kicking off game number 2 here. We can stop vamping and can get on into the action. 2 relatively standard drafts here. I had the kind of 2 enchanter setup, like you said, going to be the pivot from last call. Let's see how they're going to be able to turn around their fortunes.
Yep. The mind boggler here would be if it was the Aragoli and then double brawler once more and we were all bamboozled, but no, it is a traditional composition here, as we do see Frightfully Fresh on that Mako. However, the speed gate is definitely going to be something that we have to take note of here, as Breezy Breezy got the first one and has now picked up the second one, so that's just showing good control of that. However, the defense here not fumbling in the face of that speed, recognizing what they need to do to keep the play alive. But Gumi on this eject button, I feel like I probably should have made a mention of that, as that is going to be something that you really have to look out for, because Gumi already an exceptional player, and now they have that extra range to really get where they need to go. And apparently where they need to go is Borg's face, as they are taking a ton of damage here. Kainu rotating back for the defense, as Gumi, that eject button had run out, and they had to take the walk of shame. But it's a kill. Both sides. Both the midfielders have gone down. I lied. It's 1 midfielder and 1 goalie, as it is Gumi who went down. But defense is not on the table here.
And I mean, that's a mistake that you can't blame anybody for making there. The way that Gumi plays, especially when he gets that eject button, he is like another midfielder, right? And I think this is kind of a direction that, especially with these vice goalies, we're starting to see get played a little bit more. I just think more and more teams are going to go as the game continues to evolve. Just getting 3 members in on those full court presses just becomes more and more important. I think Gumi is just ahead of the curve in that sense. He has the most redirects of any goalie. He always has the most shots on goal of any goalie. He's just playing a lot more aggressively, a lot more forward than anybody else in the game does. And I think that that's a big part of why Demon's Raw is so successful, is the way that he does that. Aimi going to be a bread and butter pick for that play style, and expect to see him up in the middle of the field or even further past it for the vast majority of this game.
I definitely like the use of that pressure because, like you mentioned, they have those stats to back up their playstyle. But on a map like this, I like that they're making the most use of these barriers. A lot of people say that Night Market is one of those maps where the barriers kind of play defense for you, and you get a lot of pressure just by pressing up as a goalie. So Gumi making the most of that. They lost a barrier, but they lost it to get something in turn, as now Gumi has this flip, and it's just walking up. They don't even need a eject button. They recognize, yes, I have a eject button. It allows me to have pressure where I normally wouldn't, but I can also just walk up just like a normal person.
Yeah, absolutely. Here.
Oh,
wow,
no.
Snake! What a bell ringer there. My temptation is to say that wasn't intentional, but I don't know, man. It's Snake. I think you got to give it to him.
That's such a tough spot, because they might have been trying to use the bell ringer to get Breezy Breezy off of them when they were in that fiery flurry, as they were all but guaranteed dead because they were staggered. How they were even able to get the bell ringer out is beyond me, but they did manage to. And Frightfully Fresh trying to get the core 2 Breezy there off of that kill. Oh my god, another one. Snake getting yet another body added to the count. Oh, and another one goes down. This is just a bit disturbing. There are so many kills going back and forth. It's hard to keep up with this point when the 3v1 power play is online, but Borg might have something to say about this.
Snake's kind of hitting the gritty on him this game, man. He's kind of absolutely styling on fools, as this game is getting a little bit out of control here. Already a 2-0 lead for Demon's Raw, and here comes Snake escorting it up on the top, going to be able to take that barrier and going to be able to open on up the goal. Gumi over to Kainoob, over to Snake. Borg able to interrupt that passing performance, but now getting right back into the triangle, right? Passing it right through this center piece. They are so good at this on this map, and they are going to be able to find another KO for Snake. Like you said, though, it leaves them vulnerable on the other side, and Breezy Breezy with the breakaway will take a point here for last call.
I mean, these teams just had me sitting up in my seat. This is such a game that it's hard to stay relaxed when players are playing like this. Players are dying left and right. There's so many plays happening. Kainoob is on a lifeline with just a flip available to protect themselves, but a barrier goes down both sides. Gumi has decided to start walking up to give Kainoob a little bit of breathing room, but at the same time, when both flips have now been burned, that's a lot less defense that you have. Snake has to make something happen here, but they have so low energy that the Era Beam is going to make it a lot more difficult to make anything happen here, even with that X Maximus coming out. But 3Z Breezy has this flip available, and each team has one barrier, but I don't think the defenses are giving up quite yet here.
There's that bounce. Look at that shot once again. Again, are we planning these? We've got to be, but these are just so many steps ahead, and they are just way ahead of where Last Call is on the field, continuing to find the plays. But it's Borg and 3Z Breezy with a flip available on 3Z. He manages to hang on to it and will not end up falling down here, but still that blinking health bar, and Kainoob looking for the opportunity cut. There's going to be Gumi passing it back on up. Another shot coming on through. There's Snake. All right, that one was an accident. You can't tell me you planned that. The bell ringer sends it backwards, and 3Z Breezy comes up with the score credit. It's 2-2 going to point number 5.
We can certainly hope there's been no underhanded dealings there with that overhand smack by X with the bell ringer into their own net. A little difficult to deal with as the goalie. You just strike it, and then suddenly your teammate clears it back into your net. It's not something you can really deal with anything about. But that said, 3Z Breezy, I liked their ability to stay calm. They recognized they were low health previously with that flip, but still went for that dash punch kill, which could have given them such an opportunity, but it was actually Snake who gave them the opportunity they needed to get that point, even it up 2-2 here, but the net's open.
All right, we're getting a little wild with it here. There's going to be the flip. Gumi going to be able to send it on through. The ensnare drums will successfully block that for Frightfully Fresh and give an opportunity over here for Borg to move forward towards 3Z Breezy. Kainoob sending it on up. Borg looking for the flip. Have that one available, but 2 barriers to wait for. Frightfully Fresh, what? Snake blocks it, I think? Or Frightfully Fresh just sent it right down. It's hard to tell which one. I wish I had a replay there, but either way, bounces off the bottom, back into the goal.
Oh, I think that was an unfortunate own goal there, perhaps looking for the 90-degree bumper or just something to get that core around Snake, but the only place they send it to is their own goal, I believe, but very difficult situation, but unpunished, no monumentalist here, so we have evaded one calamity, but X getting some stacks, going to be able to stack that up pretty quickly, giving them the speed that they need to give them the pressure. Player like Snake having extra speed is not where you want to be if you're the enemy team, but peak performance picked up. Perhaps speed is just on the table here as Aerial's giving them that extra reach on that eject button. That's going to be a little scary, but I like the Orb Ponder here, pick up here by Fresh, as well, they are going to be denying their teammates a little bit of health by getting that. That's going to be a lot of cooldowns, and with Ensnare Drum having such a long cooldown, it's going to be helpful to them. But wait a minute, 3Z Breezy has no cooldown and is just taking barriers left and right.
All right. This is getting a little wild here. 3Z Breezy looking for the opportunity, has both barriers down. Borg going to be able to get that shrink down on towards Snake, trying to keep that X out of the play, and the dash punch out of 3Z Breezy will send it home. And Last Call looking more competitive in this game number 2. Set 1 was a little wacky, all right? I'm not going to try to read too much into it, but very good stuff and very close scoring so far between the two teams, and 3Z Breezy not slowing down.
Not slowing down whatsoever. However, it's Snake that you need to be careful of. They can slow him down with the Era Beam, but it might not be enough as they are just on a rampage here. They even have to pull out the Ensnare Drums, put that man in prison behind bars. We cannot have him on our half of the court. Right there, losing the barrier. Net's open. Gumi has a flip available to defend and has to use it here, as now the defense has to be careful.
Yeah, Frightfully Fresh a little bit outnumbered here. Borg going to be able to fall back and help out. Kainoob shrunk down. 3Z Breezy now with a shot at a good dash punch play. Frightfully Fresh coming out towards midfield. Magical Maelstrom already in position from Borg. Now it's Snake escorting it over towards the right. There's going to be that glitch pop connecting. Borg taking it back through the middle. Coming up for the top side, looking for a shot on through. Bouncing it off the bottom. Borg gets it there, but it is going to be saved by Gumi. Really well-placed glitch pop. Manages to save the point. And Snare Drums comes on through. Snake trapped and taken down. Beaten well inside of the walls and will be taken off the map. A really good shot here at a score from Last Call. Good defense from Gumi. Popping the clown emotes, showing 3Z that he is not shaken by the power play as Kainoob is able to send it through and find the barrier. Open goals for both teams. Snake finds the KO on towards Borg. It takes the shot from the middle of the field in towards the goal, tying things up at 1-1.
That core speed from the specialized training, even though it was a dribble, the strike X Maximus to get the reset really just lit that core on fire. And Snake lights up that punch and sends it into the bottom side of the net. A great point by them, getting around Frightfully Fresh's flip. That's a big resource to take away, too, as they've been sitting on that flip for just a little bit, as now that is going to be gone, and they are moving up here, actually allowing Borg to take some of the defensive setup here, as they're really just trying to keep Snake out of the picture here. That primary looking like it was aimed right at them, but the damage does not come out, as now Snake looking to use that speed from the speed gate. Everybody's got it, but nobody does anything with it, as we just look to see if they can patrol. But Snake taking that orb, denying the orb ponderer. We'll have to see if this offense can make the most of it as the net is open. Oh my goodness, the Firewall Sentry locks that one up. And it just gets punched in there. That was a big collapse, but a 2-1 lead could certainly be scarier, but these rounds, like you said, are looking a lot more competitive.
Yeah, beautifully placed sentry turret there, though. Aragumi really just makes things all too easy for Snake, as there's nowhere for the core to go, but exactly where they want it to go. Getting caught in that corner, taking the barrier, taking the score. And now a 2-1 lead, like you said. Snake very low, caught in the ensnare drums, nearly taken down, but will get a little bit of a lifeline back from Kainoob. They do take one barrier for the side of last call. Snake looking for the breakaway on the other side. Gets perfect pitch back away. Snake taken low, taken staggered. 3Z looking to finish him off, but getting beaten down on his own side. And it will be only that one barrier still. Frightfully Fresh sends it back away with the perfect pitch. The follow-up with that sentry turret will be able to take one nice angle from Kainoob. Gets blocked back away by Frightfully Fresh still, as he sends it back up towards the top. Borg trying to hold out, but Kainoob is just forcing it through. 1 versus 2. Takes the barrier. Now popping the ensnare drum. Snake dribbling it off the top, taking a shot in towards the bottom, as 3Z once again wants the breakaway, but Gumi finds him, marks him, and takes him down for the score. Demons Ra escort it into the goal and take a 3-1 set number 2.
Big lead here. And when you're on the losing end of this, and even the goalie of Gumi is dash punching you with dash core flip, you are in a tough spot in these games. But this draft could be what brings them back into it, as still no Monumentalist, so still given an opportunity here. The Quick Strike's, though, going to be a big pickup. That's going to be a lot more energy. That they were already leading a bit in the energy department, and now they're going to make sure that they have extra. The Stinger pickup, though, is going to be some damage that I don't know if that's what they're planning around, or they just don't want the enemy team to have it, as the Might of the Colossus pickup is just going to be a little bit of size, perhaps some more poke damage on the primary. The Orb Dancer here, I think, is a good pickup by 3Z, because that's going to give them a lot of speed to get around, even when the speed gate is not available. And it's going to be another thing that the enemy team has to contest them on, should they want to keep him out of the play. And then finally, that Cast to Last is another great pickup here for Borg. That's going to be a lot of help on the secondaries and primaries. Primaries both to shut down the offense and keep theirs alive, but the barriers are down.
Kainoob just grooving here, continuing to be able to find these barriers, even without too much backup being available, while Snake is still getting into position. Really making a lot happen there, as they do manage to open up both of those barriers. Has access to the flip as well. 3Z going to be able to take one barrier, trying to get over towards another one, but slowed up as he tries to make the approach. Second barrier will end up falling. If he can set up for a dash punch here, it could be the score for last call to be able to try to fight their way back into this game. Look at that bounce coming off the angle, nearly taking it past Frightfully Fresh, but he does keep up the defense. Borg escorting it around, slowing down Snake. Kainoob trying to sneak it past him, gets hit by the perfect pitch, still pushing for more, following up with the drone, will be sent towards the bottom. Kainoob coming back in for the backup. 3Z Breezy low on health on the opposite side, just hoping that Borg and Frightfully Fresh will be able to hold on and get it back into position. It flies across, but it gets blocked away by Gumi before 3Z Breezy can get into position. Now Frightfully Fresh passing it down towards Borg. Snake waiting up on towards the top side. The flip comes through for Frightfully Fresh, and there's the pass that we were waiting for, right into the flame flurry. 3Z Breezy sends it home.
Down the center and down the throats of the enemy. A good pass there by Frightfully Fresh with that flip. That's going to be a resource burn, but a goal gained. That's going to put them back in the lead for this set. But another one has to get burned by this Firewall Sentry. Gumi's really been on point with those, putting them in just the scariest situations for the enemy team to deal with. But that said, Kainoob really making use of all of this speed that they have to keep the pressure alive. Everybody's just really using their tools to the most that they possibly can. And we even see Snake going for these dash punch cheeky angles now that they have that extra dash range. Chrono Boost, not the greatest of awakenings on X, but certainly not a bad one either, and they are really showing how useful it can be. But with this flip available in this pocket, getting burned, the defense on both sides is starting to pick up, but it's 3Z Breezy who's looking for a kill there, but their target disappears.
Does indeed disappear, and there's the pressure coming on towards the barrier once again, opening things up. Snake takes the shot towards the bottom. Gumi finds the KO. Everybody stops to drop an emote, and they're pushing for more with the power play. Gumi falling back in towards midfield, wants to make sure that none of these cores get out of their control too fast, and there's the full 3-man press for Demon's Raw to send it through.
I was worried with those emotes we may see hubris manifest, but instead we see a point for the Demon's Raw team, evening things up. But with a set lead, hard to call things even in this situation, but it seems like both teams have really picked up the pace here as these rounds are going back and forth, but that Magical Maelstrom is going to be going to the enemy net and not colliding with the core, but Gumi might have to collide this core flip with the enemy barriers. That they do. Snake doesn't get the second one, a little bit awkward of an angle there on the redirect, not able to get the most of it, but they do take the second one now with the help of this firewall sentry. This offense has started off strong, but Last Call has made comebacks in situations like these.
Yeah, they have, but now they're down a member, and now Snake and Kainoob setting up 2 versus 1 against Frightfully Fresh. That's just too hard to defend. It will end up with another point to Demon's Raw, and they now have one more goal until they're going to be able to walk away with a win here today.
One more chance, but it's Gumi who walks away from the barrier, giving up that one. We'll have to see if they're really living up to this. The barriers do the defense for you. I don't know what's going on here. Gumi is on the hunt for something, but Frightfully Fresh loses the barrier here. Oh, but they also lose a player.
Whoa!
The core does not have the redirect they need. Gumi is really just on the hunt here. They are really making the most of this offense.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're either scoring right here or we're doing nothing, and it looks like nothing might be the answer, but they're able to fall back in time and save the point, just slowly drifting towards the goal. Now it's open goals for both sides. Borg looking for the breakaway on the bottom side. 3Z Breezy already staggered, sent back away, trying to hold on. There's going to be the shot, and it comes on through. Gumi can't get back to it in time. He's trying to get a little too cute with it, and we will be going to point 5 in set number 3.
I mean, at first, I thought maybe Gumi was just lagging with this positioning. Maybe they're just walking too far, but there they don't even strike the core. It looked like they were in range. Perhaps it's just something that I do not know. But that said, we're on a new point now. Gumi has a flip available, and Kainoob is on the way. Borg has no health to keep themselves alive. Oh, but this point is an absolute collapse. But they managed to keep the barrier here, even in the face of that.
Yeah, KO found onto Snake, actually giving some breathing room to Last Call from these full force aggressions, and they will be able to buy a little bit more space. Last Call with a shot to really hang on to the game here, but the flip comes on through, will open on up the goal as Snake is approaching menacingly from the top side. 3Z Breezy gonna be able to get the stun onto both with that dash punch, but it's only gonna be a little bit of damage for now. Borg falling very low, getting bullied by Snake, getting taken down, and the push in from Kainoob, and Snake will take victory for Demon's Raw 2-0 over Last Call as they move themselves up to 3-1.
Well, we do see why the Bestie Bucks were so skewed in their favor with performances like that. Demon's Raw has really showed up to this series and taken home a win because of it. That said, Last Call, I don't think by any means performed poorly, especially in that last game towards the end. They were really picking things up. Every single interaction was looking like they had so much intent behind it, but it just was not enough in the face of this Demon's Raw roster. But that said, Demon's Raw, the gang's back together, so there's going to be a lot more of this that you're going to have to deal with if you are in this national season. So you've got to be really careful against this team, especially if they continue to play like this in all of their games. I don't know what happened in those last couple of rounds with Gumi, but they managed to pull it out anyway, so I suppose a win's a win.
A win is a win. Nothing left to criticize at that point. But yeah, really great stuff coming out of Demon's Raw. Not missing a beat as they get back with their full roster for the first time so far this season. Last Call dropping down now to 1-3, and like many teams now, starting to feel a little bit anxious about their playoff opportunities here. Taking a quick look at what their back end of the schedule goes, they still do get to play. Looks like Cosmic Calamities are coming up next, then Showtime will then be Bang Bang, Bozo Bunch, and Bun Bun Bonanza. So not the easiest schedule in the world here for Last Call. Really going to need to step it up here coming into the back half of the season.
Definitely not an easy roster whatsoever. Even these newer teams are putting on excellent performances. So we'll just have to see whether or not the new kids on the block are going to be able to hold up against the veterans of Last Call. But that said, that's the end of this series. And I believe that's going to be the end of our casting here today. As we go on to the next series, we will have new casters for you today. But that said, Gordo, it has been a pleasure. Any last thoughts before we get out of here?
Nah, it's been a bunch of fun here, Dendar. Great couple of series here. I will see everybody here next week, I hope. But until then, yeah, enjoy the next set of casters. Enjoy the rest of the games. We'll see you guys next time.
It's a Sundubu standoff.
Well, NB, we got a bit of an intro from the other member of the Sundubu Strikers, and we're going to see two of them right here. It's going to be Obscure Breads on the Bozo Bunch versus Bang Bang's Gromella.
Absolutely, a very interesting match coming on up here, dude. Bang in the Bozo Bunch. Actually, sorry, I got the, yeah. We just saw a little bit earlier before the Sad Boys had played against EKC. Sad Boys, of course, taking that one. And last call against Demon's Raw. Demon's Raw also taking that one. Kind of coming out with a bang here. And so is Bang Bang as well. It's about to be kind of an interesting setup here. What do you think? What's your bets here, Saya?
I'm going to favor the Bozo Bunch a little bit, although they do have a loss. I think it was discussed a bit on the pre-show. It's one of the more understandable losses to have against a team like Demon's Raw. And on the other hand, Bang Bang 3-0, but one of those wins was against the 0-3 team of the season. And this new Bozo Bunch, they're living up to expectations so far, and those expectations are including winning here. So we'll definitely see if they can keep it up.
Absolutely intense matchup on the way here. We can already see that we got to the Atlas Lab, pretty neutral stage here. A couple extra damage being added in by the Black Hole. We got the Reverberation and the 1-2 Punch showing up as the starting Awakenings. Only I taking the 1-2 Punch, everyone opting for cooldown and damage. And as I'm yapping away once again, we have, unfortunately, Obscure Bread losing both of those barriers here. Bang Bang trying to get it on through. Can't seem to manage it right now. 600 streams up for some reason. Here we go. Bang Bang working on this goal to try to get it to the bottom side here. Can't seem to get it past I, though. Fudgy Waffles doing a great job of blocking here. They're going to, actually lose a barrier there, unfortunately. It's going to be Bozo Bunch working on this last barrier, trying to even this one up here, and they do. First point's going to be a big deal for these teams.
Yeah, especially when Dropleto's playing that very mobile Rasmus, and Muncher is on that vice here, but Gromella and Drew, the corner offense, the dribble with the secondary. The drone on the now sets it up perfectly for Drew's shot. It's a 1-0 lead for Bang Bang despite dropping the barriers, and this Bozo Bunch team, of course, incredibly early, but the Fini goalie, and a pick that Obscure Breads has picked up before, looking quite good here as they pick up the KO incredibly fast and are looking to convert this power play.
Yes, sir. We got Fudgy Waffles here showing up with the flip. Gromella as well. Now no one has flip. Actually, just a ton of value coming out just from holding possession of the ball there. For the side of Bozo Bunch, actually pretty happy about that. Obscure Breads has their own flip to try to escape this pressure point here, and they don't seem to be under enough pressure to use that flip there. Looks like Bang Bang's going to have to work on their synergy just a moment too soon. They're not actually working out. Really slow ball here. I kind of staggered, though. They're trying to get a kill for sure, man. In fact, I'd probably try to ignore the ball just for a moment. They're really great evade, actually, to keep them alive. Obscure Bread still not under enough pressure to use that flip. Drew finding himself staggered completely. Obscure Bread trying to find the kill, but cannot seem to make that one work out. Distracted, though. Gromella tries to get it on in there and doesn't, but they do find the kill on Drew, and that's a power play for the size of Bozo.
Yeah, Bozo's scoring offense hasn't been the greatest so far, but it's sort of expected with the vice midfield, and it really comes into fruition here as overtime ticks over. They manage to secure the barrier, and they still need to secure the point, though, which will be difficult as Drew comes back. Fudgy Waffles has the empowered strike. We'll send it across the field, and Obscure Breads won't quite be able to catch it with the strike shot. But Muncher in the corner with the strike war catches Fudgy a little off guard. It's 1-1. Incredibly close game so far.
Yeah, really good reactions from I there. They actually, Fudgy Waffle smashed that one into a red ball on that overtime, but I actually reacted just quick enough to get that strike and keep that possession. Great point there. Actually 1-1 in this set. As we moving on to this next point here, the barriers are going down quite fast. They're Bang Bang happy to get that one in there, gets the flip, waits out every cooldown, and throws it on in there. No one even need the red ball. Drew, just a distraction. That health bar being a human shield. And we have Bang Bang taking advantage right now in this first set.
Very, very good patience there, like you mentioned, and they do have two flips that are coming up just about now with the ability to close out the set there. The Supernova used on defense. Dropleto has a flip of his own and a barrier taken as well. The corner offense trying to start up, but Gromella interrupts immediately. Gromella, of course, one of the midfielders that was the most highly regarded last season, was in the talks as like one of the best, one of the biggest rising stars to be sure, and is not really in the conversation nearly as much this season, but that's more due to there being so many other storylines to explore rather than Grimella being any worse or anything, because right now Grimella is completely shutting down the Bozo Bunch offense.
Absolutely. I believe every game that I've casted for Grimella has also been quite impactful as well. But you see them staggered right now, though. Dropletto trying to get a kill, spends all cooldowns and doesn't seem to make it happen. I trying to get that power chord in there, doesn't seem to work out. The great finish not also going to work out either here. The triple take keeping possession for Dropletto, and it's going to be just enough. Dropletto helps just kind of walk it on in there. Fudgy Waffle's not there in time. All right, even for this set, 2-2. Boy, it's like Bozo Bunch has a kind of big kill team here, and so if they can get some damage on this next awakening, I think that might be a turning point for them.
Yeah, definitely a possibility here, especially with Breads having flip as insurance on the defense, exactly what you need on a goalie like the Fini. But the primary from Grimella will be set up perfectly to create offense on the other side against Drew, and now Obscure Breads in a lot of trouble. A strike war on the flip, and the barriers go down.
Absolutely, yeah, Obscure Breads in a tough spot there, not able to block the ball with the projectiles there and losing the flip indeed. Have to be under a ton of pressure here. 2v1 on the bottom side, but actually I gets there just in the nick of time. The strike shot also helping out. Fudgy Waffle's doing a pretty good job of defending here with the perfect pitch. Got the drum and bass to help out on the speed. The pressure is kind of unbearable, but they do end up finally clearing here. Dropletto trying to get a death touch to get the ball through, but it doesn't seem to work out. The big finish, not going to grab that barrier. The black hole goes down, clears up the board, so I and Dropletto can actually get a passing play here. The flip finally used and actually struck and stuffed from Dropletto. The red ball from I, not going to be enough. Dropletto kind of jailed right now, and Grimella has a flip, and they're going to hold possession right now. Indeed they are.
Oh, but a weird dribble off the top means Bozo Bunch maintain possession. Dropletto with a perfect shot off of the very edge of the corner. The Bozo Bunch take a critical first set in the first game here, and Bang Bang's got to be worried because that's a vice first pick. So many scary awakenings potentially on the table. And it's going to be a Monumentalist tonight unless the Bozo Bunch trust that they could outplay, push past, and now and take something for their own power like the Rapid Fire, the Hot Shot, the Catalyst. And they will give Monumentalist over.
You know, I actually respect this decision. I think that if we have... Oh, actually going bulk up was interesting. I was going to say, I think that I would be able to pretty much outdamage everything in this game with that Rapid Fire, but they're going to let it go to the Fini. I'll let her get a couple more cooldowns there, a couple more of those misdirection cards sent at the opponent. Dropletto, really nice to grab the Catalyst there as the Brawler just getting on in there, grabbing an infinite energy basically. But we're going to have to see if Grimella, this new and improved, trying to get their name in the talks here, can make this Monumentalist really work and have Bozo Bunch regret that decision.
Yeah, and so far it's looking like Grimella is just constantly pushing forward. No sweat at all here, as the midfield pressure is going to be a little bit difficult for the Bozo Bunch around the massive secondaries, the massive primaries. But Obscure Bread so far clearing away quite well, a barrier on each side, and Drew is the one who is constantly low, the target of a lot of the damage here, and with the additional power that was taken by the Bozo Bunch in that last draft, Drew's got to watch out, has to burn a flip on defense.
Absolutely, Drew was the target here, and now I has become the new target. Really not too much stagger to deal with, just a little bulk up, but it is something. That's probably the best I could have gotten for now, and they're keeping I staggered pretty nicely. Grimella full bars here, but actually Dropletto is going to send them right off the map with a flip of their own. Power play on the side of Bozo Bunch. Fudgy Waffle's doing a great job of defending. Yeah, the flip from Obscure Bridge can't make it in time, no cooldowns, and yeah, the power chord is going to help accelerate that core right on in there, and Bozo Bunch starting out this new set here with advantage again.
Yep, advantage again for the Bozo Bunch here. They're trying to push it forward to a pretty significant win, but it'll have to be past Grimella in the midfield with that Monumentalist now, and Fudgy Waffle is defending quite decently with that Ensnared Drum, so to bounce off the center means the top barrier goes down, and then now Drew's going to have to do a lot of work, but Obscure Breads is doing so well with the misdirection. The primaries are always on point, and with Dropletto and Muncher keeping the core up more often than not, it is just a great defense for the Bozo Bunch.
For sure there. Dropletto had a really great positioning there from the pendulum swing to make Drew use their flip there. Going to catch it with the big finish, but it's not going to work out there. Strike shot to get right on past, and it does end up making it over to Dropletto, kind of jailed there. But the black hole kind of helping out Bozo Bunch there, it seemed, breaking some of the walls for free without having to use a strike. Dropletto looking a little bit low here, though. The strike shot and the power chord are going to help to defend this one away. I finally had possession for a moment there, clearing it out. The Supernova is not going to make it happen there, but the chain lightning on the power chord does make it happen. That move is good. And the Gramella's flip is going to be a little questionable there, that angle. I'm not sure what they were looking for there. The black hole not helping Bang Bang at all. or Drew cannot seem to manage that one there. Can they keep possession for this side and get this barrier?
That's a big question here. But right now, the Bozo Bunch are looking so scary. They're not letting this barrier go. They have so many ways to accelerate the core in this overtime. The barrier does go down, and now Gramel is a massive threat with the Monumental as Obscure Breads calmly saving it away for the moment. And a triple take going to stall the core at midfield. A flip used, send it to the other side of the world. Dropletto going for the mix-up, but it won't quite come to fruition here as Fudgy Waffles continues to defend as this Mako. But as the center blows up, now it's a big threat for the core speed. The flip available. Drew gets the KO, but gets displaced by the big finish just enough to not be able to score there with the flip. Saved away. The vertical angles. The Bozo Bunch continuing to make the defense happen, and Dropletto's about to respawn.
Yeah, Dropletto gets back just in time here. Unfortunately, Big Bang Bang was not able to make that power play happen there. A flip from Fudgy Waffles, the strike shot, saving that one away. Obscure Breads using their own as well to keep possession. And again, the actual misdirection coming out to keep more possession. There's the Monumentalist to once again keep possession for their team. And now it's going to be in the hands of Fudgy Waffles here. Gramella has their flip to make this happen. Drew looking a little bit low, though. They're not seeming to use him as a kill target right now. Gramella's just trying to make their way on forward. They're going to get into the corner, and actually, it looks like they might have done too good of a job to keep the ball away from Gramella, and Drew finds it into the top side of that net. The misdirection can't reach in time, and that was an intense point. One for Bang.
Yeah, incredible saves by the Bozo Bunch, but Bang Bang are not phased. They keep going, and they figure out the offense. They find a passing play to Drew, who finds a dribble for the goal, and that's exactly what we like to see as Fudgy Waffles almost defends that barrier, but Obscure Breads on the other side succeeds. A barrier left on each side, and all eyes are on if Drew can survive the onslaught here. If Drew and Gramella can survive long enough in the barrier, just avoids the core avoids the barrier, Sad Boy's angle, and once again, the Bozo Bunch are looking to push on the offense, but again, it's Drew and Gramella getting low, but as they regen, it is Muncher taking a lot of the damage. The ebb and flow of the damage in this game is just so back and forth, and they do manage to get both barriers on both sides.
Yeah, dummy good redirect there from, I believe it was Gramella, or it might have been Drew, but either way, Bang Bang on that redirect grind right now. They're looking a little bit low, though. Fudgy Waffles has their flip to see if they need it to defend this spot here. Drew taking the black hole once more. No energy here, though. Obscure Breads is going to use their flip to defend this one away. Drew looking really low. Gramella getting a lifeline on both procs there, and it's going to be, actually, Drew getting a great angle on the bottom side of the goal. Right past Obscure Breads, cannot reach it in time. And it looks like Bang Bang is coming back with a vengeance. Maybe this Monumentalist really is making a difference.
Maybe it is, because a lot of the midfield interactions are being won thanks to that Monumentalist, especially the secondary. And the big question is, can the Bozo Bunch put enough pressure down so that the secondary is not able to be used on the offense? Because when we see the now Manu secondary used in the midfield for healing, etc., that's when we see that Manu now really neutralized. When we see that secondary used in the goal box to score, that's when we see the real terror of that Manu now. So we'll have to see where Gramella is forced to use that ability.
Yeah, the proximity mine has a bunch of different uses, including just healing while you're trying to get the ball on in there, and we're going to have Fudgy Waffles defend that flip not too hard. Here away from Dropletto, going to blow the black hole, do a little damage to Gramella, but Drew still seems to be the kill target, although Gramella has the flip and not really in big position to use it there. In fact, they're going to lose a barrier as well. Going to try to push it in on the top side. Gramella has a chance to now force their way in there, but Dropletto is causing too much of a problem. They're going to end up using it on defense. Dropletto going to have a 2v1 here with Eye, and it's actually going to be the monumental disaster from Gramella. It's not going to help out Bang Bang there, but Bozo Bunch is happy to take that point.
Yeah, you take those any day of the week because you have a chance to go up 2-0 here if you're the Bozo Bunch, and with confidence they will pursue these barriers, especially with Dropletto building up a flip. The Catalyst picked up in that draft is doing a lot of work. The flip missed, but 2 barriers taken, and Obscure Breads, if this last one can be held onto, this could be the game really swinging here as the core bounces around in the goal gates, but it won't go through, and the secondary won't find the core either. Big opportunity for the Bozo Bunch. They find a passing play to the bottom side.
Yes, really great redirect by Dropletto. Like, it certainly feels like you want to keep that red core, but, I mean, as the goalie, it is, you kind of have to just not react to the red core because you won't be able to, and then, you know, you use something there, and then they do it to the bottom side. So really great redirect there from Dropletto, kind of just the schmicks up right there. Now we actually get, this is probably the best case scenario. Unfortunately, Deadeye has not actually shown up here, neither Actually, Missile Prop did show up there, but still opting for Team Player. I thought their idea would really be give Rapid Fire and cooldown to Obscure Bread so they can get the like Deadeye or Missile Prop to really make the damage happen for this team, because that seems like their win condition right now, but it didn't seem to happen there. But Team Player kind of interesting. We have a Adrenaline Rush here for Dropletto, so they are going to kind of look for some kills a little bit. Getting the stagger synergy there with Bulk Up. Nothing too catastrophic though. Grimella has Cast to Last, which might make things happen, but nothing too crazy in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of stagger taking there. Of course, it was a stagger start. There was a bulk up early, so a lot of the stagger scaling and also the durability, an important factor in this game that is pretty high damage, all things considered, as both barriers down for both sides now with that flip used, and Dropletto just getting in there, has a lot of speed to work with, and of course, with that catalyst, has so much energy generation.
Yes, sir. Both of these barriers are indeed down. Grimella approaching with their flip. The triple take is going to block just for a moment here. The big finish is not going to be enough. Grimella's going to get it right on through Drew's own legs there, and they're going to take the first point in this set right now. Maybe Drew taking this peak performance makes a difference for them, because that is a lot of extra speed, I'll tell you.
Yeah. It's going to be a pretty big difference here, as that Monumentalist primary almost made a big difference. Could have been pushing towards the barrier there, as the flip is deflected away from Dropletto. Has a lot of energy to work with, of course, but if those flips are defended away from by Bang Bang, then it won't be as effective as necessary. And with Dropletto going down, the Bozo bunch, of course, they're up in barriers, but being down a player is very, very difficult, especially when one of the players is at Monu now, who has a lot of ability to just force it through with that proximity drone.
Absolutely, and even with all that pressure, we actually had Bozo Bunch withstanding the storm there. Dropletto's going to spend a flip right into the face, but it looks like Ai's going to be able to help get that one away with the power cord here, and can use the Supernova to help get that one away, do a bunch of damage to Grimella, but they're going to heal up a little bit here. The big finish trying to alter the direction it might be going in here, but not going to end up popping it with the ball inside it there. A push from the top lane for the side of Bang is actually going to result in almost a disaster. Really good strike shot there from Fudgy Waffles, defending that one away. Grimella low once again. Pendulum swings, not going to be enough to knock them out. Going to grab a couple of orbs. And Bozo Bunch still having a barrier here. Feeling good about this spot. Going to get a nice redirect there from Fudgy Waffles, though, and it's going to be the only blade that's going to get the barrier. Can they sink this one? Absolutely. Drew, knowing exactly what those goal gates are going to be doing, and they're going to sink that one there, and this is their chance to bring it back.
Yeah, pretty critical 2-0 lead here for Bang Bang. They need to convert. They need to stay alive here, and this is their moment to do it. They have a lot of chances for scaling, of course. Drew in particular, the one who could become even stronger right now. But as one barrier goes down, the Bozo Bunch, they're not even close to going down in this set. They have very, very good core control to work with here. And if they can get it past the initial wall that is Grimella, then they can just pressure Fudgy Waffles quite well here. But as the barriers go down, Dropletto's going to have to do a lot of work. A passing play attempted, but the Black Hole will interrupt. And once again, Drew finds possession. Drew finds a shot to the bottom side. Not quite that time, but again, Grimella with the corner. Fudgy Waffles defending it away from the barrier, and Bang Bang looking quite good.
Absolutely, Fudgy Waffles doing a great job of defending on this point here, especially with that unstoppable. They are going to lose a strike war here to Ai, but oh man, Drew almost made it happen there with the Aya rush. Triple take, really doing a triple defense, and actually Obscure Breads sends the ball in a direction where it cannot feasibly be saved through the supernova that I was charging there. It literally could not hold it any longer than that. Minor misstep there for Obscure Breads, but still have a couple of sets to work with here, and we're going to have the Monumental now get their first chance at a good awakening.
Yeah, my eyes are on that Orb Ponder right now. Such a strong awakening in terms of cooldown uptime, the extra special taken, the additional healing and mobility, but the Orb Ponder will be taken by Obscure Breads. Orb Ponder, Rapid Fire. This Fini will be throwing out abilities like crazy, but that means the Explosive Entrance is taken by that Zentaro. An incredibly good awakening on the character, one of the best in the game. Everyone just picking up something that's good for themselves, as Might of the Colossus falls to Dropletto as well. Two sides awakenings in the last round, and it's either Might or Recovery Drone, and Fudgy chooses the drone here. So my eyes are just on Obscure Breads again. The Orb Ponderer going to come into really, really great effect here, and of course Muncher with the spec training might be the X factor that the Bozo Bunch needs to close out this game.
Yeah, it could be. You get 13 seconds or 13 or 14 seconds of power play, which is huge, just having basically double the amount of abilities that somebody, the other team has, could make a difference here, and Obscure Breads might be able to show that off with all of these misdirections doing a bunch of extra damage, especially with I, with that, like you said, specialized training is now no joke at all, and man, Fudgy Waffles uses basically every cooldown to help the core on in there, but the team losing possession at just the wrong time is going to make it so Bozo Bunch is taking another advantage in this series right now, looking to try to end this game.
Yeah, if they close it out here, that's huge for the series, for the Bozo Bunch here. Now they're pushing forward. They're looking for these goals, but that is Drew. The explosive entrance on the Zentaro unlocks the character. Any dash awakening does, but explosive entrance provides the stats that you want as well. And Drew is just flying, has a flip in front of the net, tries to push it forward. A lot of chip damage onto the Bozo Bunch, but the barrier stays standing.
For sure. Honestly, the side of Bang does have a couple of really strong awakenings. I mean, you have Monumentalist now, and as you're saying, Explosive Entrance, Zentaro really kind of transforms the character to something way more deadly than before, giving you almost the ability to play every role at once with that kind of mobility. We're seeing that happen in a couple of different situations, though Bozo Bunch is, again, weathering this storm. Drew actually gets a little interrupted there by the black hole, and the projectile's not going to land, but they do end up finding Dropletto's corpse on the board there. Gonna have Bang Bang take this power play. Actually, we're gonna have I negate that power play with one of their own, making this a little bit even, though. We do have Dropletto show up again, so the power play is real. Grimella almost dying off the bottom side there with the pendulum swing. Can they get it past Fudgy Waffles with this flip? No, they cannot. And it's gonna just continue this point here as Fudgy Waffles is holding this barrier.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch really come into effect on a lot of the score speed here, as well as the increased power. As Drew, looks like they were attempting a bit of the Blick there, but unfortunately not working out. They're exit to Obscure Breads, and now with the barrier taken, a big opportunity for the Bozo Bunch. Dropletto maintaining possession on the top side, and if they can keep it away from Grimella, it could be huge, but Drew is also such a scoring threat as well.
Ooh, for sure, and Fudgy Waffles does kind of whiff that strike shot, but man, the perfect pitch does not get any perfect angle he was looking for there, and it's going to go kind of straight to Dropletto, and they're going to sink that one in there for match point right now. This is kind of a big deal, though. We do see Obscure Breads have those got those orb stacks right there. Maybe that's kind of making a big difference here. Those misdirections are just helping with strike boards, doing a bunch of damage, knocking people around, and we can see them taking both barriers right off the jump there. Obscure Breads also has a flip to make this one happen, a big passing play, and it's gonna be maybe Bozo Bunch taking it right now.
Yeah, looking like a very dominant point here, but Drew and Grimella are not done yet. But look at the meter. They're incredibly low on both stagger and survivability here. The power play could come through at any moment, and of course they're still pressuring the goal as well, but with the barrier going down, the Bozo Bunch not out of the woods just yet, but with the great shot, gets it past Fudgy Waffles, the Bozo Bunch take game one.
Absolutely great job there from Bozo Bunch. Kind of playing to their outs there, getting a couple of kills, just keeping the opponents low. I mean, they had Vice, they had Finny, gave Finny basically all the cooldown in the world right there. Dropletto kind of nothing on him is too crazy. I mean, of course, Catalyst is just an insane awakening, but it didn't seem like Dropletto really got much use off of the Adrenaline Rush, like the actual 100 or 40% speed and cooldown. Still powerful, though, for the side of Bozo Bunch, making those awakenings happen there, even through Grimella having Monumentalist and Fudgy Waffle, or Drew having explosive entrance there.
Yeah, just a well-played game by the Bozo Bunch. They get exactly what they need in the last draft, and of course, they play the situation quite well, and that's what really makes the difference. Grimella and Drew, I mean, when they were allowed to play, they played fantastically, but importantly, the Bozo Bunch really focused them down in those last points and made it really difficult for them to play, and that's the main counterplay to the Monumentalist nowadays, especially with the Sad Boys letting it through. If you have just enough damage to really put the Now and the Forward out of commission, the Now isn't the immortal beast she used to be, right? The stagger reduction really played a part.
Yeah, she's not invincible. Honestly, her healing has been reduced in general. Actually, basically all of her healing has been reduced. And yeah, like you said, her health bar in general, her stagger has been reduced as well. So she is certainly a glass cannon, healing support character in a way. But the healing support character also kind of needs some support from herself, as she is a kill target on most fronts. I do want to... Some like weird thing that I was seeing. It felt like Grimella had Monumentalist, which is kind of insane, but a lot of situations I wasn't feeling the checkmate on the barrier with the Monumentalist. I think it's possible that Grimella was maybe playing too safe in the midfield for some situations, maybe not like, I don't know, so well versed in using the Sentry Drone maybe on top of Drew to win a strike war. Now that stuff's hard. That stuff is really hard to like, make a strike war out of nowhere and actually be beneficial for your teammate. But that's the kind of like Monumentalist now really checkmates in the corner like easily, and I didn't really feel it enough times to be like, oh, that Monumentalist, that Monumentalist. If I didn't remember saying it enough times, I feel like it just didn't do what it could have.
Yeah, I think a lot of that does have to do with the counterplay by the Bozo Punch, right? They kind of forced a lot of damage, so Grimella more often than not had to use it for the healing. And in the midfield as well, Muncher and Dropletto as we're kind of double midfielding it up at times and kind of forcing Grimella to use it to try and break past to get the core to Drew. So I think the Bozo Bunch just made it look a lot weaker than it could have been.
That's fair. That is a completely fair argument. There's definitely counterplay to. I mean, it certainly isn't the end all be all awakening in this game here. It's great. It's great, of course, but yeah, there is certainly counterplay, especially dealing damage. I mean, that's dealing damage kind of changes the game, right? It's like even if you're staggered and you're not dead, you're like kind of halfway out of the game. You can't really position near the wall anymore. You can't take strike wars when you want to. You can't really ball chase into like a corner to even threaten stuff because like you could get zapped by the power cord as well. That might end up killing you there too. So just doing damage is broken, probably. No, it's definitely broken. I'm not even gonna hit the probably. Doing damage is kind of busted, but we'll see if that comes into play once again as we have another game showing up here. It's gonna be a little night market action, which is another pretty classic. In fact, they picked the most classic maps in humanity. Night market showing up with the. Okay, I actually really like Siege Machine. Might be one of my favorite starting perks because it just buffs up a bunch of different archetypes. So, very interested to see Siege Machine show up here.
Yeah, and the Bozo Bunch taking now off the table. They don't want it on a map with lanes like Night Market, but Vice taken away from the Bozo Bunch by Bang Bang. They did not like the fact that Muncher was doing a lot of work on it last game. So it looks like they're the ones who will pick it for themselves and most likely on Grimella in the midfield. I don't think Fudgy Waffles plays the Vice goalie too much, so not the most flexible there, but I don't know. Could surprise me, especially since it is Dropletto who is going with the Zentaro now for the Bozo Bunch. Going to be a pretty impactful second pick here. Okay. That's Rasmus goalie for Obscure Breads.
Interesting one. Yeah, I'm always like Rasmus goalie always brings up questions for me because it doesn't feel like Rasmus goalie unless there's no side start here, but it doesn't really feel like I don't know. He specializes in anything on any map right now. Like people usually were like, yeah, okay, Demon Deus Rasmus. I mean, it's kind of nice. It's really easy, and that makes sense. But Rasmus goalie, maybe it could be like a night market thing, but it doesn't seem like it specializes in many different places. Okay, we also see Kazan here and Drakkar showing up, so like kind of dummy damage on the side of Bang. They're kind of switching gears right now to make sure that this prize fighter happens.
And that's a Drakkar goalie for Fudgy Waffles. That is,
I believe that.
Yeah, that's a Drakkar goalie for Fudgy Waffles. Something that he pulled out pretty recently, I believe, and looked quite good on it. If my memory is correct. And the Drakkar goalie is very good against Zentaro. You just shotgun the Zentaro, and I mean, well, that Zentaro's not having too much fun.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. If you load up the shotgun and Zentaro tries to do like the Aya rush, he probably blinks through it, and then the shots probably just hit the ball, and that play most likely doesn't even happen in that situation. But I really do like Drakkar goalie for like even like people pick Drakkar goalie on Attens, and it's like, oh well, why would you? But it's like I don't know. Strike Shot Drakkar feels like it has enough range and enough stuff to actually make it work on like these really big barrier maps. So kind of cool. And we have mostly Bang Bang's kind of running the damage comp. We'll see if Fudgy or we'll see if Obscure Breads, sorry, can get. Sorry, Fudgy. Yes, we'll see if Fudgy's Drakkar can help with that damage, because they certainly have the Vice and Kazan. They have the prize fighter to make it happen, and that looks like it's gonna be their win condition.
Yep. We're going to head into game in just a second. Night Market, a map that we see quite often in the North American Strikers League. And definitely a map that we're going to be seeing for a lot longer as well. A bit of a staple here in competitive Omega Strikers. And I think big thing to look out for really is the goalie matchup. The Rasmus goalie, very flexible. Lots of mobility to work with. The Drakkar goalie, though. The Drakkar goalie versus the Zentaro forward. Dropleto's going to have to do a lot of work there.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye out for those kinds of interactions here. Drakkar also could be, I'd say about average against something like Rasmus approaching as well. But it's definitely going to be a core control situation here for Bozo. Probably only going to have maybe 2 players here picking up Siege Machine. Maybe Kai and maybe the Drakkar to help with that bullet range. Of course, it's like one of Drakkar's staple stat attributes here. We're going to finally get on in here to the Night Market here. Bozo Bunch up 1 set right now in this series. Bang Bang trying their best to bring it on here, bring it back here, and they have the big damage comp. Sides have been switched. And now we see, yeah, indeed, it's going to be Fudgy Waffles and I taking the Siege Machine for a little bit of extra projectile range. Droplito grabbing Siphoning Wand as well. Keep that one in mind. Looking for kills for sure, even though he's part of the quote-unquote core control team. But yeah, getting on in here, working it out with this top lane push here. I's going to help out with the barrage. Going to grab the first barrier there. The Carmella going to defend that one away with the power cord. Fudgy Waffles want to see this Drakkar in action right now. Strike shot working out, and Obscure Breads is unfortunately going to let that one go past. Grimella getting on in there with the Thunder Strike. Drew looking a little low, though. Can they get a kill on and make this power play happen?
Yeah, and Obscure Breads almost does. Drew barely surviving here. Not quite getting the orb, as well as Obscure Breads trying to balance, pressuring Drew with defending the barrier. Manages to do so sufficiently, as the net is open for Bang Bang, but it's opened up with a great shot by Drew to the bottom corner. Grimella and Drew approaching now. Tough spot for Obscure Breads, who will get it through to Muncher, but Fudgy Waffles forced to throw on the top side. And Dropleto trying to find some offense against Fudgy, but again, the strike shotgun. Fudgy Waffles, the counterplay against... Oh, wait, never mind. Just out of reach, Dropleto. What a shot for the first goal of the game.
Wow, no cooldowns for that situation, or just really trusted that they could reach it in time. Unfortunate there for Fudgy Waffles, but, just about working on flip here. Grimella has one of their own Obscure Breads as well. In fact, the energy is pretty even. Actually, no, sorry, not even. Bozo Bunch working with a lot more energy here. In fact, also knocking Drew down to just about nothing. Grabbing the first barrier from Bang Bang, though, and they do end up securing a kill onto Drew there, though, working on the top side of this lane. Obscure Breads trying to help as much as they can. Dropleto keeping the possession there with the projectile. Grimella Supernova defending it away. This power play is now finally over, and I is the one to be looked at, as they are the next kill target here for sure. Drew can't seem to get it here. I was playing too evasive, gets the health potion, and now that situation is going to be over here. Drew going to work on trying to get the barrier. Grimella approaching with the flip. They do get the top side, and can they get the next one here with this flip? They can't. Obscure Breads on point right now.
Yeah, the reactions from Obscure Breads have been excellent. And Fudgy Waffles, of course, not having to do that much work so far this game. Very efficient in the clears, right? Just shotguns it at the perfect time, gets it out of there. And with Dropleto this low, Fudgy Waffles could also be a damage threat. Tries to shotgun Dropleto, tries to strike shot to confirm the KO, but is forced to burn the flip on an offensive play by Muncher. Obscure Breads can't quite reach the core. It's a goal opened up in the favor of Bang Bang.
Sure it is. Bang Bang holding this last barrier with their life. Dropleto can't seem to slice and dice that one through there. Up to I, trying to get it into the bottom side. Really great passing play to Dropleto on the center side. Obscure Breads has nothing but a sad and late pendulum swing. Not going to be able to defend that one. 1-1 right now. We have Drew, only a person in the game with no stacks of their prize fighter here. Everyone sitting at 1, and not too many kills have been exchanged here. Kind of interesting, because it kind of does feel like Bozo Bunch is hitting the damage right now.
Yeah, and Dropleto, perfect timing, but Fudgy Waffles, that's the Drakkar counterplay. The goal goes in regardless, but a flip? An EI rush? I mean, Drakkar just presses one button, the shotgun, gets it out of there. Great defense from Bang Bang, although Bozo Bunch are the ones who are 2-1 up in this set.
Indeed, Bang Bang really living up to their name right now with this Drakkar shotgun. Dropletto does get the speed boost there. Really scary for Fudgy Waffles now, and actually scary again as I has the flip, but going to get stuffed again once more by Fudgy Waffles lock and load, and they're going to end up getting Drew out of the board here, though, with the barrage. Pushing into the top side, Obscure Breads is not going to be able to defend that barrier there. If you're Bang Bang, you're pretty happy about that situation. In fact, Grimella going to push their advantage. You're going to stun the goalie with that situation and going to get that one in there. Drew returning. The power play once again is over, pressing their advantage. Fudgy Waffles passing the side of the midfield. Going to kind of get pushed one back once again. Grimella trying to help with this midfield and does end up successfully helping to clear this. Drew holding possession of this ball, switching targets here to drop Leto. Going to do a couple of extra damage to him. And they're actually not going to be able to get it in there. The strike shot's going to save this, I'm telling you.
Yeah, really good save by Obscure Breads with a death touch and a good strike war against Drew as well to keep the point alive for the Bozo bunch. But with the speed gate control from Grimella, Obscure Breads is in a tough spot and the strikes come through. Grimella will slot into the bottom side and 2-2, but I think Bang Bang pretty happy with this one. They have a lot of meter.
Agreed on that one. Yeah, they're probably all going to have flip before this point ends, and I'm not sure that I's going to make a chance, but whoa, huge damage coming from the side of Bang, actually staggering Dropletto instantly and dealing half of I's damage just about instantly. Obscure is not under too much pressure, though, to be scored, but actually lets it slide right on through there, just not on point with I synergy there. Dropletto, okay, really get a nice evade strike there to grab a barrier of their own. And actually, it's going to be Drew who's the staggered one now. And if you don't secure kills, these kinds of switches do end up happening. Fudgy Waffles has their flip to make it happen. Drew just can't seem to... He can't seem to get too far in there, or that indeed will happen. Another power play for the side of Bozo Bunch. I feel like Drew has died how many times now? But it's still Fudgy Waffles holding the board.
Yeah, both these teams have so much chip damage when you're trying to defend. Or trying to... Sorry. Yeah, when you're trying to defend, you deal so much chip damage to the other team, and that's what we're seeing right here. Whenever one team has offensive control, their health bars dwindle almost immediately, but Drew this time looking to score before he's taken off the map, but so much damage coming out from Obscure Breads, not quite able to confirm the KO here. Needs to be very careful with this flip, and we'll use it to negate the power cord coming out from Grimella. Once again, Grimella though on the bottom side looking so threatening, has the special, not quite connecting, as Dropletto and the Drew are trying to fight each other here, and Obscure Breads will confirm the KO. And Muncher will get the barrier as well. Big opportunity for the Bozo Bunch to take yet another first set here. They're trying to do so, Dropletto with the dribbles, but they got to get past Grimella and Fudgy Waffles, and so far the defense has been good, but Dropletto gets the better of the strike interaction there. It was so close until it wasn't.
Yeah, this was almost a situation of, like, use all your cooldowns, get a kill, and then really kind of can't get it past the goalie in the power play time. But they do finally get it on in there with the slice and dice. And we can see this side of Bozo Bunch did end up getting all the prize fighter stacks in that last point, letting I be the first one to take in an awakening here. And it's going to be a big old catalyst. Lots of energy coming in here for the Kai. Rapid fire, of course, being taken for Fudgy Waffles. Infinite lock and loads will be showing up here. Lots of damage coming out for the side of Grimella 2 with the 1-2 punch. Fair to have a team player for the goalie. Unstoppable is okay. I feel like Unstoppable is not too effective against a character like Kazan. Pretty much easily knocks that one off, but Drew getting extra health, now that's a big deal. Peak performance showing up for him. That's exactly what you want to be seeing if you are Drew in this situation.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think even with the set loss, I think Bang Bang pretty happy with that draft. Of course, Catalyst goes on over to I, but even with Muncher having that additional energy, you got a lot of good awakenings on Fudgy and Grimella specifically, and of course you'll always take that stagger like you mentioned, so they're looking quite good to win this next one. They have pretty good tools to do so, and the last set was close as well, so Drew getting in there. And that's the chain lightning from Grimella as well to tap it in. What a play by Drew.
Yo, Fudgy sent that one like square forward and then reinforced that. And Drew, the second he saw that Molten Bolt, actually dashed to the top to catch that one. That was actually insanely good. That synergy is exactly what you can expect from a team that's been playing this long. And man, they're going to end up getting a power play here. A double power play for the side of Bang Bang right now, and they're going to try to take as many barriers and points as they possibly can in this situation. Pass, it's going to go in. Obscure Breads, big enough to interrupt the pass that time, though. Not going to happen. Half of the power play is over. The full power play is over, but still 2 barriers for the side of Bang Bang on this point. Pretty well deserved for getting those kills.
Yeah, and now Drew will get control of the core again, pull it through, but not quite win the strike war. Obscure Breads has been so on point, but this one might be a little too difficult for even Breads, as a shot to the top side by Drew converts 2-0 in the favor of Bang Bang, and they're not trying to let this set go. They're trying to get some scaling on the board before that Zentaro can be activated with a Dash Awakening.
Yeah, I'm also seeing a lot of like simple strike shotguns from Fudgy Waffles, and it's just like winning. It's like the best clear ever. Strike shotgun with just like an extra strike from one of their teammates just clears exactly what they need to, and man, huge damage coming out from Grimella. Gonna send I basically into orbit right there. Another power play showing up. Fudgy Waffles hanging out in the midfield to grab the speed gate. Flip when needed. Obscure Breads is holding with Dropletto though. The power play has ended down to Fudgy Waffles here. Can they make it happen? Doesn't keep it in the bottom lane. Could have probably got a flip in the squished part of that section, but it doesn't seem to happen there. The shotgun is going to land. Okay, Grimella's going to save that barrier with a flip. Really good reactions there. The lightning is actually going to give a favorable bounce there for Drew, who's just about dead and gets kind of ridiculous comboed into the Death's Touch. And it's going to be a power play for the side of Bozo this time. 1 barrier left. The flip for Fudgy Waffles is going to stall the ball exactly as they need to, and it's going to be a power play over.
Yeah, and Muncher will nullify the Supernova there with the Giga Blast as Dropletto is trying to force it through Fudgy Waffles here, but still so difficult. Fudgy's defending quite well, but a second strike by Dropletto will get it through, and the strike interactions will be won by Fudgy Waffles. But again, Muncher has the pressure. Dropletto has the hit stun, and this time it isn't Dropletto who's taking the shot, so Fudgy's shotgun not doing too much.
Yeah, Fudgy does have a ton of cooldown here, though. The shotguns are going to be coming out all over the place. We can see Fudgy Waffles kind of taking a slightly more offensive positioning, kind of standing in the, being so confident, standing in the speed gate when they have advantage. It's a little dangerous, but it makes sense. But wow, actually going to lose a strike ball, or maybe there was a death touch there from Obscure Breads, but they're going to get a clear, but Drew is not done yet. Going to grab a barrier of their own up to Fudgy Waffles. Grimella going to try to help get that one to Drew. The shotgun gonna actually help with the clear once again. Honestly, Jakar looking pretty damn good in this game as Fudgy Waffles is piloting this pretty exceptionally. The Oni Blade plus a couple more strikes and the redirect to the top side is gonna be a little too much to deal with there for Fudgy Waffles. And now we have an even point lead in this set, or not lead, really even points in this set.
Yeah, Fudgy actually went for a bit of an ambitious shotgun in the midfield, and that's the type of shotgun you don't want. You don't want to do it too preemptively, because if Dropletto has a strike up and just strike second, then he could just get a shot to the top corner just like that. And we saw it there. Gets a little punished, but a lot of flips being built up by both teams here. We're going to see some crazy action. We're going to see a lot of core flips.
For sure, and working with that Catalyst is definitely going to be seeing more core flips than anyone on this board. Grimella looking a little bit weak right now, but they're trying to get the flip out of... Oh my god, insane. Drew gets the maddening descent at the perfect time standing. Okay, really great positioning from Fudgy Waffles, and Grimella going to be able to defend that barrier against the flip. But yeah, Drew, great positioning there from the maddening descent. Going to get Dropletto on out of that board. Drew chasing I to the ends of the earth, gonna get the hook, cannot actually land it. Blows the flip, doesn't land, only hits I, does finally get the kill. Kazan full of cooldowns no matter what you do with him here. Fudgy Waffles gonna try to get it back down to Drew here. Gonna get it down to Drew there. He's not gonna be able to get it too much, but man, Obscure Breads and Dropletto holding both of these barriers through this power play.
Yeah, with both barriers kept, the Bozo Bunch in a great spot. Drew, of course, going to go for 2 here, but a strike war by Obscure Breads will make sure it isn't the 2-for-1. But Dropletto and I incredibly low. Same with Grimella, but I doesn't get hit by the Supernova. Big opportunity for the Bozo Bunch as the midfielder stays healthy.
Yep, Grimella grabbing an orb, exactly what they need. Dropletto looking a little bit weak right now. Oni's Blade to keep a little bit of evasive action there. The flip might come out here to avoid death by Drew, but it's going to be Obscure Breads dropping that barrier here. Pendulum swing up to the top side. Dropletto gets a really great IO rush. It's going to be Fudgy Waffles blowing that flip back over to I. They do not keep possession that long. Drew is actually going to be able to hit that one with the strike and stall a little bit longer here and deal damage to I. In fact, going to get a kill onto I, and the power play switches back to Bang.
But
Okay,
a KO with just the
nullified.
primary. Dropletto clutch at the perfect moment here, but Obscure Breads, that's not where you want to pull Drew to. Gets pulled to the perfect spot for the strike, and from the brink of being down 0-2, Bang Bang get a lucky break. They convert, and it's 1-1 in sets.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate there for Obscure Breads to get that Death Touch. Not really where you want it to, but all right, it's gonna be Bang Bang taking that one, evening up this game here. Drew getting their first chance at Awakenings here. It's gonna be Stagger synergy here with peak performance. Makes perfect sense for him. Death Touch getting a little bit stronger with that specialized training, but Missile Prop does find its way to Fudgy Waffles. That might be Drakar's like best Awakening in the whole set right now, possibly. Of course, we have a huge size potential going on to the side of Dropletto. Getting a good prime time makes perfect sense as well, but Grammel is the one with Quick Strike, and that's something to watch out for here. Quick Strike always regarded as one of the best Awakenings ever made.
Yeah, Quick Strikes on Gramella, the additional shotgun range from Fudgy Waffles. That primary, the lock and load, is basically the Crystal Thorns at this point, and Fudgy Waffles, it's 2 charges them, it has rapid fire on them, and look at the damage as well. Dropletto getting chipped down so much. Obscure Breads, a single strike miss will lead to so much conversion from Drew. Getting in there with the Kazan and looking excellent on the pick.
For sure, 2 barriers down here, and it looks like Bang Bang is going to get that one in there. Crooked Leverage just naturally giving you, like, core advantage, and the big old strike is also going to not make things easy for Bozo Bunch. Obscure Bread is going to drop that one, but a lot more game to be played here as Bang Bang also takes another point down to the center field here. Taking a bunch of damage and spending Flip kind of early there. So it's like the energy isn't really getting good use from this Catalyst. It looks like just Bang Bang is putting on too much of a clinic of damage and really good positioning. In fact, they're going to get a kill as well onto Dropletto, and this power play could result in destruction for Bozo Bunch.
We're going to need heroics from Muncher here, but Drew might be the hero of Bang Bang as Fudgy Waffle sends to Drew once again. The possession's being kept. Gramella's positioning in the perfect spots. Top side, Drew with the hook into strike. And that's the Kazan classic. You love it, you hate it. Drew will convert another 2-0 in the favor of Bang Bang.
Yeah, Kazan getting kind of a huge buff from the mechanic change of when you hit the ball with an ability, you get your strike back. He never used to be able to do like the strike at the opponent, pull back strike again, but hey, why not just give him that as well? But either way, we're not going to complain about Kazan on this stream yet. As 2 barriers are going to go down for the side of Bozo Bunch here. Bang Bang looking to keep both of their barriers, not letting the opponents get any of that experience as well. Drew missing their strike, kind of missing the leverage there as well. Has a chance to get it to the top side, but we're going to have a flip from Gramella, not the greatest angle of all time. Obscure Bread's going to knock this one away. Dropletto, though, looking a little bit weak. The Death Touch comes out, and again, they're going to try to find a kill on Dropletto. He gets sucked on into that top spin, and we're going to have a goal there, actually, from Fudgy Waffle's flip, and there's so much happening in that point. I want someone to take a look at that top spin, because that was messed up.
Yeah, confirms the KO, gets MVP. And looking to pick up Might of the Colossus. Might even go for some stagger scaling, but you'll never turn down that size plus a deny against Obscure Breads. But no, goes to my first word in the stagger scaling, but that's Hot Shot. That is a big pickup for Obscure Breads on the Rasmus goalie, one of Rasmus goalie's best awakenings. The Pendulum Swing now, a core speed threat. But heavy impact, not denied away. Chrono Boost picked up instead. And I think Bang Bang have scaled enough. I think this is Bang Bang's game to win. More than ever.
Yeah, I don't particularly disagree. I feel like they've gotten a great set of awakenings on each draft, even if they have lost that point there. But we do have Dropletto getting Stinger, so that could be like the, okay, now we finally are just killing the opponents forever. But they're going to have to make it happen on through Gramella's specialized training. The Supernova is more powerful than ever, and so is Fudgy Waffles with all this bullet range. As they're going to get that barrier, Fudgy Waffles switching spots with Gramella, as we can see, staying on the front lines. Yeah, it gets it right on up to Drew, and it's too many strikes for the side of Bozo Bunch. And Fudgy Waffles getting aggressive there, really making that missile prop happen, especially with the rapid fire. Just the missiles were coming out infinitely, and they're going to take another point here, trying to end this series.
Oh yeah, Fudgy Waffles has so much range to play with, and of course, Drew with the stagger scaling with the gameplay is always in there, always a scoring threat. The Bozo Bunch are gonna need something crazy. They're gonna need a lot of core speed. They're gonna need some passing plays to get past this Ricard. But if Fudgy Waffles makes the right decisions at every turn, that could make the difference. But a KO might be enough to take Gramella off the field. That Vice is the biggest damage threat by far with the heavy impact specialized. But some core speed on the other side converts the barriers, converts the goal from Drew in an instant into 2v3.
Yeah, Obscure Breads just like didn't have any more resources left on that push. And man, Drew is extra damage. I mean, look at this. He has 154 power from that bulk up basically alone, actually getting 20 from the prize fighter as well. But a lot of extra power plus the press the point passive is going to get that right on through Obscure Breads. And Fudgy Waffles, though, on the other hand, has the cooldown and has the resources to kind of push up and always have a shotgun to help defend. And again, 2 barriers going down for Bozo Bunch, and Bang Bang really trying to even out this series right now. Is if they can just get this point, get this ball to Drew, he can land this with the flip. Obscure Bread is going to have to spend one of their own on reaction. Yes, they do. Grimella loading up the Supernova to block that side of the lane here. Oh my god. The Pendulum Swing's actually not going to land. Fudgy Waffles defending one more time. Up to Drew. Can it be the Crooked Leverage? Really great defense, and then Drew gets on in there. That was almost the best defense. That was so close to being like a perfectly blocked from Obscure Bread's an eye, but somehow through the tenacity of Bang Bang, they get that one in there and even this series up.
Drew's kind of crazy. Drew is kind
of... How do you do it?
I think there was a bit of a rookie of the season discussion before the season started, but watching these games, it might just be Drew no contest with how much this guy is converting a solo threat on offense more than any other. It feels like there's just a legendary performance every single time, and we saw it again here.
Yeah, he's just a rattlesnake in the grass. Like you can hear him, but man, you don't know how strong he is once he starts showing up on the offense. Just too much pressure. Drew getting those press the point passive strikes on in there. Obscure Breads maybe pushed up a little bit too far in certain situations, didn't have the resources to help defend it. Like, look at that. Like, overtime, unfortunately, the Pendulum Swing didn't seem to work out, and Drew blasts it on in there with the Crooked Leverage, and again, winning the strike war against Obscure Breads. Might have had to back up farther into the goal, but again, it's going to kind of result in a strike war, and Kazan kind of has advantage in strike wars naturally, because the strike is just extra range and it's unreactable, so Drew making perfect use of that. I mean, look at that. Everyone was kind of distracted. Fudgy Waffles sneaking on in there with that flip. Really great replay, and Drew making it happen there to even this series up. And all right, I mean, we could kind of see that the damage comps switched places there and were successful on both sides. So who is going to get the Vice this time?
Yeah, bit of a question here, but Bozo Bunch, they did get side select, so they are blue side this game. They have priority on just tunnel visioning on the Vice pick, so that's definitely an option they could explore here, but it's still up in the air. There could be a Vice ban. There could be a lot of other factors going into this game, as we'll just have to see what happens on this Clarion Test Chamber, the map you know and love.
God damn, I love Clarion Test Chamber. Such a fun map. Fun to commentate, fun to watch any kind of adaptations happen in all of the different things that we see happen on there, all of the map changes as well. And I think the Vice could definitely be coming out here. Of course, these things kind of rely on the starting awakenings. If we see any hint, any twinge of damage, Prize Fighter or Deadeye or even Missile Prop is good enough to be like, absolutely, Vice is my guy. Heavy Impact. I mean, a lot of things can happen, of course, with Heavy Impact, but man, Vice feels like one of the more centralized characters in this current meta, as damage is... I mean, this isn't even the most damaging meta we've ever had, I think. Like, we have 4 Stagger Awakenings, Recovery Drone. There might be another 1 or 2 more Defensive Awakenings helping out, but it feels like, I don't know, the fact that Stinger is in, the fact that characters are scaling so hard, and maybe just the fact that people are picking Vice and Zentaro so much. Damage feels kind of busted. Damage feels like you should be picking Vice, and that might be why I ban Vice every game.
Yeah, and we might be seeing a Vice ban from Bang Bang here. There's a non-zero possibility unless they trade picks, because looking at the striker bans coming up on your screen right now, the starting awakenings are Explosive Entrance and Prime Time. This is a pretty violent start, and Vice does enjoy that explosive entrance after all.
For sure, kind of doing like a semi-transformation to the character, giving you a bunch of extra range on the teleport, more impact damage. Vice has, I think, only impacts as well. She's benefits from that a lot. In fact, you'd have to be thinking about what you want here, right? Because even Prime Time is so good, getting an extra move to deal damage. I mean, you'd gladly spend the cooldown to get a kill. And we do see a Kazan ban. That makes some sense. We might also... I guess they're trying to really play Zentaro here, Bozo Bunch. Probably trying to first pick Zentaro. Maybe first pick Vice as well. Please ban. I think you should be banning Vice. This is too scary.
Yeah, and Bozo Bunch banning away the Kazan. They do not want Drew on that character with so much scoring agency. I think it's a good choice, and they'll take away the X from Drop Leto, but that might just be a first pick Vice we're going to see for the Bozo bunch. It's a first pick Zentaro, actually. Oh, they're really targeting Drew's Brawler pool, but is this the play? I feel like then Bang Bang could just go Vice and something else, and they'll be pretty fine here.
It's possible. We could maybe see Bang Bang play like Vice Finny, do like a Finny goalie thing. It's not impossible. I do see, Zentaro explosive entrance, again, transformed character into being able to play almost all of the roles at once. The projectile goes farther, you go farther in every situation. So it's fair to be like, okay, yeah, Zentaro might be the best here, but if Vice is picked as well, all I can say is, from what we've seen, Vice has been the one.
Oh, they led Vice through. They're confident that the Drakkar
Wow.
now will be enough as counterplay. And last game we saw, the Drakkar goalie did a pretty good job against the Zentaro, right? So that part is fine.
That's
I kind
true.
of expected the Drakkar and the Vice on R1, R2, but now it is a Zentaro Vice here for the Bozo bunch with Estelle as well in the midfield for Muncher. I think, unless that's a Estelle goalie, I don't think it's an Estelle goalie though.
Yeah, I doubt it. I think only Kainoob, right, will be playing Estelle goalie right now. But yeah, I mean, we do see Zentaro Vice both picked here for Bozo Bunch. I'd be pretty happy right now if I was them. In fact, they went Estelle, which is just kind of a solid pick, but it's not like a super damage. Maybe it is. Maybe it's more damage than I give credit for. And I think Bang Bang's gonna die. They picked Juliet, which I think is good on this map. Sure, the close lanes can actually just lead to getting a kill instantly without even having to go through stagger. But man, I just want to say Vice has felt centralized, but if Bang Bang is really feeling confident about this this core control situation that they're going for, they have the now trying to heal it up as much as they can. I want to see it happen. I want to see this confidence coming through.
Yeah, they're getting into game. Any second now. But
I'm scared. I'm scared for
Yeah.
I'm scared for Bang.
I think the Bozo bunch have assembled quite a scary composition here. I think they have all the tools they need to take this series, and Bang Bang, a lot of weights resting on Gramella's shoulders, because this Juliet's gonna have a very hard time in this video game.
Absolutely. She's just going to get hit by crossfire left and right, just simply looking for core control. She's just going to get sniped. And Estelle is really good at confirming staggered kills as well. So Juliet's either going to be dash punching infinitely with this explosive entrance. Surely we're going to have explosive entrance Juliet here. Or she's going to be cowering in the corner the entire game, questioning why she's Juliet right now. But only time will tell, as this game might start. It just might.
Maybe in another second, though. I gotta say, though, the Fudgy Waffles Drakkar convinced me. Especially in the individual matchup against the Zentaro. It is so, comfortable to play in that 1v1. And I think we saw a lot of the effects last game. And I think Fudgy will be pretty chilling on that pick. Gramel will be going all over the map trying to do something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering who's the goalie, because it's probably Vice, but it's Obscure Breads, who has played the Estelle goalie, I believe. So that's a possibility.
Yeah, I'll bet it on the Vice as well. Now you were right with the Drakkar goalie, especially with Drakkar having strike shot, Drakkar having extra. The starting perk was 30% projectile speed and did end up getting the missile prop. So those shotguns were really kind of getting on through. Just strike shotgun was kind of feeling kind of a little broke in that game, but might not have access to all of those ranged awakenings anymore. But we'll see what happens again as the points are gained and the awakenings are chosen. Again, a big deal when this one side is going mega kill and the other side is trying to heal their way out. And the awakenings showing up as Obscure Breads and Fudgy Waffles are the only two to take prime time here. You were right, actually. Estelle goalie showing up for Obscure Breads strike shot. Fudgy Waffles, of course, also taking strike shot. Drew with the pummeler is going to do the one thing that Juliet's going to try to do, which is knock you on off the map. And as you know, the first, I mentioned it, it's possible Juliet just kind of kills you, and this could be the one thing that happens.
Yeah, especially with Fudgy Waffles on this particular variant. The center being blocked off so much by that Project Expand center means that Fudgy has so much room to push up, and that's a very, very decisive first goal for Bang Bang. But there are 5 different maps in this map, you know, and we're going to see very different gameplay from both these teams on each of them.
For sure. I mean, as Project Obscura has shown up here, it is quite wide, quite open, blocking the map in certain situations, but you can choose to use it if you'd like, lose all your health, but I mean, it's not a map that you'll see Juliet killing you relatively easily, but we will have staggered characters showing up, which allows Juliet to get certain kills in that situation, as I is just at no health. Both forwards are staggered. For the side of Bozo Bunch here, dead now, and the power play showing up for the side of Bang Bang. If Fudgy Waffles can help get involved, they'll make this point happen for sure.
Yeah, and Drew in the top corner, Molten Bolt almost gets it. Securing it away is Dropletto, though, who goes down, but Muncher will respawn to take Dropletto's place, and now Grimella also dangerously low, but has the flip available. A KO attempted, but perfectly positioned from Grimella to conserve the flip. And looking forward here, but it's wasted. Well played from Muncher to the top side to Dropletto. The Bozo Bunch hold on. Obscure Breads with the great defense, and the respawns right on time. But Drew almost threatening a goal there. It's still a tough spot.
Yeah, this could be a really polarizing game, actually, now that I think about it. Like you said, 5 maps show up, and not all of them are equal here. We're going to have open maps, and we're going to have kind of a lane maps, and Juliet might be the one benefiting on those lane maps, but the open maps could be going to the side of Bozo Bunch here, though.
Uh-oh, that's a tough spot. They managed to get it around with the strike shot and the piercing shot through Drew, who does have no elusive, and Dropletto somehow stays alive, but confirmed on the KO by the primary there, as Muncher trying to help defend top side, passing plays. Bang Bang secure another goal. They're looking quite good.
Yeah, they are. If they do get kills, not only is it a strong power play, but Pummeler's activated. 30% run speed has been buffed in recent patches, actually, from like, I think it was like 25% or whatever it was, but really strong awakening to have when you're getting kills. Like, this is kind of a map you might be seeing people die on off the side here. Obscure Breads nicely saving that one, keeping it on the side of midfield, trying to get it down back to I to this bottom side. Fudgy Waffles helping with the middle, and actually doesn't end up losing a barrier for it. Drew can't get there in time. Grimella, huge gargantuan flying all over the map here, loading up the supernova, gonna knock Grimella not out, but away. Both, man, even Dropletto looking a little bit low right now, but no kills exchanged. Obscure Bread holding both of these barriers, though.
Yeah, and Grimella looking for 1. Drew looking for 2 here. Being a little patient with the strikes, but it'll still be cleared away. And with Fudgy Waffles playing the midfield, that's the barrier's gone. That's Muncher with a lot of power, with a lot of size available, as Dropletto has a flip as well, looking to send it forward, has the stall, has the core speed, but no, not quite. Still saved away by Fudgy Waffles with the strike shotgun on the top side, and Dropletto's taking so much chip damage, gets in there and gets KO'd.
Gets KO'd. They just don't get the angle right there. I think they did have a chance, but it was a pretty tight angle to the bottom side of that goal. And Obscure Bread is now in a 1v1 here with Drew, pretty much, with Grimella on the back side. Nice piercing shot. It's actually going to stun Drew and help get a clear here. Dropletto a little blind right now, not looking for the ball. Drew getting the monstrous fire flurry, but it's not going to land a kill there. Grimella with the flip. Doesn't get too much off of it, though. The Aya rush into the Oni Blade kind of leaving the atmosphere at this point here. A flip coming from Obscure Breads, but it's going to get blocked away by the drone. They don't end up clearing it. Drew's presence just causing havoc for the side of Bozo Bunch. Fuzzy Waffle's going to clear it back up to the top side. Molten Bolt comes out. Can they clear this ball one more time? Fudgy Waffles does end up clearing it into Dropletto.
Yeah, the chain lightning from Muncher doing a lot of work there, stalling the core just enough, floats it up to Dropletto, who finds a perfect shot. And this is the Bozo Bunch's opportunity to turn this around, get the first draft, be the ones in control of this game. And they've made these comebacks before. It's very, very possible, especially when Dropletto is in the perfect spots yet again to find those shots.
Agreed, and I would say that Bozo Bunch is kind of the team that needs to get the first chance at these awakenings, as they are playing more of the aggressive, damage kill comp. It's easier to get damage than it is to just get basic knockback that Juliet might be able to obtain. But we're going to have Drew looking a little bit low here. They're going to try to land a kill. Dropletto maybe helping out, but staying a little bit evasive here. Drew nicely near that little wall on the side there. You actually cannot go through those walls. Drew staying alive, grabbing an orb, and that's a lot of cooldowns going to basically nothing, as Drew is still alive. But Fudgy Waffle's going to have this flip to easily defend this one away with the strike shotgun. Dramella helping out to get it to the top side, and Drew is just regenerating nicely.
And they can't get the KO on Drew. It's just a slightly off target. Drew still staying alive in the smoke. Hidden. And finally taken out. But that's a really late power play as overtime ticks over. The Bozo Bunch need to convert. They need to convert now. But Fudgy Waffles flips the core away and keeps it away still. Even the core stun from the Thunderstruck isn't quite enough as Fudgy Waffles hits it to the bottom side, and suddenly the barriers are open for the Bozo Bunch to fight, despite them being the ones who got the KO.
Yes, indeed. They're working on another one here as Grimella is at actual 1 health right there. Heals up just a little bit. Dropletto cannot make it in time, and Grimella is going to heal past Stagger just for a moment. Drew does not get the chance to land that one in there. Grimella getting scared away from the orb themselves. Okay, here we go. We got Dropletto with the flip. It's not going to work out, though. Trying to get the ball to I, who was the last one on the board with the flip. Drew almost making it happen with the explosive entrance, but the Aya Rush explosive entrance is going to reverse that one onto Fudgy Waffles. And we're going to have a 2-2 to start this set off. Again, pretty important, this first Awakening draft.
Yeah, the Aya Rush angled perfectly by Dropletto. Usually that ability not quite good against the Drakkar goalie, but in that opportunity it was perfect. But the Bouncy House might tell another story, because right now the Obscure Bread's Estelle is struggling a lot on the defense, and with Dropletto flying to the other side of the map, it's going to be quite tough. But Bozo Bunch still recovering possession here, sending it forward with the Supernova deflected away by Grimella, who is nullifying a lot of this Vice pressure quite well.
Absolutely, I was also going to mention that as well. Grimella doing a great job against basically all of I's cooldowns there. The Supernova and the Thunderstruck, man, 1 pixel away pretty much from Drew grabbing a kill, getting that Pummeler's activated. Not going to work out though. Drew at just about no health. If they can get a stagger on Drew, this could change the situation. Really great Rose Warp though from Obscure Breads is going to nullify all of that pressure. Drew with the flip, going to spend it just to survive another second here. Flying on in there with the Phoenix Fly or Phoenix Kick or whatever the heck it's called, but it's going to be Drew. Dropletto, who's at just about no health though. They're going to get a power play. The flip's going to come out, but man, Fudgy Waffles doing a great job with this Drakkar.
Yeah. And the Bozo Bunch looking to convert here. And Fudgy Waffles, that's not the dribble you wanted there. And Muncher and Dropletto are pouncing now with the opportunity, but they do find the KO. The barriers are opened up. Bang Bang might still be able to convert no matter what. And Drew will find the shot. It was almost disaster from the dribble from Fudgy Waffles, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, Drew spent a lot of that time staggered, and man, they just couldn't find the kill in that point, and it's going to be Bang Bang grabbing the first set of Awakenings to possibly deny some damage. I mean, look at that. Stinger showing up, heavy impact showing up. They can't deny it all, but Vice is 4th pick. Adrenaline Rush. I mean, it's not going to go to Juliet probably, but there is some power in this Awakening. In fact, too much. Specialized training as well. Monumentalist now. And unfortunately, man, when Now is on the opposing team, sometimes you just don't get an Awakening. And now she's going to have a chance to deny heavy impact as Drakkar is going to just deny Stinger. Not going to get too much value out of that unless Fudgy Waffles really gets involved. But yeah, it actually is going to be the Adrenaline Rush landing onto Drew, and now it's basically all up to them to get as many kills as physically possible.
Yeah, the Adrenaline Rush win con is here as Drew gets over the wall, gets a lot of damage down, but a good Supernova timing from Muncher to not let that KO happen. And still needs to be very careful though. Drew a threat, but look at the damage coming through. The Bozo Bunch, they're looking quite good on the damage win con against Drew. If they can find this KO, it could be huge, as Drew is supersized but gets taken off the map.
Indeed, the supersize does have a double-edged sword. You get a lot of power, a lot of size, big old strike range, but boy, do you fall off the map quite easily there. Even Grimella's health is looking quite low there as I teleports in, does not seem to secure the barrier. Grimella grabbing a couple of orbs there, and a sentry or a drone is actually going to heal them right up. In fact, Fudgy Waffles looking a little bit no there. Dropletto cannot find their way in with this flip just yet, but I is going to secure a nice kill onto Fudgy Waffles there without a goalie. What are you to do? Can Obscure Breads get involved here with this flip and make it happen? Power play is almost over, guys.
Oh, and a missed dash from Drew. That's tragedy as the core drifts backwards and Dropletto will convert. The Bozo Bunch, despite the close loss in that first set, they might have gotten exactly what they wanted, especially with being able to deny the Monumentalist from Grimella. And of course, a lot more utility, a lot more power on I, and the extra special on Dropletto that could really matter.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. Like, it feels like Bang Bang kind of won that last draft, but Grimella doesn't get like a ton of value off the Sentry Drone with the heavy impact, and Fudgy Waffles doesn't also get all that much value off Stinger. So not a lot of awakening power on the side of Bang Bang, and like we said here, more power onto I is kind of what you're looking for. Even Drop Leto getting extra special. It's just more movement in general, as they have 2 barriers down for the side of Bang here. Obscure Bed's going to try to help the piercing shot. Not going to work out just in that situation. Drop Leto not fast enough to strike shots miss. Everyone kind of missing in that situation. Drew lurking in the shadows here. Drop Leto just about nothing. I is going to try to help get it on through there and going to send Drew basically packing as they have to go grab an orb.
Yeah, Drop Leto also incredibly low. Barely staying alive here. A lot of damage onto Grimella, though, as Fudgy Waffles finds the KO. And the strike shot won't quite connect as Drew maintains possession of the core, stunned away now. As a lot of meter built up for Muncher here to the top side. Looking for it. Shot to the bottom side. Will score despite the range from Fudgy Waffles almost reaching the Bozo Bunch 2-0 up. They're looking to take it. They're looking to get a draft of their own that is truly their own. And they have a lot of scaling potential later on to the game as well.
Absolutely. Fudgy Waffles missing their awakening set from last time, having a whole lot of missile prop range there. Not actually going to reach that ball in that situation, but getting on in there, but doesn't actually defend the ball, though. Kind of goes on past, as, man, Bozo Bunch really making use of that minor mistake. Fudgy Waffles kicking themselves for that, as Bozo Bunch is pressing this advantage as much as they can right now. I with the supernova. Fudgy Waffles at near nothing, staggered. Once again, can they clear this goal lake? Drew also looking a little bit low here. Obscure Bed sending a piercing shot on over. And it looks like Fudgy Waffles is going to move out of the goal zone for just a moment, but it looks like Bang Bang is holding it on in here. Grimella and Drew are doing a great job of letting the ball not get to Fudgy Waffles as they are under fire.
Oh, but Obscure Breads is the one who steps up a little too far. And now all the barriers are down. A big opportunity for Bang Bang, especially with the flip available from Drew to try and convert. But Muncher and Drop Leto maintaining some sort of possession. Drop Leto brought very low, and that's the flip burned. Drop Leto, if he can stay alive, it could be huge. But the core just slowly drifts. The shot from Drew from the midfield is perfectly placed. And Bang Bang get a goal.
Absolutely. Good shot there from Drew, getting it on the bottom side there. I'd like to also say that Bozo Bunch is doing a solid job of avoiding certain death by not getting killed by Drew, because this adrenaline rush would truly spell destruction. In fact, they're keeping Drew on his toes there. They actually find a way to kill Fudgy Waffles and Drew. Grimella left alone with just nothing but a flip and a dream. Drop Leto not going to spend theirs in this power play. Grimella going to use it to defend, and they're actually going to hold this barrier until the members come back. And yeah, Drop Leto realizes, yeah, we're gonna have to use this flip here to actually just make it happen. Man, Obscure Bed's losing their own barrier in that situation. Drop Leto, get away from that wall, buddy. And yeah, this is a lot of damage going out.
It really is. About to see what happens here as the flips are available for the Bozo Bunch. They have the ability to score this at any moment. It feels like a flip used on the bottom side to the top side, not quite connecting with the corner of the goal, and Fudgy Waffles was there to cover. But Drop Leto will catch the bounce off the bumper, will convert the Bozo Bunch, even up the game. And this third game is a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, there's a ton of damage being exchanged throughout these teams here. And I'd like to say that Drop Leto got a nice protractor out there to put that one in with a perfect angle. Redirect, but first awakening going on over here to I, grabbing some more cooldown, a little bit more health, making sure that they're relatively invincible. But yeah, the cooldown just kind of translates directly into damage. We're gonna have Fudgy Waffles getting hot shot, which is solid on Jakar, and a good deny from Estelle. Quick strike, again, kind of a deny, but still solid on the goalie. Speed for Grimella, health for Drop Leto, which is completely fair, and Drew with Ponderer, which is it's a good awakening, but it's not what you would think that you were looking for if you were Drew right now.
Yeah, what Drew needs, I feel like, is just a little bit more of that knockback, a little bit more power, because he's missing KOs just barely. There were dash punches on Muncher that could have led to the Adrenaline Rush reset last set, and just a tiny bit away. And of course, the Orb Ponderer is great, right? You get the cooldowns back, you get the dash punch back, etc. But these thresholds, I don't think it's quite enough yet for Drew.
Yeah, I could agree with you there. Maybe a 1-2 punch, or maybe even just a simple bulk up would have been nice enough for them to have the power to get the kills. But man, they're mostly on the defensive here. Drop Leto staggering Grimella down to nothing. Fudgy Waffles taking Crossfire, basically almost dead as well. And now we have 3 members on the side of Bang Bang on defense and still kind of dying. Drew can't make it happen with that Phoenix kick, and man, it's going to be a goal on in there. Fudgy Waffles not there in time. First point for this set Bozo bunch. They're looking good. They're really dealing the damage, and they're actually confirming the kills now.
Yeah, well played here, and we're gonna see if they have the ability to go even further as the Bozo bunch push forward. Grimella taking so much damage, tries to lifeline out of there, but gets KO'd regardless. And Obscure Breads with the 1-2-3, a 3-hit combo against Drew. The goalie will find a KO.
Yeah, really great recognition there from Obscure Breads. I mean, I'd say that's completely acceptable use of your flip there. You're gonna grab a point for your side here. And man, one more point off of ending this set, grabbing some more awakenings for your team of damage. And if you are Bang Bang, you are a little worried right now. Could Bozo Bunch have scaled just enough? This damage is really coming through here. Is it Vice, everybody? Chat, is it Vice? Is it me? Is it Vice? What's going on?
And the funny thing is, Bozo Bunch were in a good spot to win last game too. Obscure Breads with the slight hook fumble. Remember that one actually turned it around, and that could have been Bozo Bunch winning on their own terms there, but instead they pick up Vice and Taro and Fudgy Waffles on the defense on the individual matchup versus Intaro. Not quite enough to make this decisive right now. Drew trying to find the dash punches, but not quite finding any. Like, we saw some in the first set, right? But I don't think we've seen a dash punch KO in 2 sets.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen Adrenaline Rush actually activate yet, and that is a huge problem. Of course, you get a little 1 second cooldown off of your stuff there, but it's not going to be enough to win this game. But Drew finally making me eat my words with the Fire Flurry, going to get a kill onto Obscure Breads. The Adrenaline Rush is procced, but man, it looks like Dropletto's holding the ball well enough, and can they end this set? Drew gets a nice dribble on over off the wall, and keeping themselves alive with that Fire Flurry, with the Adrenaline Rush, actually making it happen. 2 stacks of War Ponderer has Drew awakened.
Well, even if Drew's awakened, Dropletto's been awake, it feels like. That guy's getting in there, and that's a barrier taken already. Muncher needs to be careful, but Drew gets the timing on a dash punch. That is not what he wanted because it's nullified by the Supernova. Dropletto almost gets KO comboed, but stays alive, has to flip so much damage onto Grimella. If they can get this KO, this could be the difference maker here.
Yeah, and oh man, it looks like Drew just didn't have punch for that dash combo, but they do use the flip to grab that Adrenaline Rush, which is also a completely acceptable situation. And another dash punch coming in. Drew resetting Adrenaline Rush one more time, about 80% extra speed right now, and man, it's going to be Grimella helping out and getting that one in there, and Drew was a monster after getting 1 kill. You can see the Adrenaline Rush going absolutely ballistic, and that is their win con.
The win condition is here. It's 2-2. The game's fully evened up. And if the Bozo Bunch let this slip away, they're going to be kicking themselves. And with the barrier going down, it could be it slipping away. But Fudgy Waffle's incredibly low. If they take out the goalie, if they take out Grimella, this could be the difference here as well. But Obscure Bread's now in a really tough spot. Dropletto back to help out. But Drew and Grimella now, so much offense on the table. And Fudgy Waffles has regen to full. The window is closing for the Bozo Bunch.
Indeed it is, and Drew is going to try to snipe Dropletto off this map, completely staggered right now, can't go near any of the walls, and yes, the Fire Flurry is going to land it. What can you do against this Adrenaline Rush? The flip's going to come out, get another kill, and this is exactly how Bang Bang is going to end up cleaning up this game with this Adrenaline Rush. It's all really in the hands of Drew, as I guess it's also the hands of his team to help stagger people and let Drew get these kills. And the Adrenaline Rush is the one thing that I think is changing this game.
Yeah, and speaking of the thing that could also benefit Drew here, the additional energy, right? Who needs that 1-2 punch when you have that flip every single dash punch? Or something like that, you know? That additional knockback can be gotten by that additional ability here. But you gotta also be concerned. The Bozo Bunch are also picking up some great awakenings. The prize fighter to try and put on damage very quickly to try and snowball against the Adrenaline Rush before it can proc, and the missile prop as well. Muncher getting pretty strong at the moment, so if the Bozo Bunch can avoid getting dash punched, I think they have a very good way to take this game with Drew so low and so quickly.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be more coordinated as ever, considering the fact that Catalyst is also pretty good at nullifying aggression against you. You're just gonna have to put on so much pressure that you kill through the flip. But it's actually going to be 2 barriers going down for Bang Bang, though. Bozo Bunch still fighting back with whatever they have here. Again, if the Adrenaline Rush isn't up, there really isn't all that much going on here for the side of Bang Bang. And if this is their chance here with Drew getting a nice dribble, but Dropletto's going to interrupt that whole thing and get a nice flip into the top side. And they want to even this set up here. They want to grab some more awakenings, get more damage, and say, absolutely never seeing this Adrenaline Rush again.
Yeah, this is where the Bozo Bunch need to clean it up, and they are doing so far. Especially on this variant, they need to be very careful, though. They need to be very, very wary of Drew, as Muncher does stay alive, does not get taken out, and they convert for one barrier, but it's taken on the other side. And the dash punch flip, that's the power of the catalyst, that's the power of the energy buildup. And that is the adrenaline rush, another dash punch, a second dash punch in a row. Maybe a third one coming as well, as Grimella just sends to the bottom side, saved away by Obscure Bread to center, bouncing it. And sent forward again by Dropletto, but Dropletto's got to watch out because Drew is hunting at the moment. The cooldowns are going to be back up in a little bit.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, really actually a great supernova there from I, getting a kill onto Drew, knocking Grimella down to nothing, teleporting them to actually reducing all of that aggression down to nothing. Fudgy Waffles trying to take the reins here, make something happen, see if they can get a goal, but actually kind of getting run around a little bit, but going to make this offense kind of feel a little strong, as Drew's going to be the one to defend the barrier, but it's going to be the power core getting it right past Drew. Grimella approaching with the flip, the piercing shot's going to nullify that for just a moment here. Grimella looking a little bit low, approaching once again with that flip, going to get it up to Drew through the legs of I and Obscure Breads, and it's going to be another point here for Bang Bang, and they are not done yet. This is match set for Bang Bang. They're not trying to let this one go away.
Yeah, and that was a ticking time bomb, right? That was the flip from Grimella, defining the entirety of that last point near the end. And the Bozo Bunch just couldn't quite score fast enough, couldn't quite deal with it at that moment. And right now, it's a much more difficult situation. The Bozo Bunch has struggled on this barrier, on this variant of the map, and their barriers for now are staying up, but Grimella is staying healthy despite no meter, despite being incredibly low, just maneuvering around.
Yeah, I feel like Drew has instilled some sort of fear into the eyes and into the hearts of Bozo Bunch there, kind of staying away from the walls and kind of foregoing some situations. But man, out of nowhere, they just relinquish all of their damage onto Drew, getting a kill. Grimella staggered and slowed down to nothing here. Situation opening up for Dropletto and I. Obscure Bird's going to try to help this one through here. The Supernova's not going to do too much work for the side of Bozo Bunch here. The flip going to have to be used, but nullified by the dash punch here. Grimella still is actually staggered here. Fudgy Waffles getting hit with a little bit of crossfire there, that they're still holding the barrier. Honestly, Bang Bang's got the will to keep this one alive, and it's going to be the Oni Blade that maybe saves this point.
Yeah, they got to be really careful, though, because Grimella is still alive. Grimella's still kicking, and Drew almost gets in there. The bounces on the Narrows bumpers are so dangerous if you're Obscure Breads, and Fudgy Waffles is still saving it away. The Supernova won't quite KO still. Grimella still staying alive here. The Now still staying alive, finally burning a flip as well, and Dropletto's incredibly low. The barrier finally taken. The Bozo Bunch need it right now, but Grimella looking for a mix-up here. Dropletto pushing forward, but it's not quite enough. Grimella to the top side. Obscure Bread still finding the saves. Has so much speed available, but Drew with a dash punch, not quite. They can't score.
Luckily, Obscure Breads had Orb Dancer to survive that whole situation. If they didn't, they would have lost hours ago. Now Grimella looking really low. The Supernova from I can't seem to land a goal. Grimella has been on borrowed time since the beginning. Oh my god, Drew actually getting knocked away by I or Dropletto to keep them alive. The Adrenaline Rush is not going to go off in this situation. Two staggered players, three actually staggered forwards right now, kind of scrummaging around in the midfield. Fudgy Waffle and Obscure Breads are just exchanging this ball as one flip is going to be used here. Not the perfect angle, and a great strike war win from I. He's going to get the ball to the bottom side. They're trying to get into the hands of Dropletto with one more cooldown. The dash is not going to work out. 20-second cooldown for that. Grimella approaching once again. The flip from I into the bottom side. Fudgy Waffles defends it. The Thunder Strike is going to win a strike war against Fudgy Waffles. I finally ending that point in the favor of Bozo Bunch, and that was disgusting. Nothing but pain and suffering on the middle of that field.
Yeah, but the Bozo Bunch importantly clutch it. And that is a crucial point for the Bozo Bunch, but Drew is massive now, trying to turn it around. The Adrenaline Rush could be a factor here with the Flame Flurry, but Drew is also a big target at the moment, and the bottom side of the field is wide open. A dash punch attempted. If that was a KO, that would have been the point over right there. But Drew instead is incredibly low, is being taken low, almost taken out, but does survive with the flip, can use this. Can try to flip Dropletto off the map, but it won't quite be enough. And again, it is Grimella, Drew, and Dropletto incredibly low. And Muncher here needs to be the difference maker against Fudgy Waffles, as Drew does get KO'd by the combo.
Yeah, totally acceptable use of your flip once again. Obscure Breads can understand that instantly. The Supernova from I is going to clear the board, but not going to be enough to get the barrier right now. Grimella doing a great job of stalling with this the Sentry Drone here. A dash punch once again, plus the Sentry Drone is actually not going to be enough to get a kill there. Fiery Flurry also not going to land, getting knocked away a little bit there. And man, this Thunder Strike is actually, or the Supernova actually, was going to split the Big Bang team in two right there. Dropleto looking a little bit low, trying to get a kill on Grimella. They do finally get the barrier, though. Can this be Big Bang's chance to, or sorry, Bozo Bunch's chance to bring the set back right now?
A name that has both words of both the two-word names starting with B. A bit of a confusing matchup here. As Obscure Breads, that's another B word right there, is still defending, but it just gets right past the Molten Bolt slows enough, and they got to be so careful now. Fudgy Waffles is flip, trying to send it through, but interrupted by Dropleto. Bottom side, Fudgy Waffles with the clear. But Dropleto's got to be careful. Drew is trying to become huge, but it's Dropleto instead to the bottom side. Looks for the flip, not quite. Grimella still staying alive. Grimella's been living for so long. And the bounce off the center almost sent it into the goal, but not quite. Obscure Bread still with the save. A flip by Drew will be deflected away. And now a big chance for Dropleto and Muncher to try and find something, but it's still going to be so difficult. Obscure Breads has the flip, though. That's a lot of insurance. The Molten Bolt to the other side, and how is this flip going to be used is the question.
Ooh, right then and there, going to be used to negate that Phoenix kick as well, which is perfect. The flip from Grimella, but man, Obscure Breads is clocked in. His job is to defend this barrier, but man, finally out of cooldowns, it looks like Drew just gets his chance to land that one on in there, and the Orb Dancer just wasn't enough. The Quick Strike also super helping out Obscure Breads in those situations, but man, okay, Bang Bang now on true match point of this series. Bozo Bunch is going to try to keep it together as much as they can. Get a kill, don't get Adrenaline Rush proc. This is your win con.
Yeah, but it's so scary on this variant, right? Those lanes, the side streets, are basically built so that Juliet could dash punch. And such a scary spot to be in. Dropleto to the top side, though. Doesn't quite get the strike afterwards, but you got to always be wary of where Drew is. And with one barrier down, Obscure Bread's in a lot of trouble as well. A lot less freedom to move around.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I really like that Grimella is using this lifeline in some really aggressive situations, but Obscure Breads is sort of one step ahead in that situation. Of course, it's a lot easier to defend the barrier than to take one, but yeah, really just good play coming out from both of these players. Fudgy Waffles nicely defending that barrier there, down to I. Grimella can't seem to get the drone on in there, but Drew does not actually hit with the Phoenix Fly. Just the punch is not going to be enough. I gets a Supernova onto Drew, and it's going to be a kill there. Grimella looking a little bit low, but two barriers still up for the side of Fudgy Waffles. That flip's not going to work out for I. Trying to force it to the bottom side, but Grimella gets the kill. It doesn't proc Adrenaline Rush, but Dropleto gets a revenge kill. Fudgy Waffles going to be holding this ball right now, sends the flip. Obscure Breads left to defend the goal with Dropleto.
Yeah, that Orb Dance is going to be coming up now. It's really crucial for Obscure Breads to have that additional speed on the defense. And it's pushing up as well, but that's a KO. That's an Adrenaline Rush proc for Drew. You got to watch out if you're the Bozo Bunch, because Drew has the cooldown necessary to end this game. Doesn't even need it, just needs the speed. It is Bang Bang staying undefeated in the season.
Oh my god, it really was Adrenaline Rush or bust for the side of Bang Bang here. Now, sure, of course, they could have won without it, but they weren't winning without it. That's the easiest way to say it. But hey, I mean, Drew found enough situations, enough nice dash punch flips to get that Adrenaline Rush to activate. And man, you are like a super character when Adrenaline Rush is activated. You 30% from pummelers, 40% from Adrenaline Rush, almost all of your cooldowns back, 10 seconds off. I mean, you are disgusting. You are unbeatable in that situation. We see it because Obscure Bread is such a good goalie, and I is such a good midfielder here, but nothing can stop the Juliet from doing another dash punch with 70% speed. And yeah, Bang Bang taking this one in a clutch manner there. That Adrenaline Rush was just the one.
Yeah, incredibly clutch from Drew, but Fudgy Waffles as well, right? Was defending so well that game. There were no free barriers, no free points in that last set given on over to Dropleto and Muncher. And when you're playing Zentaro Vice, it's kind of hard to find those like super checkmatey confirms to try and find those barriers and the goals. You have to hit it around, but Fudgy Waffles was holding on so well, and it made it so difficult for Bozo Bunch to close it out. And that means they held long enough for Drew to find that one Adrenaline Rush proc and snowball it all the way.
Absolutely, and we see, you know, Jakar not a super meta pick in most situations, but maybe Fudgy Waffles changing that with this performance. You know, not even having like, he actually got denied missile prop in that game, but had aerials to go with the strike shot. Perhaps that is just enough, just 30%, or I think aerials like 35. But one little awakening there might be just enough to make the lock and load long enough range to just be so effective in most situations. And we saw a couple of situations as well that the Xenocloak secondary giving you extra power on the next hit is just like, boom, red ball out of nowhere. Stell, he's invisible. Red ball out of nowhere. And it's like, sometimes that power is exactly what you need to get to get a goal, to get a barrier, and hey, maybe Drakkar steps up in the meta just a little bit from that.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is also the Zentaro matchup, right? The Zentaro throwing out 3 million abilities,
Yeah.
and then you just press the shotgun button. Bang, bang. And bang, bang, maintaining
bang,
a 4-0 undefeated record. But we're going to see a different game as well. So it's still going to be us. But after the short break, we're going to see Lob City versus the Bun Bun Bonanza. So don't go anywhere.
Oh my god, stay tuned.
Welcome back to the North American Strikers League Season 4, Week 4. We're here with Lob City versus the Bun Bun Bonanza. And, I don't really have that much to say, Envy. Do you have anything?
Well, let's take a look here. We have Lob deciding to take Bun Bun Bonanza to Demon Days. That's an interesting map that has returned in this week of rotations here. Lots of kill comps are going to be showing up there. The core control is laughable as far as Demon Deus goes. Of course, Bun Bun picking Atlas Lab, which is completely fair as a neutral map. And then, Clarion Test Chamber. Maybe I want a game 3, maybe not. Who knows? But as you can see, we have the Awakenings finally showing on up here. We got Specialized Training and Heavy Impact. That is kind of alarming to see on Demon Deus. The picks are already set. Vice showing up, Zentaro showing up. Maybe X was banned because it could have been another catastrophe there. But yeah, this is some pain right now. We have everyone in the game taking Heavy Impact, Specialized back into the pool, something else stolen from the pool as well. And we have 2 wands on both of the brawlers. And this one's just gonna get, I think this one's just gonna get nasty.
Yeah, the Heavy Impact start might be one of the most damage heavy starts of all time, and all of these characters make incredible use of it, especially the Vice and the Zentaro on opposite sides of the field, of course. But the damage will start piling up, and Shapeshifting on the desk in the pre-show couldn't stop himself from saying Bum Bum Banana, so he's definitely wishing for the Bun Bun Bonanza to not be at their 100% here. The Lob City are chasing a win.
Absolutely, you would be, definitely, in this season of Nassau. We're actually on to week 4 right now, and already a bunch of games have been played, a lot of skill has been shown, but the games continue as we have Killiest flying right off the map there to a Pendulum Swing from Scyther. Even silly Pendulum Swing gets a lot stronger from Heavy Impact, and also gives cooldown as well. Now Shapeshifting's going to have to try their best to defend against this, does get the evade, but I mean, it's a lot coming in here as the piercing shot's going to cause a strike, and so is Scyther just standing right on top of you, and it's going to be Bun Bun Banana. Banana taking this first point.
I see.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
It's a curse, and Bum Bum Bonanza not looking like bums at all right now. They are looking like a bonanza. They are getting KOs left and right, and Shapeshifting's looking a bit alone in the goal box. So much damage thrown out here. Killiest next to fall shortly, but wins the strike war. Does manage to get both berries with the help of Shapeshifting as well. And yeah, also importantly, Killiest in instead of Mystic, and this team looking quite good on that point. They converted the barriers, they got the goal, Leon got in there. That's what you want to see from Lob City.
For sure. And we know that Killiest has had a lot of tournament play in the last couple of seasons into Nassau as well. And so they are definitely a seasoned veteran right now. Getting staggered, though, unfortunately, Bun Bun really feeling good about this situation, as Vice might just be a little bit more effective than Zentaro on this map, as they just kind of have, I was going to say raid-wide damage, but we're not playing WoW right now, we're playing Strikers. Board-wide damage here as they get both of these barriers already, loading up the Supernova to help Scyther with a Strike War as well. Just actually going to get 2v1 there on the bottom side. The Oni Blade's not going to do too much. Top side here for Shapeshifting, going to send the Ensnare Drums kind of futilely here. Scyther's going to try to get a Pendulum Swing, but Leon does have Flip to try to make this happen. They might actually have to end up flipping for this barrier, or maybe not, if they can get a kill onto Scyther.
Yeah, Scyther incredibly low. They're looking to try and convert it here. As Shapeshifting on the top side, looking to try and send it through to Leon, who is definitely trying to get this barrier without using the flip, but will end up using it regardless, will convert. But now Scyther is a bit of a threat in the open net. Liari sending it forward, and Scyther with the Pendulum Swing with the Strike War attempted, and Liari to the bottom side once again. Good defense by Lob City, but the passing plays from Bum Bum Bonanza keep the offense up, keep the offense forward to Scyther 12. A hook on the core, hits Killiest instead, but with the KO found. That's a power play in the favor of Bun Bun.
Power play indeed. The flip's coming out. The lightning actually, no, I probably just send it on in there with the power cord, and Shapeshifting going to deny that one away. It kind of just looked like the lightning inted for a second there, but yeah, Shapeshifting defended that one away, but Bun Bun Bonanza is going to end up taking that point there, grabbing advantage in this first set. Killiest getting the chance to do a kickoff here with Liari, taking a bunch of damage already here. The Thunder Strike is going to cause people to use a couple more evades. That's another nice thing about Vice, is her abilities, while they can be evaded pretty easily, even something like Secondary will cause the opponents to evade basically all the time. So just like losing resources at every turn when you have Vice on the board, and Scyther actually finds a way to grab a little bit of damage there in the Death's Touch on the perfect angle. Grab a power play for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. Can they get these barriers? They're being held right now by Shapeshift and Achilles.
Oh, and a barrier taken in the favor of Lob City on the other side. Shapeshift and Achilles now converting to a bit more offense. As Achilles is incredibly low, healed back up, but that now health bar is not the greatest. Can take some damage quite easily, like we're seeing here. The chip really getting to Achilles as Leon faking out Lilybun on the timing there. Big opportunity for Lob City to try and get it through, but it's a power play for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Absolutely. Once again, power play showing up here. Still 2 barriers to go, though. They actually grab 1 and they grab 2. Yep, barriers can go down just about instantly when you have the right positioning there. Achilles is back. Gonna make things a little bit more awkward here for Bun Bun Bonanza. And man, Lilybun maybe thought they just had the perfect timing on that drone before it disappeared, but kind of just nailing their own coffin. And yeah, moving on to next point as they sort of own goal.
Not the greatest defensive play that she's made in her career, but oh no, lingering too long might be even worse, because now it's a power play for Lob City, and they will try to capitalize, but Scyther and Liari pushing it forward are the ones who end up getting a barrier, and Bun Bun Bonanza recover what would have been a devastating situation into one that isn't that bad, especially defending the flip at point blank against Leon. If Liari can stay alive, this is huge for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, a couple of nice, strong reads there on the point-blank flip, and Scyther going to win a strike war there as well. Lilybun going to kind of be just out of range for that one, losing a barrier of their own. Liari is feeling pretty weak right now as they are currently staggered, trying to regen past 50. They can take a couple more hits now, but stop to Scyther and Lilybun to try to score that one, as once again Liari is looking a little bit low, going to be staggered in just a moment. Scyther playing 1v1 against Shapeshifting right now. Liari trying to help, but can't seem to make it happen. Kiliast approaching with flip, going to spend it there right on through the needle is Thread, and it's going to be Lob City taking the first set here, grabbing some fun stuff.
Yeah, they're going to be grabbing some significant awakenings here. Of course, it's a heavy impact start, and oh, this is a very pretty interesting draft. The quick strike, of course, going to be looked at here, but the Reptile Remedy, I think, a premium pickup in a draft where so many people are taking so much damage. Same with the extra special, of course, on the Vice or the Mako. So much utility added. Maybe even a Chrono Boost pickup from the Zentaro to get that dash range early, but maybe just prime time, a deny and a solid pickup on that character. And that Reptile Remedy going to Lilybun is going to be a lot of that durability really playing a part.
Sure, 20% of your current stagger added on to the stagger you get from the base awakening is pretty. That is basically the most offensive awakening that is in the game currently. And man, Leon starting off really hard with a ton of damage onto Lilybun and Liara. Even Scyther taking a little bit of damage there as well. Kiliast, of course, helping out with the drone action. The slice and dice is not going to land past Liari and Lilybun. Actually doing an incredible job of defending against specifically the slice and dice each and every time. The Supernova is going to get it right on past. Scyther's going to grab that last barrier, win a strike war. Shapeshifting got to use a move to win that situation. Kiliast in a strike war again with Scyther, but favorable. It's going to be a good evade there. That's fair. A flip from Kiliast to get it on out there. The barrier is still being held by Bun Bun Bonanza here. Again, winning another strike war. They kind of just have the read on Leon's like timing right now. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, and Lilybun, that's not the bounce you wanted, unfortunately. But Scyther can convert, but flip a little bit out of reach. But doesn't matter with the help of Liari's hit stun with the piercing shot. The Bun Bun Bonanza will convert the first goal of this set. And they always look good. They always look good in these points. Lob City just needs to look better to try and take this game.
Yeah, I think they have a part of the situation covered here where they have a lot of great reads on Leon's timings. Even then and there, I think Leon struck the ball up there to get a small mix-up on the timing. Once again, getting it past Leon. Lilybun is kind of on one right now, as she is just invincible when it comes to defending these goals right now. These barriers are holding. But man, as much as I can praise Bun Bun Bonanza for these situations and these wins, they are actually down the set right now. So they do really just kind of have to put in a little overtime right here.
Oh, and that piercing shot not quite reaching is a little unfortunate. They would have liked to score then and there. But they still have the offensive pressure. They still maintain possession, Bun Bun Bonanza. But unfortunately, Leon is right there. Unfortunately for Lob City, never mind. Unfortunately for Lob City, Leon gets taken out while trying to fly. and Scyther 12 is pushing in, and a
Jeez.
blink by Liari will confirm the goal for 2-0 in the set.
Yeah, really great offensive pressure there from the team. Lilybun and Liari making it happen there with a little couple of teleport character action. They're going to take 2 in this current set, and they really want to even this one up and grab awakenings of their own. We're going to have a bunch of cooldowns being spent from Leon. The damage on Liari is, how does he have all these cooldowns? Is something I'd be asking myself. It probably is something like the heavy impact not helping out Bun Bun Bonanza, as Leon's Zentaro is just kind of spamming right now, but really accurately. Spamming accurately.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if Bumble Bonanza can hold and convert here. But Leon perfectly placed a passive dash into a lined up EI rush, getting into the bottom corner of the goal. And if Lob City can get goals like that, they're looking to be in a good spot. They're ready to set up, but they like to not drop this one if possible.
That is true. They definitely do not want to drop this one as we load up that Supernova. Going to try to do a couple of damage to Kiliast, who does not have evade or bar or anything. That is certainly the kill target, but Lilybun a little bit distracted right now as the Vice is going to have to be defending the barriers and not really free will to go destroy some of these other players on the board. Scyther now looking a little bit weak, and Zentaro quite good at confirming kills as well. Lilybun playing around the sentry drone that doesn't actually come up here. Kiliast has possession of the ball here up to Leon. The flip's going to come out. It's going to be a tough spot. The ensnare drum's also not going to do any favors for Bun Bun Bonanza, but it's also not going to do any favors for Lob City as well. Barrier does finally fall here, and Bun Bun Bonanza is going to really try to fight this one back, as Shapeshifting has kept both of his barriers.
Yeah, and a KO found from Bumble Bonanza. Another KO found from Bumble Bonanza. Shapeshifting's going to need to be the hero here. Going to need to find a flip play to turn this entire game around. Because right now, it's all Bun Bun, and Leon comes back though, and maybe he can be the hero. A flick downwards to keep possession of the core. Leon on the dribbles. Kiliast there to back them up, and Leon and Kiliast will come back and immediately score. It's 2-2 Lob City. It's looking like it's doable. It's looking like it's doable for a 2-0 set lead.
I'll say it. That was open goal. You should not be holding those flips there. Now, I know that Lilybun got stunned there, but Liari should have really been there with the flip. There's no reason to hold the flip, especially when you're 2 in this set. You want to end this set. All the energy is going to go away anyway. But moving on to this next point, though, we're going to try to work on this top side here. Leon looking a little bit low, 50% health, using a couple of abilities here to get around the maps. And Taro relatively mobile as well. Going to use the flip to negate the pressure of that Supernova. And both the barriers are going to hold for now as Kiliast tries to do a self-triple on the top side there. Both brawlers looking a little bit low. Getting the Oni's Blade. Flip spent. Not much coming out of it, though. And Scyther's look a little bit weak. They're going to try to kill Leon here.
Lilybun getting in there. Has the flip available still. Could confirm a goal if this barrier is taken, but it's still being held up for the moment. Good defense there from Shapeshifting and Kiliast. But Shapeshifting's going to need to do a lot more here because it is Scyther and Liari constantly pressuring both sides of the barrier, top and bottom. A flip used from Lilybun, but deflected away perfectly by Lob City. They're looking to keep it up even still here as Shapeshifting sends it around and Kiliast deflects it, but Liari will confirm the barrier. And now it's a bit of trouble for Lob City. Oh, that's a lot of trouble for Lob City.
Yeah, you spelled it out pretty directly there. It's going to be an open goal. Shapeshifting does not have a long enough charge there on the perfect pitch, and it's going to be a nice little shot there for Bun Bun Bonanza. Lilybun, MVP, gets a chance to get a... I mean, pretty much in this situation, you would love the Vice to be your first pick here, as they are going to be the main damage dealer and the defender of these barriers. I mean, kind of on Demon Day, as the goalie is sort of half of a forward because how close the barriers are to the map, so you can have a lot of influence even as a short-range goalie on this map. But yeah, grabbing that rapid fire is going to be a big situation here for Bun Bun Bonanza. That's a lot of extra damage, extra defense, but explosive entrance on Leon is going to maybe spell destruction, as that is again one of the more powerful awakenings here. Stinger also taken for the side of Lob City, and I'm not really sure to give the advantage to, because we got some stagger there, and I mean, specialized training not too exciting for Scyther though.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Stinger, and more importantly, the explosive entrance on Leon really unlocks the character. If Leo can stay alive, this could be huge, but that's the main problem, right? Staying alive, the damage output is so huge from the side of Bum Bum Bonanza, and they're the ones who have the stagger awakenings, right? Denying stagger means the other team can't survive nearly as well, while you don't have to worry nearly as much, and Scyther with a specialized hook is going to have such a good time in terms of KO confirms. So it's really up to Leo and Kiliast if they could somehow manage to stay alive here, because if they do, they have a lot more pressure.
Yeah, especially with the rapid fire coming in from Lilybun, that is just even more damage coming in, more defense in all regards. I mean, it's just sometimes too much to deal with if you do not have the stagger. As we can see that they already had a power play here, got both barriers down, the open goal. Can they get it through Leo Leon's slice and dice here? They're going to have to spend a flip, but the perfect pitch is going to be a perfectly angled. Lilybun going to get a nice angle on the side of the goal gate there, and Scyther's not going to have a cooldown to land this one, but yeah, the last little bit of that whiplash is going to get it onto the top side. Scyther actually recognizing that, moving up, that was really great.
What an angle. I did not expect it to go in that cleanly right off the corner. That is not what you like to see if you're Lob City and if you're Bang Bang. Not Bang Bang, Bun Bun. Yo, Bun Bozo Bunch versus Bang Bang into Bun Bun Bonanza. There are too many Bs in the North American Strikers League. I'll say it.
It's maybe the favorite letter here. But Kilius looking a little bit low here as Scyther's going to pull right into the center of the board. Specialized Training not that strong to actually pull board wide though. Scyther is still staggered in the situation. Lilion happy to spend a couple of cooldowns to try to get Scyther off this map, or maybe get the flip out of here, as it's going to definitely be spent there. Shapeshifting loses a barrier in the process though. The Ensnare Drums is going to do, I was going to say very little, but man, Lilion gets a really favorable bounce there and a strike right outside of it, followed up by the IR Rush and the passive, and is going to land that one in there. Lob City keeping this one even in this set.
Yeah, and big opportunity, but again, like, it is Bun Bun who have the control, right? They have so much stagger. They have the ability to whittle down the health bars of Lob City to the point where Lob City needs to play very reactively. But right now, it doesn't matter because they're just eating the damage. Leon's taking it, but they're just taking the barrier so fast that it doesn't matter. And that's also a possibility, right? If your offense is so good that you can just take the damage while doing your offense, as long as you're faster, it's all good.
It's true. I will say that I feel like that situation does not come up all that often when you're in this specific situation, but this fast team also is able to get these kills, as we see Stinger showing up and explosive entrance and everything. Supernova going to send Kilius all the way out of there, but the big slice and dice is going to be enough to stun both. Lilybun and Liara get that one in there. And man, they're fast at taking barriers. They get these kills. This is what Lob City's looking to do right now.
Right. Lob City, this is their chance to show that they can take this game, they can turn into something bigger. And Liari, unfortunately, that angle, not exactly what she wanted, but still cleared away. One barrier taken, as Shapeshifting will clear it away cleanly. And Lilybun not quite getting the angle there as well. Flip in front of the net. Patience from Leon, but there will be a hook to back it up as well from Scyther 12 as extra insurance. With the net open, this is the biggest opportunity Lob City's going to have against Bun Bun Bonanza. But they need to convert somehow. A passing play, a strike war against the power chord from Kilius, perfectly timed. Overcommitment towards the bottom side because Bun Bun Bonanza needed to heal, and Lob City are now up.
Yeah, that was interesting to see the goal. Liari was definitely kind of hanging out in the bottom side there, a little staggered, but then the open part of the goal was completely just, no one could get there, no one had a cooldown. I thought maybe Liari was going to snipe a Rose Warp in there, but really just had nothing for that situation. Also want to bring up that Bun Bun Bonanza has done maybe 4 own goals right now, / own barriers, so they're kind of maybe getting used to Demon Days again or something, but it's kind of a tough situation, and it's going to get even tougher as, of course, we see the Catalyst go on to Leon. Zentara, one of the best characters in the game with Catalyst, of course. And everything else that seems to have landed. Lilybun gets more power as well. That could make a big situation here. Liari actually getting a bunch of damage from Might of Colossus as well. So I'd say a solid draft for each player here. Kilius getting unstoppable. Could make a difference for this survivability.
Yeah, probably not a massive difference, but maybe a difference nonetheless. But Lilybun probably has a pretty scary build here. Rapid Fire combined with 2 staggers and a bulk up means that she is functionally immortal and also packs quite the punch at the moment. So Bun Bun will be relying on a lot of that damage being consistent, as Shapeshifting has so much core speed though. It's converted so well by Lob City. They're utilizing this Mako pick quite well, and Shapeshifting is going to be the one who gets the KO there. It will be Scyther 12 taken off the map. Liari blinking backwards to try and find it, but Leon, slice and dice on the follow-up, will secure the goal. They're 2 away from a win here.
Yeah, and I'd like to say Shapeshifting with the team player actually making a lot of great plays happen here. The core speed is really just kind of a a shocking situation when you're under a lot of pressure that Leo Leon's putting on you. It's like, damn, if the core is just moving that fast, I can't live against the Zentaro, and I cannot live if the ball is going a little too fast. So I really like the pick there from Shapeshifting. Is actually kind of a secondary win con, as Achilles helps put that one into the barrier. Shapeshifting helping out with the hot shot on the perfect pitch, and man, Leo Leon gets it through all three members basically with that slice and dice, with that passive, and they're really making it happen here. Bun Bun did take a set, but I almost had forgotten.
Yeah, and remember, Leo Leon won North American Strikers League in Season 1. That guy's a champion.
That guy's
you know?
a champion.
And in a game like Omega Strikers, you don't just suddenly lose your hands. Your mechanics stay with you, and that's what we're seeing right here. Leo Leon in there, once again, pushing forward. So many strikes, has the flip available. Killiest will convert it, and that's Lob City with the victory here.
All right, man, it looked like, you know, I kept hitting all day. I've been kept hitting the, oh man, the team that has Vice is just the cheating team. They're going to win because they have so much damage. It's unfair, but hey, Vice goes down here even on Demon Days. It looks like Lob City was just a little bit more accurate on the barriers. Again, maybe like 4 own barriers here from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. A little rough spot there, but yeah, gonna have Lob City taking that one. They were really quick on the barriers, that's for sure. They got a solid amount of kills too. I mean, I had 4 kills, but a good amount of damage as well. Lots of staggering going on in that game. And we saw that we had what Atlas Lab was next, as that was chosen by Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, it was an incredibly close game, I think, but in the end, Shapeshifting got enough core speed to pass it all the way to Leo Leon so many different times, and when Leo has the core in front of the net, he converts more often than not. So I think that they identified the win condition with the goalie, and just bypassing a lot of the midfield that Bun Bun is so good at.
Absolutely. The core speed is so important. Even just team player, which is like, well, I don't know. I mean, I think team player is so broken, like so good, so busted, but I'm not sure if everyone always thinks that. Even on like Demon Days, it's not like, I feel like it's not the awakening you would think like, yeah, the goalie should be taking team player on Demon Days because it's so good. Usually you just say it's taking more damage or more stagger or something, but hey, you know, honestly, when the both barriers go down, it's a pretty wide open map. It actually, even with these obstacles, make it even harder to get the ball like where you need it to. So the core speed is kind of just helpful in every situation. I'll just say it's just a good pick there from Shapeshifting as we get on into this next game.
Yep. Next game coming up here.
Coming up.
And we're heading on over to Atlas's lab. Demon was Lob City's pick, so it being Bun Bun Bonanza's pick, I think they'll be a lot more confident, a lot more standard of a map. Of course, the Demon Day is one of the most different maps in the entire pool, so we might see a very different game here.
Yeah, for sure. I'd be very surprised to see any team picking Inky's Splash Zone, which is now legal, everybody. Please rejoice, because Inky's Splash Zone is extremely poggers. But yeah, Atlas Labs staying in the meta forever, maybe, as it's just like kind of the most neutral stage. Everyone has probably the most practice on Atlas Lab than any other map. And we could see that because most people doing really great redirects and like offensive pushes using the black hole as just another hit for the core. It's actually like pretty impressive and hard to deal with. As a goalie player, I am always like, dang, I could not block that because they ricocheted that one off the black hole. So really great play is awaiting us as Atlas Lab is going to be our next map. We're loading it on in there. And man, we saw it was so Bun Bun Bonanza took that first set and it was just like, man, I feel like they're just going to win. I don't know, all of a sudden, Lob City was just like, didn't lose control for a moment, it felt like.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do here. We're waiting for a side select of Lob City. They do select blue side here, so the sides will be swapped. And
Blue side.
I'm interested to see what will be banned, because I believe against the Bun Bun, the usual bans are either Estelle, which happens quite a bit, or Rasmus, which also happens a decent bit, targeting Liari and Scyther respectively. So I'm interested to see what the strategy will be going into this for Lob City.
Sure, I could see them banning like Kazan too as well. I know Scyther's really great on Kazan. Even Leon, I believe, is also quite well versed at Kazan. Um, they all kind of. It's funny. Most of the brawler players all kind of end up playing like Zentaro, Kazan, and Rasmus as like the main 3 characters that are sort of like at the top level, at the top tier right now, if there's even a tier list of whatever it is. And then X kind of just slips in every now and again, finds his way into X era on like maps, Night Market and sometimes Clarion or something like that. But yeah, it's just those 3 goal. Like you can't deny all of them each time. So I feel like we usually see like one of them almost always getting through, and then I don't know. I guess sometimes Asher shows up as well. But having a bigger pool of brawlers is definitely more helpful. I'm not sure which team would ban Kazan, if anything. I mean, they're going to Atlas Lab. I really don't know what they'll be banning. It's because it's such like a. If it was a more open map, I'd say yeah, sure, the Estelle ban, absolutely, and then maybe the Kazan ban. But I don't know. Atlas is just like it just like invites everything. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see the striker select progressing at the moment, and it will indeed be an Estelle ban against Liari and a Mako ban against Shapeshifting taken off of that comfort goalie pick here, which might be a big factor, but... And, well, that's a Shapeshifting Kai coming out in the goal box.
Sure. I mean, I know Shapeshifting like as a Kai main, basically, even if he's not. That's like the character I've seen him play the most, just in general. So I feel like pretty happy to be on the Kai in that situation. And of course, we have Castellast and Peak Performance here. Now benefiting from Castellast for sure. Peak Performance, we're probably going to see mostly Peak Performance on this board, though. Awakening is kind of just really good. 10% speed, basically, for any character here. And 350 stagger is quite good. Nothing too remarkable, though. I mean, Lilybon, of course, going to be on that Dubu, right? And we're going to have Liari there. Scyther gets his Rasmus, which is pretty nice. Lilian on Zentaro again, though. Both forwards, or, both brawlers are pretty happy with these picks. Yeah, and both midfields. I mean, I think this is just a really good comfort pick for all the players right now. I'm not sure who would even, like, be unhappy with their character here.
Yeah. We're going to have to see. It's all up to how well these teams can pilot these compositions, but with Leon Zentaro again, I have pretty decent faith, but Scyther 12, Rasmus on Atlas Lab. This was where he had his flashiest clips. This is where he made his name in the North American Strikers League, and we might be seeing a little bit more of that legendary Scyther 12 here.
Sure. I mean, heck, I'm ready for it. I'm trying to see some ridiculous clips. But he's going to be losing about all of his health bar here. No real kill comps to show up right now, though. So kill confirming at low stagger is going to be a little bit less desired on here, as they don't really have access to it. The big pull from Scyther, but an awkward angle might actually be what didn't land the goal in there. Shapeshifting gets the nice barrage to defend that one away. The slice and dice going to keep a little bit of possession there, but on to Liari. Achilles has the ball and grabs it and pulls it to Scyther and actually gets it on through. The barrage was not quick enough in that situation. We have Bun Banana starting it off with a point.
Yeah, they are also building up a lot of meter as well. Good spot for Bun Bonanza here. They need to figure it out, and they're doing so quite well. Of course, Lilybun has had very good performances on this Dubu here, but a really good patience from Kiliast on that flip will mean that Lob City are looking good in terms of offense. With both barriers down, they just need to convert on the other side of the map, and that's exactly what they're aiming to do here. But flip available for Scyther in front of the nets, just waiting, and getting the goal.
And Scyther with like the 25 head hit on there. That horizontal strike was actually so clutch, getting it right through all the members there of Lob City. And honestly, it feels like Bun Bonanza, like Scyther feels activated right now. That even though he was definitely doing a great job before on the Rasmus, right now just feels like he's just clocked in, and this is the moment to just unleash your power, bro. And maybe it really is, as you are down one set in this series of Nassel, and you got actually put in that work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Kiliast, Leon, the passing plays. They need to find a way to convert before Scyther 12 can run away with it, because Liari and Lilybun are defending quite well at this point. And now Scyther 12's turn. going forward for the barrier, looking for a dribbling play, and Lilybun has flip as well. A lot of defensive insurance for Bumba and Bonanza. Lob City in a lot of trouble, going for a shot around, but Liari on the Juno, her former one trick, is looking pretty comfortable as well.
Yeah, really great slice and dice there from Leon, grabbing that barrier from Lilybun, stopping her from even using that flip. Of course, we're going to have Kilius going to get stuffed there by the Tofu Fortress. Shapeshifting, trying to make something happen there with the Giga Blast. It's not going to work out, though. Liari helping to keep possession of that core, even though Shapeshifting had a shot there, a flip from Shapeshifting to defend that one away. Kilius in the right spot to defend the bottom side of the goal. Back to Lilybun, back to Liari here, up to Scyther, but Lilian wins that situation there. Liari also helping to defend the center part of that goal. Lilybun has the flip if it is needed there. Uses the strike, misses the core. The blob does not get it. If they can just get the ball to Scyther, that flip will be what they need to get this point.
Lilybun now, flip available. Liari and Scyther as well. Just need one passing play. Bottom side, a defensive flip, but Lilybun will barely catch it. And a slime will set it up perfectly, but Kilius will defend. Double goalie now, trying to defend it away with the now proximity drone. Shapeshifting has to do a lot of work here. A lot of slime core speed, and Liari won't quite get the shot. It hits the bumper, and that will be Lob City surviving for a little while longer.
Absolutely, the Oni Blade is not going to be enough to land that one, but it is going to stall the ball just as much as they need it to. All right, Lilybun in control right now. Still open goal. Liari in a good position to help out here. Lilian has the passive, but is going to have to spend it just striking. Was probably planning something for that. Scyther with the hook, but it's going to be knocked away by the barrage there. Really good call from Shapeshifting. Leon holding the possession there in the middle field, not letting it get past. Down to Shapeshifting once again. Both goalies doing just a really good job of defending here on overtime. And it's just the forwards cannot get their footing to land a situation. But Scyther finally gets a really good pendulum swing. And it's going to get the ball into the bottom side. Lilybun. Bun Bonanza. That was really great defense, actually, from Lilybun there. Just like sort of immobile Dubu, but just good positioning.
Well, that's some scary awakenings on the board. A Monumental is potentially needing to be denied here, and yes, it will be taken away, but that means there's some juicy awakenings still left. The Catalyst, of course, is foremost among them, and Explosive Entrance denied away to Draft of Denies, but I feel like all of these denies kind of favor Lob City a little bit in a way with that Catalyst, with the size anyway. Again, that spec training at the end of the day. Of course, the Dash Awakening on Juno is incredibly strong, but all things considered, I think Lob City pretty happy with this one.
Agreed. I mean, Liari gets extra jump speed, kind of really valuable. Hey, at least Scyther gets something out of that Monumental. It's way better than a character like Estelle taking it. Fortunately, yeah, Kilius getting that Catalyst is definitely a huge situation, though. Man, good positioning there. Going to save that bottom barrier. That was kind of close. Leon trying to help push it on in here. Shapeshifting getting really involved right now. Kilius almost saves it with that drone. It's not going to be enough. The Monumental Death's Touch is going to hold that top side of the lane there. Another pendulum swing is not going to be enough, but man, wins the big strike war against Kilius. Scyther, again, clocked in, is just ready to do his job, and they making it happen right now. Scyther, kind of MVP feeling right now.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes here as the black hole is blown up. Scyther is trying to force it through yet again, and that's what we've seen him do so many times. It goes around the barrier. The boys' angle returns, and this time on the other side, Scyther does take one. A great Tofu Fortress by Lilybun will trap the core for a while, put a lot of pressure on Kilius, but Kilius and Leon have flips available, so that's always a threat that Lilybun has to worry about.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting situation when you have that Tofu Fortress there. It's like, normally, it's like pretty good to get the Tofu Fortress that close, but if your teammate isn't actually in, like on the right side of the Tofu Fortress, you really don't get all that much value, as we saw from that last situation. Scythers tried to make their way up there, but by the time he was able to get in, Tofu Fortress was a little bit over there. But fighting on the top side here, they finally get the tenacity to get it, and a big strike win, actually, with the friend fling. Is going to win that situation against Shapeshifting. Even cause a blob there is actually going to be almost unwinnable for Shapeshifting to send that ball forward. Liari on point there, right in front, going to keep the aggression up and take two in this next set.
Yeah, Kilius has to try and neutralize this Juno, but Liari's flying. Liari has the jump range, has the room to play it forward to Scyther 12, and we're seeing that again. A barrier taken in an instant. The Bun offense is really coming to life here in these past two sets. We're seeing why they're such a scary team. and Leo and Kilius, although they're trying to send it around, they will manage to get it around, but Lilybun still has flip available, so Bunbun not going to go down too easily.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, or I guess learn, if Lilybun would rather have flip than the last barrier. I feel like most people would say you should definitely be flipping for that last barrier, but I don't know. Maybe the jury could be out on that one. But hands, ball onto Scyther right now. Actually gets a death touch pulled back, little schmixerizer there onto shapeshifting. Going to land that one. Okay, it's actually going to be Lilybun using the flip there defensively, which is completely fair. Lilybun was about to put on a clinic there. Liari flying on in there, getting a blob. It's not going to work out. Hitting the black hole. Liari trying to get it right back onto Scyther, who most likely has a pendulum swing right now. Lilian with all the control, but Liari going to help with that. Death touch is not going to land it up to Lilybun. Gets it right on past Lilian again, and I guess Bunbun Bonanza has kind of full control here.
Yeah, and the overtime slams people. Wait a second, Liari hesitates for a second, and Leon hits the primary onto the core in overtime. A lot of core speed all the way around, and Lob City staying alive in this set. If they can make the comeback here, they could turn this game around, but it's not going to be easy.
It is not going to be easy. Yes, one little hesitation moment there. Going to let a champion player like Leo Leon grab that barrier. Even then, good positioning there from Kilius to ricochet right on back and get both of those barriers. Kilius with the flip, going to try to approach from the bottom side. They actually almost get a sneaky kill onto him there on the bottom side. Scyther pulling right back up, going to get a whiplash, but he's going to get boys showing up there. Not going to grab the barrier. Once again, going to try to push them to the side. Feels like they have to use the flip. They do get the barrier at least, but no flip there left for the side of Bunbun Bonanza. Just a pendulum swing and a dream. The dream is over as pendulum swing is going to fail there. Liari's job to get it to Scyther and shapeshifting, I guess, has nothing left there, and it's going to be Bunbun Bonanza once again taking advantage in this set and trying to even up the series.
Yeah. Scyther 12, MVP, looking to pick up something that lets him fully take over the game. And additional size on the table, Chrono Boost on the table. A lot of options here for Scyther 12. And with Lilybun being that third pick as well, has ways to get that orb dancer. That's exactly what you want in terms of that goalie Dubu. But with the Chrono Boost being picked up from shapeshifting, we might be seeing that Kai fly just a little bit.
True, and Liari all the way at the end with 1-2 punch. Pretty substantial pick there for Juno. Still getting a great amount of core speed to go with that strike with friends passive. That's what it's called, everybody. But yeah, using the jump there, the jump range is going to make a huge difference here. If Liari can grab something like Twin Drive later, maybe, I think that would be a huge pickup, because that is just kind of infinite midfield control as they're going to try to push onto this top lane. A nice pendulum swing there from Scyther. Okay, inside of the Tofu Fortress, that's exactly where you want to be if you're Scyther. Doesn't work out that time, though. Going to heal up Leon, Kilius, actually shapeshifting, almost making that one happen, but Lilybun kind of on point right there.
Yeah, and Kilius what's available top side, trying to find an opportunity to use it, but the offense is just continuous from Bunbun Bonanza. Lilybun is just walking all over the map because she isn't being constantly pressured on the barrier. Shapeshifting, on the other hand, needs to be near the barrier because despite the Chrono Boost Kai, the pressure is just unrelenting. The threat of the slimes, threat of the core speed is always there.
For sure, especially with that 1-2 punch, things have changed a little bit here as Liari is just a way bigger threat on an open goal or just more open space. And yeah, there it is. It's going to be a nice flip there. Scyther's going to help it on in, and it's going to be another point here for Bunbun Bonanza. They're looking good. We see Lilybun grabbing some orbs, flying around a little bit. Dubu on ice. It's usually Atlas on ice, but we got Dubu skating around here. A lot of speed, making it happen. It's just like there's no kill pressure left to even hurt Lilybun. I mean, she's got a ton of stagger there. They just have a lot of control in this game. And look, 2 barriers going down right there. Scyther's just clocked.
Yeah, Scyther is a bit of a barrier-taking master. And Liari, what a follow-up after forcing a goal line flip from shapeshifting, instantly converting, forcing a point. And now we're 1 goal away. Now Bunbun Bonanza can tie up the series and send us to the final map with just 1 more goal.
Yeah, it's such a double O moment when that stuff happens. It's like, oh, what a save. Oh, what a stuff. It's insane. Oh, okay. Oh, again, gets the kill. Really great flip and actually going to make a power play happen there. And man, Bunbun Bonanza has just had advantage in every situation, even with not grabbing the barrier in that scenario. Lilybun going to move up as much as possible, make this aggression happen onto the bottom side, gets the fortress there. Scyther's here to help, but Okay, the tenacity here from Leo Leon, but the core speed from Liari, the cooldowns, it's just maybe a little too much for Lobster to handle right now.
Yeah, Lob City need to find their footing here, need to find this barrier, but Lilybun on the Dubu is not letting go too easily. Will finally follow though. Leo Leon trying to send it forward, but you gotta watch out for the slimes. You gotta watch out for that additional core speed here. They clear it away. The Dubu goes down, but Scyther 12 is looking to convert it before Leo Leon can convert himself. Leroy with the stall, dribble to the top side, but Kilius will be the one to convert it here. And Lob City not going down just yet.
True, the slowest outplay ever seen right there. Larry unfortunately can't keep control of the ball in that situation, but is certainly one strike away from getting that flip. And look at that core speed showing up once more. What's it going to be here? Alken off the middle. Actually, good positioning there from Leo Leon to defend that one away. But they're going to lose both their barriers now. We actually have Lob City kind of coming alive there, but Scyther and Liari have a chance with their cooldowns to show up one more time. Up to Lilybun here, going to try to get it past some of the goalies. The secondary from Shapeshifting is going to feel wasted in that spot. Oh my goodness, really great hit there. Almost a crazy save, but it's just too much pressure from Lob City right there. Achilles even had a flip. They wanted to get it on in there for sure, but you know, definitely better to hold it on for this next point. A double barrier with a flip would be huge for Lob City right now, as of course Bun Bonanza is on match point.
Yeah, can't quite write Lob City off just yet with the comebacks they are looking to make here. And they have the meter to play with as well. Kilius and Shapeshifting, almost 2 flips onto the board. They defend the barrier, great barrage from the Shape. And Leo Leon is putting so much pressure on.
Yeah, Leo Leon getting in there exactly when they need to. Shapeshifting, a great job of defending this point right now. The barriers are holding. Scyther's going to use a couple of moves to get that one away. Yes, the Giga Blast. Not even really on reaction, just kind of like a Hail Mary because you kind of need to in that situation. But eventually do lose both barriers there. A flip from Leo Leon is going to do absolutely nothing there. Liari with the jump distance, the strike on up past the barrage. Yes, Bun Bonanza stays in this series, and we're going to the Clarion Test Chamber, boys. God damn, I'm into it.
Yeah, last set was a lot closer than it once was. Lob City was getting back into it, which is a good sign for the next game for Lob City, right? It looked one-sided from Bun, but Lob City was coming back a little bit. But overall, still a very dominant game by Bun Bonanza. They cleaned it up, and Scyther 12 in particular just looked as fantastic as always. And Liari, of course, made some incredible scoring plays. So a team to watch out for heading into the next map.
For sure. I mean, we had, you know, even on this Atlas Lab, not too much kill pressure from either side, which is like a nice fair game. Scyther pretty happy about that, not having to worry about kills. Can just kind of go on in there and just spend those cooldowns and just make it happen. The offensive pressure from Lob City just did not feel like it was enough to overwhelm Lilybun enough times to get those barriers, to get those points, to get those goals. And man, Scyther, just with like the assistance of Liari and maybe just a couple of awakenings, was just so ready, was so in there. It's like this guy feels like he has 6,000 hours on Zentaro. Guys, I was gonna say Kazan, then I said Zentaro. I mean Rasmus, everybody. Just so comfortable on that character. But yeah, moving on to Clarion Test Chamber, where kills are definitely a little bit more prevalent, and the Vice could happen. Everybody, it could be Vice.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. We'll have to see what happens on this final map of the series. We're going to see what happens with the side select as well. Clarion Test Chamber.
Woo!
A lot more cramped in a way, as Bun do select blue side. And now they have an interesting spot in this draft. Lob City as well. Are they going to ban the Estelle is the question. They're probably going to ban the Estelle because that's what teams usually ban against the Bun Bonanza. But things could change.
You know, it's like I can respect. It's like depends on sides, right? Because it's like I would understand them banning out Rasmus now because man, Scyther just feels like he's just so clocked into Rasmus right now. And we haven't had Liari play. She didn't get to play Estelle that game. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I feel like they could maybe pick Estelle. Maybe Kilius takes Estelle and then they ban Rasmus or something. Yeah, it's a tough situation when it comes to like trying to ban out these players since they just usually have like solid pools of midfielders. We know that Liari plays just really good Juno, Estelle, and like now, and possibly others, but those are I feel like the main characters right here. So banning out Liari seems like a difficult situation. Of course, it's always depending on awakenings. So I don't know. Could be easier to ban Rasmus. We'll have to see.
Yeah, And might be seeing a Rasmus ban just because of the start. Looking at the pick ban, and it is Explosive Entrance and Rampage. And that's a lot of size. That's a lot of size potential for a potential Rasmus. And Bun Bun do have that first pick capability. And it is the Estelle that will be taken away. I'm looking at a Rasmus first pick here for Bun Bun. They pick Aimee instead. That's a goalie most likely for Lily Bun.
All right. I mean, that's okay. They have a chance. I mean, Lob City has a chance to get that Rasmus out of there and maybe force Scyther onto something like Kazan if they really think they would rather deal with Kazan. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know. But they're going to take the Zentaro once again, Leo Leon on Comfort. 3 Zentaro games, it looks like right now. And their next pick, this midfielder or this goalie, is going to be... Here it comes. I'm seeing it. It's now, again, for Kilius, most likely. So, again, we're kind of seeing the same comp again. Yeah, it's this Aimee. Aimee's hard. Aimee is a hard goalie. So, we'll see what happens there. I mean, Rasmus, you see it. Boom.
Yeah, and Lilybun has performed on it before, and with the addition of Device, I think I like what Bun Bun's doing, because they were kind of allowed what they like, and what they like is pretty good, and Scyther's pretty good at that Rasmus pick, and yeah, I kind of like what Bun Bun's cooking here.
I am definitely interested to see. You know, we do have the Vice show up. You think it's yeah, it's probably Vice midfield, right?
Yeah.
Surely. Yeah. I think it
Surely.
feels like Lob City has more comfort. It's just the Aimee. No, I guess it's also
No, but Lilybun has played the Aimee so many times. Like,
true.
I think
Is that the Vice? That just feels like a little. I don't know.
I think they should have considered denying the Rasmus just a little bit. I feel like Scyther is a little good at that pick, and it kind of got let through for free. But it is Explosive Entrance in Taro, so Leo Leon is scaled from second one, unless he decides to go Rampage. But
that's true. I forgot about the Starting Awakenings here. Of course, Explosive Entrance in Taro is dummy, and but hey, Rasmus with Rampage sometimes is just truly unstoppable, and it's going to be their job to basically get some kills on him if he decides to take this Rampage. Of course, you lose all your stacks on set and kill. But yeah, I feel like Scyther was kind of clocked in there, and they let him have it. So we'll see if this comp, once again, they're playing basically all the characters that they've played each set here, Lob City. So are you guys clocked in to this next map? Check it out. Rampage on Scyther, as we thought what would happen. Zentaro taking Siphoning Wand. So yeah, I feel like they're going to try to get some kills this game.
definitely a possibility. And Leo Leon with that ability to move around the map so quickly is a factor as well, but I think Scyther's gonna be taking some barriers here. I think Scyther's gonna go really fast on that core control, and the Ahri of course has the damage factor, but it's a pretty optional damage factor, I think.
Yeah, it's true. I have the name bug, it looks like kind of annoying, but yeah, Liari definitely has the option to attempt more core control, but has the has the ability to do a ton of damage here. As we're going to see, Leo Leon is actually going to get it on in there with the Slice and Dice and the passive again. And making it happen there, Leo Leon. Getting the first point here past... Honestly, it's like Explosive Entrance Zentaro versus Aimee goalie is kind of a tough matchup, and you're going to have to just work as hard as you can to make it so that he just doesn't get the ball.
Yeah. As long as the team of... Bun Bun Bonanza can keep the core up, that will be them being able to force offense quite well here, but if the possession is kept by the side of Lob City, then I think that's pretty scary. Like you mentioned, the Aimee, but right there, if the core is floated up like that, the Explosive Entrance Aimee has so much reach across the entire field, so much ability to secure these barriers, but has to be worried on the defense because Kilius has a flip and will make it 2-0 very quickly for Lob City.
Yeah, really great positioning there from Kilius. Now, as you're saying, for sure, the Explosive Entrance Aimee also has almost full board control, but that will definitely, like, invite more aggressive plays, thus making, less cooldowns for the defense. You're just going to have to make the most of those aggressive situations. And, man, we're actually going to have Liari get a really great Supernova to get the barrier, and also we're going to have Scyther grab a kill as well. onto Kilius there, and now they're gonna have a power play here. Triple flip right now. They're gonna maybe try to conserve 1 or 2 of them, considering they are down 2 in this set. Find a kill onto Shapeshifting, find a kill onto Leon, and it's just Kilius left to defend. No cooldowns. Sure, that's gonna be a goal with the double power play there. Trying to bring it back here. We actually see 4 stacks of Rampage onto Scyther, and if this gets out of hand, the set will too.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it can be a bit of a difference maker here, but with Lilibun and Liari having flips, well, one's burned there. I think Bumbo Bonanza have a good chance in this one, especially when Liari is catching those crosses like that with the power chord.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, gonna have to spend the flip there because kind of a bigger barrier in that situation. Leon doing a good job of redirecting it to the top side. Can't see too much happening there for Lilibun, though. Gonna have the Firewall Sentry help defend on that side up to the top side. Again, a Giga Blast. Gonna see if they can make something happen. Evade from Shapeshifting. He's not gonna get too much done there through Scyther's Pendulum Swing, though. Power Chord to get it back onto Scyther. Shapeshifting got the Blazing Pace up. Okay, we actually get Leon to find a situation where they can get that barrier. Not a favorable bounce for Bun Bonanza at all, though. Back into the hands of Scyther. Can't seem to make it happen with the Pendulum Swing. The Giga Blast, the Whiplash, though, is going to get that barrier there. The Supernova back to Scyther. They're going to defend that one away. Okay, really great barrage there from Shapeshifting, but, oh, the Power Chord is going to show up from Liari. Really great situation there for Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, clutch power chords into the 2-2, and Bumbo Bonanza with a chance to win this set, to get the first draft in their hands. And Scyther's starting to become a little bit big. The size is stacking up. And Lilibun with the Firewall Sentry. The barrier's taken in an instant. Scyther 12 winning the strike war. A 10-second point in the favor of the Bumbo Bonanza, and that's what we like to see out of one of the most convincing teams of last season.
Yeah, Scyther just kind of doing his job, getting big, getting on in there, blasting that flip, knocking everyone the heck out of there, and it's just going to be a goal there. Scyther getting their chance to pick whatever they want. They're kind of big. It could have been Might, but it's actually going to be Peak, denying some stagger, getting some speed, which is fair. I wouldn't say that Scyther is just single-handedly doing all the damage in the world for this Might, but, you know, it was a consideration, as we're going to have a hot shot showing up for Shapeshifting there. Catalyst for midfielder, pretty strong for Liari there. Leon getting a double moves here. It's kind of a tough situation for Lilibun to try to get some kills here with Adrenaline Rush, but it could happen. And now left with kind of a pretty boring perk here. Might of the Colossus is not too great for now, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see, but I think Scyther will once again be feasting in this set. And if Scyther's doing well, you like it. But Leon gets a strike after Theoni's Blade. Such a tricky situation to defend if you're Lilibun, and that means both barriers go down. That means Scyther 12 needs to do a lot more work. But if Leon gets one outplay, if Kilius gets one shot, that means this point is over.
For sure, and even if Scyther can just get a barrier or two just to stack it up a little bit, even if they lose this point, that's kind of what you're looking for there. An unfortunate redirect there from Scyther is not going to be where it needs to get that barrier. In fact, it's going to bounce unfavorably back to the opponents. Leon going to pick that one up there, send it on in there, keep his flip, and minor advantage for Lob City for this set.
Alright, Liari to the bottom side. Another flip available to Scyther as well. But the Firewall Sentry on the defense and progressing it to the offense is looking quite good as Liari and Scyther set up, get 1 point in an instant. Leon trying to convert on the other side will get 1, but is incredibly low. The chip damage could add up from Bun if they continue poking Leon.
Absolutely, looking a little bit low right now. Vice is definitely in the game. Okay, we got Lilibun actually getting really active, staying to actually make this happen. Gonna try to retreat a little bit back there, as of course Leon was pretty much out of the play. Gonna try to use Atlas to help, and yeah, that's gonna be a really great angle there from the flip. You wouldn't normally see like a flip into the Atlas circle, but actually was a super solid angle there. Lilibun's awake, ready to go.
Yep, and Liari as well to the top side. Kickstarting the offense quite well with Scyther. I think the big question mark is whether Scyther can get going, and a lot of that depends on Lily and Liari controlling the midfield, getting these opportunities, and of course Lily on this eject goal. And unlike the Dubu from last time, a lot of agency in terms of blinking forward and taking barriers herself, and she's doing that quite well.
For sure, the explosive entrance helping a lot, just giving you way more board control in general. Just does it all, right? When you have board control, you're defending, you're offending, you're doing everything you need to. And man, Scyther getting those barriers, and that's exactly what you need. 4 stacks already, and it's 1-1 right now in the set. Okay, they are looking for a crazy bounce off that little corner there. Doesn't seem to find it though, but they get the point nonetheless, and actually are just have a pretty solid advantage right now. A set lead, 2 points in this next one. Bun Bun Bonanza is feeling it right now. Feeling themselves.
They are indeed feeling themselves, and now Scyther has the core, has it under control, goes for a mix-up, gets a little greedy, it feels like, but still gets the barrier regardless, and trying to strike war absolutely everyone here. Picks up the center, becomes absolutely massive, threatens a lot of damage on Leo Leon, but doesn't quite get too much value out of it before it disappears.
Yeah, just too big to make anything happen, unfortunately. We're going to have a top-side push here. Shapeshifting can help defend it away here with Kilius on the bottom side. Okay, we got Lilybun getting on in there, not needing to use the flip right now. Up to Liari here. Scyther looking a little bit weak right now, though. Possibly could be killed, which would be an actual catastrophe, as these 5 stacks would be vanquished. And yeah, going to do everything they can to get this kill, realizing that he's out of cooldowns, is going to stand on the orb there, and going to score the good goal. Such a good recognition from Scyther. Just score the goal instead of getting the health orb. Yeah, ending the set. Does not have to worry about dying anymore. Man, I'm telling you, Bun Bun Bonanza just clocked in this whole series.
It might be over. That's a quick strikes. And guess what Awakening Scyther already has?
Oh, I know.
What letter does it start with?
Let me think. R or P?
Wait, did I go for too much of a mix-up here? Never mind, but that quick strike's kind of crazy on that Scyther guy. He'll be striking all the way across the map, and with the teammates also picking up decent awakenings, of course, specialized on Lilybun. Not the greatest, but book up quite great, and with the quick strikes, Scyther will be looking quite crazy here.
Absolutely, that Rampage is never going to stop stacking, to be honest, as they're just going to keep taking barriers pretty much no matter what. I would say that it's nearly impossible to just never lose a barrier, but you can certainly win a strike war, as Leolion is going to grab that final barrier as well. The Giga Blast doing a great job of defending here. Okay, the Pummel moving a little bit too fast for Lilybun to actually catch with that Cyber Swipe. Leolion winning a couple more strike wars there, a couple situations. We're going to have Liari from the top side helping Scyther to get it on in there, but again, a tough bounce. But another situation 1 from Lilybun is going to keep this one alive.
Yeah, Lilybun's been winning a lot of these critical strike wars here to keep this game alive, like you're saying, and keep this an advantage for Bun Bun Bonanza. Leo Leon was threatening a flip there, but not quite being able to find the perfect place for it. But Lob City, not out of it by any means. All they need is one chance to find the goal and start a bit of snowballing. But it's going to be pretty difficult here because Scyther, with the quick strikes, is patrolling the midfield, looking for any opportunity. Leo Leon to the top side will be enough.
Yeah, it was going to probably be a flip or bust there for Lilybun. I'm not even sure if she had the range on it. It's possible, but tough situation there. Going to hold that flip. Still up a lot here. The Giga Blast is actually not going to land onto a barrier there. The Scyther is going to just start knocking heads here with with Liari, sending Leolion down to nothing, but losing 2 barriers in the process, though. They're going to try to get a couple more for themselves. It's going to bounce right back to Leolion again. They might be trying to snipe a kill here, as they do have the opportunity to make it happen, or will he get the goal first? Shapeshifting in a great offensive position to make that happen, as they sort of use a couple of cooldowns onto Leolion. That was good. Shapeshifting needed to move up there to make that happen.
Yeah, well played in terms of proactivity from Shapeshifting. But you gotta watch out, because Liaria's flip, Scyther is continuing to push forward. So it's never safe if you're trying to defend the barriers here. And Lilybun joining as well with the Fireball Sentry. Additionally, the specialized training making it hurt a little bit more. But Leo Leon winning quite a lot of the strike wars. Same with Kilius, keeping the offensive Bun Bun Bonanza away.
Yeah, a couple of situations lost there, actually, for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. And it's going to be a tough spot here, as Leo Leon and Kilius are going to have an offensive push. But they're actually going to fumble that one just a little bit there. Another great passing play. Scyther's going to try to help with a Death's Touch. It's not going to work out. The Pendulum Swing also going to be denied by the barrage. All right, up to Liari here has a flip to try to make this situation happen here. Scyther a little low on Rampage stacks right now. Can't seem to make much happen. Shapeshifting in general doing such a good job of holding the barriers, specifically maybe because we know that this Rampage is such a problem. Death's Touch. It's actually going to be a flip here from Shapeshifting. Going to lose that situation. Scyther a little too eager to get that one in there onto the goal gates. Now it's going to be Leon and Lilybun going to make it happen here. A flip active here for Lilybun. Going to try to maybe use it now. No, actually going to hold this one. Okay, spend it at that situation. Oh man, can Leon land this one in here with Kilius?
Oh, the Giga Blast from across the map. Shapeshifting, that seals off a 3-0 set in the favor of Lob City. And with Lob City taking that, they start their chance at a comeback here. Shapeshifting MVP looking to get something that lets him be more proactive, more across the map, but might have to settle for deny against that Vice. But actually, I think it'll just be the Chrono Boost for stacks. I'll be real. It's a prime time instead. Okay.
Yeah. I did think it was Chrono there.
Yeah, I thought it would be some kind of mobility to get him a bit more freedom to move across the field, but I guess not. And with Stinger and Reaver picked up, that's 2 staggers on Scyther, and that is Stinger, of course, for the additional damage pressure. And the missile prop as well, that's more damage, more range. Bumbo Bonanza are still chilling, I feel like. Leon, of course, will be very threatening with those stacks on stacks, but otherwise, I feel like the damage might be a little bit terrifying to deal with if you're Kilius.
Yeah, if you're Kilius specifically right there in that situation, playing now with the lowest health pool, I think, in the game, yeah, you're certainly questioning your life as the Stinger is certainly coming out. But we got Shapeshifting as a huge monster right now, going to help push it on in there. Yes, indeed, they're going to grab both of those barriers, as the offensive push was definitely a good spot to be if you were the side of Lob City. Again, working on this top side, we can see the Stinger is actually active on basically every member, as the Chain Lightning really is just going off right now, but it's not really all that much damage, as it's really only Vice who can spend these cooldowns right now. Scyther's got to get some of these barriers, but man, Kilius and Shapeshifting are just holding this infinitely. But we're going to have Lilybun get on in there, yes, help get both of those barriers, kind of a necessary situation there. A flip from Leon is going to be almost impossible to block away, but man, really great from Liari to block that one. Both open goal on situations here. The Slice and Dice is not going to land. Shapeshifting going to defend it once again with that barrage. A flip available for Lilybun. Will she eventually push this one?
Oh, but Leon gets in there, but Liari, although staggered, gets in the perfect spot to defend it. Still, and the Giga Blast ricochets off the ceiling right into the terrain. And that will be 1 goal for Bumbo Bonanza. 2 more to close it out, but Lob City looks so scary at that point.
Yeah, I feel like they really had the control. The Giga Blast was just really unfortunate for Shapeshifting there. He has too much control, too much power, he can't control it all. Sends another Giga Blast there to just try to clear the ball a little bit there. But man, it's going to be the Death's Touch that actually just single-handedly grabs the barrier. Scyther active. Man, Lilybun gets on in there, and the Oni Blade's not enough to get it out. In fact, it stalls the ball. It's possible it could have gotten cleared without it, but wow, a triple push there from Bun Bonanza, and they're trying to end this right now, and they have the potential to do it.
Yeah, it was necessary to hold the ball to save it in the first place, but after that, it made it so difficult. Bit of an unfortunate situation, and now Bun are sitting 1 goal away, and although Kilius is full meter, the damage pressure could be enough to force the flip out. But 1 berry taken, top side, looking for the second here. If Kilius can use this flip and get a lot of value out of it, that could be huge. And Leon barely misses the flip. Now a big opportunity for Lilybun and Scyther, but a good defense by Shapeshifting will keep the barrier up. Leo to the top side, good defense by Lilybun, but Leo has another strike to follow up.
Yeah, I think it might have been like the width of the projectile that actually just clipped the core right to that top side. Either way, really great point there from Leon to score that one in the redirect off of the rush was so important here. Let's say the whiplash here from Scyther is not going to really do too much. In fact, it's going to be Lilybun that's looking a little weak right now, going to jump on over to one of the orbs, losing one of the barriers, 2 of the barriers in the process. Scyther is going to have to try to work their way out of here, try to clear this ball, maybe hold onto the flip to try to get a double barrier. They do eventually clear it, and they actually knock Kilius out of the way, and they get exactly that double barrier, but keep the flip. It's going to be up and in, a double flip, and man, Bun Bonanza take that one. Actually relatively dominant. I felt like they had a lot of control that game.
Yeah, there was a slight hiccup. There was Lob City looking good, but in the end, it is a classic Bun Bonanza. It is them dominating at the very end to clean it up, and well, Scyther 12 kind of good at that Erasmus character. Kind of good at
Absolutely,
the
he
game in
is.
general. Kind of good at strike war and core flips as well.
Yeah, there was actually a multiple really clutch situations, especially from Liari too. I remember a situation where Leon had a flip basically point blank, and Liari was able to save that one with a really great reaction with the strike down to Lilibun to clear it. Yeah, they had a lot of really clutch flip saves, and that might have been the real difference maker here, as flips are, I mean, one of your best resources, kind of the best move in the game. Core flip being it to stop the ball defensively or push offensively, get the ball literally wherever you want it to go. So being able to defend that, yeah, that's the one I was talking about there. That's the one where I'm like, man, that was a goal, but actually it just wasn't. So I don't know. Being able to defend those flips is a huge deal.
It really is, and Bum Bum Bonanza looking quite good here, Envy. But that's the end of it for us as the replays end. But there's one more match left in the day. It is Cosmic Calamities versus Showtime. Anything you want to say before we go to a break before that one?
Yeah, that'll be it for us. I mean, the Cosmic Calamity is kind of making waves right now, so definitely stay tuned for that one. It's going to be another hype match, and great time as always, Saya.
Yeah, see you then. Don't go anywhere.
All right, everybody, we are back with our last series of the day. It's going to be Cosmic Calamities versus Showtime in what is looking to be a bit of a heater of a match. Cosmic Calamities has been performing pretty well, been a little bit of the underdogs almost coming in to the season, but have been looking pretty solid throughout. And Showtime, of course, we're actually performing a little bit under expectations, interestingly enough. And with Xianzhu having to be subbed out once again this week, it's looking like it could be actually a pretty close match here. Anyway, I'm here with Z Yoshi going in for this one, and we're just jumping right into it on Gates of Obscura. Yoshi, what are we looking at here in terms of the draft?
Oh, we're looking at a Kazan and Asherban, which both make sense. We're looking at Zay Forever playing Brawler for Showtime, Joker slotting into that midfield instead of Xianzhu. A little bit of that flex action coming into full effect. And we're looking at an Among Titans rapid fire start. All of Cosmic Calamities opting for Among Titans, and all of Showtime going rapid fire. And so Cosmic Calamities will have that 15% base speed bonus, but Showtime's just showing up with a ton of extra cooldowns. And on this Drakkar goalie, on this Estelle, rapid fire's like fine on X, who cares? Really, really good picks, and that make a ton of use of these starting awakenings. So I'm very interested to see how this game goes. That being said, we have Kotone, who is having a little bit of a name-off episode, dicing up the barriers, taking them both, and
big double KOs already, as it's just become a 2v2 at the moment, at least until Forgot respawns back online now. Death Touch coming out from Kotone, but not going to be able to find it here. Both sides losing their barriers pretty good. The pendulum swing, absolutely massive, as it will be Cosmic Calamities first on the board here. But what I noticed looking at this draft, because we didn't really have time to talk about it much before the game started, but we see the Megaverse coming out on the Drakkar goalie. Oh, never mind. Looks like the game is getting reset for some reason. Not entirely sure what's up with that. Oh, I think... Okay, a couple things have happened. I have found out. So the game's getting reset because Kotone had his name off. But then also, unrelated to that, Yoshi's PC crashed. So it might be just a moment while they remake the lobby and fix the name off issue. But a bit of an unfortunate way to start it off. But seeing as it'll likely just be the same teams again, the team comps again, I thought it'd be interesting to point out the Drakkar goalie has been coming out quite a lot today, and we see it again on this map. And by today alone, Drakkar goalie win rate has shot up exponentially. I think it's 4 for 5 at this point or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but something to keep in mind, I suppose. It looks like the game has been fixed. The lobby is going to get back on track, so we're just waiting for Yoshi to come back. He'll make his return in time, though. I know it. There he is.
Hi, chat.
Okay, that was a great way to start off game one, I think. But yeah, so now I guess we actually have a little bit of time to actually talk about the draft now, though.
Yeah, let's talk about the draft a little bit. I'm having an episode. It's not a good one. It's like a 4 out of 10. But we've got. I'm looking forward to, assuming they take the same starting awakenings. Full rapid fire on Showtime, I think is really big. Losing, but they're kind of playing to kill or win with their cooldowns faster than Cosmic Calamities can, who have that extra speed to win. And so I'm really curious to see if that's going to work out, whether speed or cooldowns will be stronger in the end.
Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind. I mean, on a start like that, where it's like rapid fire is good on literally like just about every character in the game, except like maybe Juliet. But then you have Among Titans, where if your whole team takes it once again, it's just good in general. It is, like you said, just really this battle of cooldowns versus speed. And I'm very curious. I think with Cosmic Calamity's comp, interestingly enough, it almost feels like it should be reversed, right? Where you would think Showtime with like the X and Estelle would actually go for the speed, and then like the Mako now Rasmus would have like the cooldown. Almost like that's what my gut instinct wants to say, but it's kind of reversed here. So we got the cooldown on the kind of almost like, I'm not even sure. I'm not even gonna call it a brawler comp. I guess it's more of a standard comp with a like direct bully. I'm not even sure, but either way, we'll find out. I mean, Forgot is going to be absolutely moving this game, and with the speed boost, of course, from Natty as well. I mean, the potential for scaling is really there on both sides, and it's coming down to these drafts, and not even who gets like first pick and whatnot, but also just what even shows up on the table could be really impactful.
Yeah, whoever shows up and starts winning these sets first is going to have pick of the litter, which, you know, is how the game works. Works pretty well, but I think this game can just scale out of control. A great pass coming out from Katone there. Dime up Forgotten, have him secure the goal. That was really well played. I like that a lot.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well about, I was mentioning earlier about like we've been seeing Jakar goalie a lot. Haven't really seen it on this map though, but with the Rasmus and now forwards, I think it's going to be somewhat difficult to defend these like tight corner pockets. Joker is going to have to put in a lot of work on the midfield, just keeping the core in Zay's hands in order to like prevent too much pressure from like having for Showtime having to deal with like to begin with. Because otherwise, if Forgot and Katone is kind of allowed to do whatever, it's going to hurt really bad. I mean, that being said, a massive series of kills being traded back and forth here as we get underway, and Zay able to bring down the barrier now with the X Maximus. Could set Showtime up, and there it is for their first point now, as they'll be able to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, and I think something interesting about these comps is, you know, Showtime is showing up with the Estelle X forward pair, and Estelle is usually run on damage comps, and it's just like a strong character independent of that. And X is a high damage character, and Tony wants to win right now, puts it in just like that. But I think this Estelle X combo makes for a very kind of bizarre damage comp, especially supplemented with the Drek in the back, who every 30 seconds gets to drop a Molten Bolt, which does way more damage than I think a lot of people realize. And they, again, with this rapid fire, have a great win condition of just killing them. And like going to the now will be tough, but if they're able to get a KO in any way, I feel like they should just win the point immediately. You know, the 15% speed doesn't matter if only 2 out of the 3 people have it, because the third person is not with us anymore. God rest his soul.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw it in that first point as well. The KOs were coming out quite hard. And Zay Forever with the core flip, able to open up Calamity's side of the field here. Katone able to fire right back. The barrier of his own, though. Forgot not looking too healthy, but Zay Forever with the dribbles. Going to win the strike board there. Katone having to fall back on the defense. Pass up to Forgot, who is struggling to stay alive, but the projectiles will be able to clear it out of there now. This is once again Showtime trying to make an offensive death punch from Katone, though able to reverse that now. Put it back on Calamity's side of the field. 3 core flips up as well for the side of Calamity's. As Forgot looking to find a way to get it over to Katone. Core flip here. Burt from Joker. Pass down to Zay. Forces out Natty's core flip. Able to clear it out, though, as we go into overtime. Megaverse through the portal. Natty sends it right back in, though. Over to Joker in the midfield. Forgot. Down to Katone in the bottom side. Finds the whiplash. Gets Megaverse's core flip. Clears it out of there. Doesn't find the core flip in time. And now it's back. Showtime to find this offense here through the portal for Megaverse. Natty can't get the angle on the strike shot. And that's once again tied up now on set point. A great shot there from Megaverse to find it.
Yeah, phenomenal strike shot. Pushed it back through the portal. Unfortunately, Natty not able to catch it in time. Bringing us to a 0.5, which is super interesting. I think a lot of people coming into this match were expecting these two teams to go pretty evenly. And, you know, both teams are fighting for playoffs contention. Yeah, this match looking pretty important. Both these teams, I think, beginning of the season, most people would say that Showtime just wins uncontested, but Cosmic Calamities time and time again have proved that they have what it takes to contend with the best. And here, able to knock out Zay Forever, have an offensive push, are able to put it in with the stun coming out from the primary from Natty from downtown, and they win the first set just like that.
Some great comboing there. Natty has proven to be a very underrated goalie, a real diamond, showing up in this league. And just, yeah, watching him play, it's been a real treat here. Heavy impacts. First pickup here for the Now is really nice. Denies it away from the Drakkar, of course, but it's just really good on the Estelle in general. Hot shot pickup, this being said, on to Megaverse. And Might of the Colossus getting picked up. A little bit of size here on this Rasmus. Interestingly, Unstoppable not getting picked up by anyone here. An Estelle on one side and a Rasmus on the other. Neither goalie opting for that Unstoppable. Natty opting into the bulk up here, looking for a little bit more of that stagger potential scaling later in the game. As Zay Forever did get 1-2, and Joker did get Stinger. So it is even more damage that's going to be coming out from the side of Showtime, which, as you said earlier, is kind of like what they're looking for here. So I'm curious to see how it goes and if leaving Unstoppable on the board was, in fact, the play.
Yeah, I think this Stinger pickup from Joker is absolutely huge. You know, Estelle just has really big moves. Like, you're always hitting the core, but you're always hitting someone. People will just be taking damage from Stinger all the time, and it makes it really strong on Estelle. The 1-2 punch, like you said, just, you know, is good on X. He makes it work really well. I also like the hot shot from Megaverse, also looking really good. And Kotone, with that extra size, Might of Colossus, has the opportunity to scale really well. And is doing really well with it so far. You know, getting that KO earlier, looking to get an offense going now that Forgot is back. Things are looking good for both sides, although I think the damage win condition will come online very, very soon for Showtime, if not already, and make a very dangerous game for Cosmic Calamities here.
Yeah, and actually something I just wanted to point out, Kotone picked the Might of the Colossus, but it has well, I guess all three of them have Among Titans, so it doesn't matter, so it makes sense. At first I was like a little bit confused, but never mind, it's totally makes sense because everything is back to neutral, so ignore what I was going to say. However, we are back in this overtime point again, and Kotone able to get it through Joker here to pick up the first point for Cosmic Calamities once again. Just keeping it running so far. Finding any more size awakenings will, of course, be really nice, as we've seen. Kotone does still hit pretty hard, but it's really coming down to Showtime having to be able to capitalize on like the power plays, which so far they've been dealing a lot of damage, but they haven't really been getting like, you know, the big power play push where they can get like a barrier or two off of it and like really coordinate that. And Forgot has just been kind of healing back a lot of the damage that Cosmic Calamities takes. So we'll have to see if Showtime's able to maybe figure out that. Maybe they need one more awakening or something to really bring that online. But that being said, Zay Forever will find the Bull Rush into X Maximus, the old reliable right there. It doesn't even matter if they're staggered, just get launched off of the map. With the core flip up now, they should be able to get a barrier here in this bottom side. Core flip coming out. There it is. Barrier down, and Cosmic Calamity side of the field opened up as Zay Forever brings it to the top side with the Bull Rush. Kotone having to come back on the defense here. It's a portal pass from Joker. Kotone sending it right back through, though, to Forgot as they're looking for some offense of their own. However, just going to get back to Zay Forever here. The snare drum's coming out, going to overtime. Core flip coming out from Natty, trying to clear it out of here. So far, just back to midfield, where Kotone and Forgot able to bring down a barrier now and open up Showtime's side of the field. Put Megaverse on his toes a little bit here.
Yeah, just a little bit. Both teams fighting to get control through these portals, going back and forth, looking for any opportunity they can to just sneak it in. But a stray secondary from Forgot, the proximity drone, is going to bounce it in. Has a core flip too going into next point, up 2 points here. And Cosmic Calamities are looking incredible this game. Kind of running away with it. Of course, you know, it's only set 2, and the Showtime is running this damage comp, and so next set things are going to get a little crazy, especially if the Awakening draft goes their way. But so far, it is absolutely just Cosmic Calamities on top right now.
Yeah, they're running this really good, and with the KO right there onto Joker, It could be even more. They're going to lose one barrier here, but Zay Forever now going to be the one going down. The damage coming out from Natty is just too much. Just Megaverse in the 1v3 here. Only passing down to Forgot. Megaverse not quite quick enough to get down there in time. And that is Cosmic Calamities taking a second set and looking good while doing it. Katone, the MVP. I mean, really anything could be showing up here that's nice. There's the size. There's both orbs and stacks as well. A pretty loaded draft coming in here. And it's looking like decently in favor of the sides of Cosmic Calamities. They have the scaling available, and there's not a lot of like damage stuff to necessarily take for Showtime. As size pickup, stacks pickup here. Both the orbs going over to the size of Showtime, and more stagger on Natty. Getting that reverb is going to be even more damage and even more cooldown reduction here. Aerials on Joker is nice, but I mean, I think Cosmic Calamities just got a really, really good draft there.
Yeah, Cosmic Calamities just like absolutely crushed that draft. Looking really good. Obviously, Showtime picked up both Orb Awakenings, which, you know, orbs are by no means weak. Not at all, but the recovery drone on Katone is going to be huge. Almost wanted him to take the stacks, but, you know, the size looking a little bit better for this Might of Colossus scaling. And Forgot got stacks anyway. So, like, Cosmic Calamities has stacks, size, stagger scaling. Like, they have so much going in their way. Joker picking up aerials is a big deal, one of Estelle's best awakenings. And I think if Showtime is to win this set and start thinking about winning this game, they really have to play towards this orb win condition and make it count.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. They're going to have to contest these, not only for the boosts, but also just to, like, mitigate as much healing and energy gain as possible on the side of Cosmic Calamities, because if they give them evade, if they give them more health, then what they're trying to do with the whole damage thing is just obviously going to fall off entirely. This being said, Zay Forever and Katone are both incredibly hurt right now, struggling on that stagger bar a little bit, but so far keeping it up. A nice death touch from Katone. Is going to have to fall through the portal, though, to try and stay alive here. Barrier will fall down for Showtime, but Forgot is right there to capitalize and send it in, moving very quickly with max stacks already on the now. And of course, the Among Titans and just the speed boost from the secondary in general. Forgot is going to be outpacing Joker in the midfield pretty consistently. Even with the aerials teleport distance, Forgot can just get around so quickly. And of course, boost Katone as well. And I mean, the mobility from this team is just going to really be overwhelming. And it's already been showing, like, Showtime is having a difficult time tracking them down to kill them and just staying on top of them and getting where they need to be, because Cosmic Calamities just repositioned so quickly.
Yeah, speed looking pretty strong here. How do you hit the guys if they are faster than you? And Forgot is just kind of skating across the entire map. He's so fast. He's been able to just like weave into the perfect position to score so many goals this past few points. Katone here, though, popping the recovery drone, keeping his core flip. Really well done. Getting the orb, healing back up. Now looking good, and we're kind of back to the stalemate. I'm expecting Katone to use core flip, probably to get a barrier soon. But Megaverse is absolutely holding it down. Nothing is getting through him right now.
Yeah, a few unfortunate angles there. They went for the corner setups, but Megaverse was able to get there in time. They will get one barrier here with the overtime speed, and that may just be what they're just looking for. It's Katone is holding on to that core flip for as long as possible, but now Forgot has one up as well, and there it is. Burnt Katone finding the death touch into core flip on Zay Forever. I guess that was the save. We don't use core flips for scoring, we use them for KOing. Now core flip here from Forgot. That'll be enough to bring down the barrier, and Megaverse went to eat the orb. It almost got scored in by Katone, but luckily Megaverse able to get back in time to save it with the core flip. A very greedy orb pickup there on the Ponderer, but unfortunately Cosmic Calamities are going to be able to pick up the point regardless with some nice little passing plays there and bring it to a match point, as it's looking like they're just going to be able to sweep this first game.
Yeah, I want to say Megaverse is on one right now. His and Joker's synergy on the defense and the barriers there was absolutely like unparalleled, and he was just saving goals left and right that entire point. You know, game's not over yet. Both barriers down though. Things are looking tough. And oh my god. Hey, Katone is just going to put that one in real quick. and take it straight for Cosmic Calamities. Game 1, going to them 3-0. Wow.
Yeah, I kind of expected it to be a little bit of a closer game, but Cosmic Calamities, I guess, proving today that speed beats cooldowns, as the narrative did seem to be a bit there. Looking really good. Natty, Katone, and all three of them really were just playing really, really solidly. We were saying a little bit before that Showtime kind of had this, it's like a pseudo damage comp, but like not really like a hyper damage comp. I don't know, maybe they just didn't get enough damage awakenings. Maybe they just weren't fast enough to be able to catch up to Cosmic Calamities just running around the place. But it didn't quite work the way I think that they were expecting it to, unfortunately. I think Forgot Playing the Now obviously put a pretty big damper on that as well. But Zay Forever did look pretty good. A lot of those KOs, and as you were saying, Joker and Megaverse had some really nice barrier defense as well. So I think maybe on perhaps a different map and perhaps a different situation that may have worked a lot better. But going into game 2, they'll have a chance to rectify their mistake a little bit, perhaps. See if they can't bring this one into a game 3.
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible. I think that third draft for Showtime was really unlucky. There's just not a whole lot of damage, and just not a whole lot for them, whereas everything that Cosmic Calamities wanted was right there for them to pick up. And so, yeah, like it was really hard for them. They just were getting outsped in the core control department, and outsped trying to kill them made it really hard to do so. And now, hey, sometimes you lose game 1 and you're ready to bring it around. I'm ready for them to put on a show. We're going to Clarion Test Chamber next, which is Cosmic Calamity's pick, but anything can happen in the Test Chamber. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Test Chamber, very neutral map all in all. Kind of seems like it's been kind of taking Oni Village's spot as like one of the new big 3 maps, and I mean, I'm all for it. I think it's a much more entertaining map than Oni Village personally. But I mean, yeah, Showtime obviously just looking to take it next and show us what they can do on a less volatile map. Gates is definitely one of those maps where it's like you're either really, really good at it or you're just not quite. And Showtime picked it obviously with a plan in mind, but Cosmic Calamity is just kind of, I guess, showing their prowess here and saying, hey, actually, we know what we're doing more than you on this map this go around. And looking at what we got here, it's a stacks on stacks and Might of the Colossus start. So very interesting to see here. Normally, you would just kind of think like it's going to be probably stacks all around, which I wouldn't be surprised to see. But the big guy can be kind of tempting sometimes on the right characters like X or even Rasmus. So we'll have to see if anyone actually ends up going for that or if it's just going to be a stacks game.
Yeah, I think on Clarion, where there are so many tight spaces where you're standing next to walls, so many opportunities to get knocked out, the value stacks offers is a little bit harder to justify, but then not a whole lot of characters are out there making phenomenal use of Might of Colossus. Like anyone can take Size Awakenings and be big and have a ton of power, but how many characters want that over things like CDR speed or like any other stat? So I think it's really interesting. The stacks pickup, it'll probably be both brawlers taking some Might of Colossus and then a ton of stacks. Maybe Megaverse locks in Rasmus and takes Might as well. With Pauldrons and Might of Colossus, you get something like 70 free power, which is a lot. And that's a lot of power out the gate. Or maybe that was unmodified pre-nerf Might of Colossus. I don't know what the numbers are now, but it's a lot of power. You become a very strong guy out the gate. And one character that I think likes Might of Colossus a lot is Mako and X, both getting banned by both teams. Get those guys out of there right now. No more of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw them both last game, but we'll not be seeing them this go around. Kitten comp getting taken kind of off the table at the moment. It's being said, first pick Asher will come in for Showtime, most likely. Zay Forever running it forward, but I mean, honestly, it could kind of be anywhere. We'll just have to see what the rest of the picks coming out are. But yeah, I would be personally, I would love to see the Rasmus goalie come out here. Like you're saying, Might of Colossus with Pauldrons is really good, and Rasmus goalie can do a lot of damage with that setup. And that might just be if like Showtime are looking to try it again. That might be the change that they need. This being said, we do see the Now come back from Cosmic Calamities as well as the Kazan this time for Katone, which already is looking like a pretty scary combo. Little bit tricky to pilot, right? But in the hands of the right players, the ceiling for what you can do with that is astronomically high, and I think Cosmic Calamities are definitely capable of running such a duo to its potential. And here we go. There's it is, the Octavia pick coming out, most likely from Joker, with the stacks on stacks start here. So a very volatile pick indeed. This could go either really well for Showtime or really, really badly, depending on how things pan out. But I mean, I'm all for it to see. And there's the Rasmus coming out. So this might actually be Rasmus goalie. This might be Rasmus goalie, Joker, Octavia, and then Zay on the Asher.
Yeah, I think that is what it is. I was thinking maybe Megaverse locks in Pauldron's Asher here on the Might start, but no, none of that. The Octavia is a very, very polarizing pick. It's either going to work and be phenomenal with stacks, or it won't. And it's definitely a little scary. I like the Kazan pick from Cosmic Calamities a lot. And the Vice coming out in the back, something interesting. Showtime banned Mako and then picked Asher, which are Natty's top 2 picks. So, trying to pinch Natty's pool here, but with the Vice coming out, Cosmic Calamities just has a phenomenal damage comp. It's very interesting how these teams and their game plans just like traded places between last game and this game. Now Cosmic Calamities are running the damage, and Showtime is pulling up with the Octavia, pulling up with the speed. I'm definitely curious to see how this game will go. If speed will prevail, or if just like the raw damage from Vice and Kazan will be enough to stop everything that Showtime can put up.
Yeah, I'm liking what Cosmic Calamities has going on here. It's a lot of damage. There's a lot of like funny tricks that you can definitely do with this comp. Like the Kazan and Now forward duo makes for some very, very tough situations defensively to deal with. And of course, throwing Vice in the mix to teleport up and become the third forward and just launch power chords and deal damage. It's looking like this could be a pretty high KO game for Cosmic Calamities if they do intend to run it that way. And I think Showtime are going to have their word cut out for them here, because they have the Rasmus goalie probably going Might of Colossus, right? But they don't really have a lot of damage outside of that. If Zay is doing damage, it means he's got to run all the way back to the goal box and fight the Now Kazan. And Octavia doesn't really do that much damage unless you're trying to like find edge KOs with the ult. So I'm curious to see how it's going to go. And actually, yeah, as predicted here, Megaverse taking the Might of Colossus, Katone also taking the Might of Colossus for that size on Kazan, which is pretty disgusting, as we've seen many times, and everyone else going for the stacks. So I think it's really on Showtime to just kind of outplay Cosmic Calamities in order to win this, because just on paper, Cosmic Calamities have a really nice team comp.
Yeah, Showtime is definitely fighting an uphill battle from the start, and having to survive through everything Cosmic Calamities are going to put up. But they are scoring the first point very convincingly, and a weird thing to call back to, but Bozo versus EKC this season saw something similar. EKC playing damage all the time, and then Bozo Bunch showing up with Octavia and Asher, and I'm pretty sure they 3-0'd that game, or 3-1'd. They won really convincingly. And so, this is, I'll say it, I'm not a fan of the comp. It seems super weird, but it also seems pretty straightforward to pilot. The Octavia will get Asher the ball. Asher will put it in with her abilities. Rasmus holds it down, you know, like that is all said and good. And it just comes down to if they're able to play it and execute it that well, or if they're going to just like lose to the damage.
Yeah, and Zay Forever with an interesting little like core flip dribble there. But now it's Megaverse on the defense, able to save it there with the death touch, and now all three members of Showtime having to hold it down. But Katone going to be able to press the point and get it right past Zay and Megaverse to tie it up now 1-1. And I mean, yeah, I agree. You're saying Showtime has a kind of a weird comp, but I mean, you know, this isn't just any Octavia either. This is Joker's Octavia, right? I think if there's anyone who's going to make this work, like as weird as it seems on paper, it's probably Joker, right? And I mean, so far, they managed to open the barrier now. They have gotten 1 point on the board. They've put Calamities in this tight situation. And I think even if they win this first set, though, it's going to come down to a lot of scaling potential on the side of Cosmic Calamities as well, that they're going to have to get past. And I mean, like we were saying, it's just really going to come down to Showtime just straight up outplaying Cosmic Calamities and absolutely locking in. But I mean, so far, they're keeping it relatively close and making Calamities work for just about everything. Not letting them run away with any points like we were seeing last game.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't seen a whole lot of damage come out from either side, you know, still set one. But we do see a great core flip right on the line, Zay Forever, pushing it up, getting it right past Natty and confirming it there. Looking to win this set right away, 1 point away from doing so. Going straight to the bounce house. And yeah, I think Awakening Draft, like most games, will play a big part here. Whichever team is able to really lock in what they want. I think Showtime really just wants like survivability, anything to keep their players alive, because they lose when they get KO'd. Right? Otherwise, they should just win. And Cosmic Calamities might be looking for a little bit of damage. Kazan, set one, not much of a damage character, but hey, give him one Awakening, especially something like 1-2 punch, heavy impact, bulk up, a lot of those, and he starts putting up the numbers real fast.
Especially with the Mighty Colossus start as well, because it has a lot of options to really start scaling and be kind of terrifying here. This being said, so far, struggling a little bit to get this last barrier. Megaverse holding it down and getting it up to Zay Forever now. He's going to be able to find both barriers off of Cosmic Calamities. Core flip coming out from Joker is going to get blocked away, though, by Forgot, as Katone now looking to come in. But Natty coming in with the core flip, going to find, doesn't actually find the barrier, but they do get a KO. A bit of a crazy save, however, on the power play, they will be able to open up Showtime side of the field. And Katone going to find the crook leverage off the bounce and send it right in. Bringing it now to set point, tying it up, keeping it close. And yeah, I mean, as you said, his first Awakening Draft could be potentially pretty big with the options to scale here.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to the Project Maelstrom, and Joker getting the orb right now is pretty big. Doesn't have a whole lot of options to use it other than ult, but just taking it away from Cosmic Calamities is really nice. I think if Cosmic Calamities is able to get the orb, they should just like get both barriers immediately. If the barriers are down, they should just get a point. That kind of thing. It's super scary what a character like Kazan can do with that size orb. Same thing goes for Zay Forever though. Asher with the orb, really strong. Now also both these midfielders just confirming the orbs. Now not able to do much with it either, but just having that big of a strike hitbox, being able to move around that fast. The orb is really, really important in this map. But all barriers down now. So, you know, who cares about any of that? It just comes down to which team can put it in. And it almost went in off Joker right there. But it does with Zay Forever. Able to primary it forward and then catch it. Catch it clear with the strike. Really well done. And that's first set to Showtime.
And Zay Forever, the MVP here. Catalyst showing up on the board, as well as Rampage. So both some pretty decent pickups here. Looks like Zay Forever opting for the Catalyst here. Makes sense. Standard good Awakening. It will mean Rampage will likely fall over to Katone. Twin Drive pickup here by Forgot. Joker going for the Unstoppable. Not going to want to get knocked off by those Vice secondaries coming in. to absolutely ruin Octavia's day, but Rampage actually falling all the way down to Megaverse here. Katone opting for the recovery drone instead as the Size Awakening, which actually might have been better because it means Megaverse gets a little bit of a dead awakening on the Rampage. The goalie, you're not going to be getting the barriers too much. So maybe a pretty smart move there by Katone. Also, 1 extra life is, of course, not bad. But Natty picking up that Happy Star could be pretty scary, as that's just going to be even more damage that Calamities are going to be able to pump out here. I mean, with this being said, Showtime will be able to start us off with the first point, though, and a pretty quick one at that.
Yeah, I think this Showtime kind of had the exact draft they wanted. I think Catalyst on Asher is so broken. You're just like, you're a big target. You're gonna be taking a lot of hits, right? And your ult can generate like infinite energy immediately, especially if you're hitting multiple targets. It's so strong, and so Zay Forever is just a little energy generator, farming it up, and getting it all. And I think that's the opposite of what Cosmic Calamities wants. What they do want, though, is Natty bossing up in a major way on the goal line with the flip, putting it in and tying up the set. going a little crazy there. And you know, even if I think Showtime's draft is looking really strong, Cosmic Calamities still are still in it. It's still good.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Even just with the standard comp. And there's the KO, though. On to Forgot. Losing all of the stacks is going to be a little bit rough when people are starting to get close to maxing them out now. Joker going for that Octavia ultimate. Almost finds another one, but they'll be able to capitalize on the power play here regardless and get both barriers for their troubles. It's now Natty pushed into a bit of a corner here. Joker has a core flip up. Katone with the crook leverage. Going to be able to get a barrier here. Bring down that bottom corner. Core flip from Joker to send it up. Natty able to defend it once, but Joker with a primary. Natty tries to force a Soren angle, but just can't quite get it. And it'll be Showtime now, bringing to set point. It looks like they're beginning to run away with this game a little bit. They have a major stacks advantage. Joker is at max. Zay is almost at max and Forgot. Getting reset there was pretty rough. He should be able to build them up pretty quickly, but I definitely affected that point a fair bit here. So we'll have to see if they're able to, Cosmic Calamities is able to rally a little bit. But so far, this offense has been pretty solid from Showtime. This being said, Joker's been taking a lot of damage here, and Katone is hunting for the kill a little bit.
Yeah, something interesting here is Megaverse has 3 Rampage stacks. They got 2 last point, just ran up and got another. This guy is farming this Rampage, looking a little big. And Rampage and Might of Colossus is nothing. Just means that Zay Forever getting absolutely bullied, has that extra energy from Catalyst, but gets knocked out by the hook. And now if Cosmic Calamities can hold through their own power play, which is very, very possible, then they come back, have a stacks advantage, and are looking really strong, especially Katone here with that Size Orb just wearing off. But like, still, this is their opportunity. They have the momentum, and they will be putting it in. And we will be going to another 0.5 right here.
Yeah, this game, keeping it close. Katone able to strike with that Whiplash right as overtime hits. Very nice there, but yeah, keeping it really close here. As we go to the Obscura map as well, this is just more damage as we see Joker get top spun into that damage, into the goo, and just lose so much health here. Like, this is where Katone wants to be able to play around this, because Kazan fights the Octavia. That is how the narrative of this goes. Katone kills Joker, and that's how Cosmic Calamities get their points in. And there we see it right there, Maddening Descent to start the power play for the side of Cosmic Calamities. It's going to be absolutely punishing. However, Showtime are able to get a barrier in the 2v3 despite it all. However, now they got to be on the defense here. Katone able to bring down that second barrier right as Joker is able to respawn, bring it back to the 3v3. But now Joker's the one actually dishing out a lot of damage, taking a lot for it as well, though. The offense going in, Supernova coming out from Natty. Try and get back over to Katone, who's staggered, trying to dribble up the field. Has to be a little bit careful, though. Passport coming out. It's going to find the recovery drone proc. Energy coming up all around. Core flip from Zay Forever, looking for the top side. Natty able to save it with a great angle as he going to overtime. Forgot trying to get it away. Katone dashing down on the bottom side. Can be able to get there in time and beat Joker to the point. A Kazan hitbox coming in pretty nice there. We'll see Cosmic Calamities take a set of their own now. Katone the MVP. These Cosmic Calamities are looking to keep this game really, really close.
Yeah, still out there, still fighting. I really want to commend Katone's discipline on the Kazan dash. Most people just like, press special, do a little bit of popping up, switch forms right there. And like, it's great. It feels really good. It's another hitbox to throw out, but he didn't and waited and was able to strike it with his extended closed strike hitbox and put it in off that. And I think a lot of players wouldn't do that. And so I thought that was really cool. Being rewarded with Reptile Remedy too. Just taking that survivability from Showtime, getting a little bit for himself. Been relying, I think, a lot on this now healing to stay alive as the damage is starting to come out from Showtime more and more. Especially with Megaverse getting 4 Rampage stacks that last set. He had 177 power, just balling out. That guy hits a little hard. And Natty getting heavy impact too is insane. If you couldn't tell, I was yapping that whole draft. I didn't see what happened. How'd that guy get heavy impact? That's the character's best awakening. What's up with that? But team player on Megaverse I think can be a really big deal, especially with all this power. The core speed's going to be coming out, and bulk up is more survivability on Zay forever, and more damage, just like literally everything you want. Megaverse is going crazy in the net right now, and it's going to be bounced back by the base drop and go in. So I think I'm having a stroke. What just happened?
It was a little bit of unfortunate timing there from Joker. Started the windup on the base drop, like right as Katone used the press the point, and the core was going fast enough that it got behind him before like the actual hits started coming out. So it went backwards, which is a bit unfortunate there. But also wanted to note the Orb Dancer pickup on Joker. It's really nice, of course, on Octavia, just to even have even more speed, but that's both speed awakenings now on this character are stacking awakenings that get reset on death. And as we saw last time, especially on the Obscura map, Katone was doing a very good job of utilizing the environment to like kill Joker and damage Joker. And so now every time Joker dies, he's not losing just like one awakening at speed. He's losing 2 awakenings that are going to take a lot of time to kind of build back up. Like the Orb Dancer especially takes longer to build up than the stacks. But that being said, if Joker does manage to survive and just avoid Katone, the payoff is going to be absolutely huge, and it could be a big problem for Natty and for God if Joker starts like really outpacing this now in the midfield.
Yeah, definitely. 1 KO just kind of puts Showtime in the dirt. Joker has to stay alive no matter the cost. Has a little bit of unstoppable. Has a great shot on the net. Able to put themselves on the board this set. And I don't know. I think it's a risky game Joker is playing here. But I think he is a player that can do it. That's something else interesting to know. Megaverse is 2 Rampage stacks. This guy is doing a small bit of mid-set scaling. He's getting big.
That's what you want to see, though. Be able to have that pendulum swing, have more range. But a KO now coming out. Looks like from Zay Forever. On to Forgots, resetting those stacks here. However, Katone on the reverse power play is able to find the core flip to open up Showtime's side of the field now. As Zay now is the one looking for the barrier here. Able to find it on Forgot, responds. Looking for more. Finds a second one, but the core going a little bit too fast here. Megaverse can't quite land the pendulum swing. It's going to get behind him. And that's Calamities taking their second set. And that's not the way that you want to see Cosmic Calamities take that set. As Forgot's the MVP. Luckily, Monumentalist won't be showing up here, but Quick Strikes and Rapid Fire could be a little bit dangerous. It's likely just going to be a Quick Strikes pickup on the now. Yeah, it is. So that's a little bit scary here. Joker could get Explosive Entrance or Reverb, actually. Is going to be really nice as well. More survivability, which, as we were talking about, is going to be a big part of what Showtime is going to need. Rapid Fire, though, falling over to Natty is scary because that's even more damage off this Vice. Prize Fighter pickup there from Zay, but Spec Training falling down to Katone. This guy is going to be hitting pretty hard. It's going to be a little bit terrifying, and Megaverse just picking the explosive at the end there.
Yeah, very, very big draft. Very important. I think Forgot picking up Quick Strikes is going to be very, very good for their defense, their offense, their everything. Guys, it's Quick Strike. It's really good awakening. I think Katone picking up the specialized training is really big. It only buffs like your one big move. Like Pop-Up doesn't do that much damage. So your Maddening Descent, it's a little hard. I think, Kazan a Kazan player's ability to kill depends almost entirely on how well they're able to hit Maddening Descent. And Tony can hit that move. Look at him go.
Yeah,
And just do-
right there.
Yeah, right there, and do a ton of damage. Zay Forever looking a little low, having a little bit of trouble. I think Joker picking up Stagger Awakening is also really good, but Natty with Rapid Fire is terrifying. Vice just shooting off power chords every like 6 seconds is a little not okay as Zay Forever goes down. Katone just dribbling it around here, looking for a shot. Going a little crazy with it on these weird angles on the Project Obscura. Natty also just going wild, and the power play's over. But that's gonna be going in with the core speed. It went so fast.
I mean, yeah, Katone in overtime at this point is going to be red coring it pretty much just at will. So getting into overtime is going to be really good for Cosmic Calamities and not so great for Showtime. Showtime, obviously, they want to try and score these as quickly as possible where they don't have to worry about taking too much damage and, of course, the Kazan hitting that core way too hard. This being said, there is some core flips over on the side of Cosmic Calamities that they may be using here, as it is one barrier to one barrier. However, on the Bounce House map, Showtime are able to find some nice clears. Core flip here from Zay Forever, finds a barrier, but he's going to pay for it with his life. Now the power play here from Cosmic Calamities. Death Touch coming in from Megaverse to keep it away from Forgot, but Katone able to pass it right back up. Core flip now. Joker gets blocked, though, by the Joker. Zay Forever comes back online here for Showtime. They're looking to make this score here. Joker and Zay trying to hold it down. Waiting out the Supernova here from Natty. Not quite able to find anything. Core flip coming out from Katone to send it a bit around the world. Natty pushing up to the midfield to try and make something happen. But now the dreaded overtime has hit, and Katone is going to become such a massive threat right now as Kazan is able to hit the core. Forgot trying to get it up there, but Zay Forever and Joker holding it down, pushing up hard. Now Joker and Zay both have core flips. Core flip getting burned here from Joker. Pass to Zay, who finds the core flip right into the bottom. A great setup there from Showtime. It is going to see them be able to tie it up 1-1. It's just neck and neck the whole time.
Yeah, both these teams just fighting to back and forth to get a win over each other. And they did use 2 core flips to score there, but with the catalyst on Zay Forever, you hardly call that 2 core flips. Getting both barriers now too. Great passes between Zay Forever and Joker here coming out. And Showtime's looking really good. You mentioned the core speed in overtime with Katone on the Kazan, but this 157 power Rasmus Pendulum Swing also hits the core pretty hard. I think also something to consider, especially with team player, which I completely forgot about. I won't lie. And I don't know that both teams have a core speed win condition, and I was so focused on everything going on at the bottom of the screen, I didn't even see how Joker put it in. But hey, ball went in. Showtime's up point this set, one away from going to set 5, and I know a lot's going on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty hotly contested game. This is kind of what I was expecting to see out of these teams today. And now with core flips coming up all around, it could get a little bit feisty here, as with Showtime being on set point. They really need to take this. They have 3 flips to work with as well. They can afford to spend some stuff for this last point if they need to. Core flip now from Zay. It's going to get blocked, though. And Joker also burns the core flip. And a really unfortunate whiff there. It's going to mean that there's a lot less resources. Now energy is coming up for the side of Cosmic Calamities. And they're going to be the ones who are going to have a little bit of that power boost. Just being said, Joker doing a good job of controlling the core and keeping it on Calamity's side of the field. Taking a lot of damage, though, from Katone, who almost found the Maddening Descent, and that would have been bad. And now Joker has to fall back a bit to recover. It's going to allow Calamities to kind of get some offense going here. Katone burning the flip. Megaverse burning a flip in return, though. Going to keep it held down, but it's still in this top corner here. Forgot just keeping it in there, trying to feed it to Katone. All 3 members of Showtime trying to hold it down on the defense here. Core flip from Zay, but it ends up going backwards. A Supernova now coming out from Natty. Takes Megaverse off the map as well, and Katone can be able to find the Maddening Descent. There's the goal. And now Cosmic Calamities have brought it to match point. One more big mistake from Showtime, and it's all over. But what a play from Cosmic Calamities.
I'm in awe. It just like crazy play after crazy play coming out, and now Cosmic Calamities on series point We can seal it up right now. Showtime has to lock in. They have to score this point, absolutely, or they lose. That is how the game works. And Zay Forever with the core flip, gonna use it right there. Almost hits it. Almost gets the barrier. Barrier's still up. Natty saving it. Goes down right there though. Joker has a flip. Gonna want to put it through with the base drop, and he just walks it in. This one's going in just like that, on a leash. And Showtime is still in it. Showtime is not ready to give up just yet. Still fighting to win this game. And that's Chrono Boost Octavia. A huge reward for a phenomenal point.
That was a very, very good shot from Joker to stall that out and then just use the base drop to walk it in. But yeah, and now Monumentalist also getting picked up by Zay Forever to deny Forgot is absolutely huge here, the way that this draft panned out. Because that means Stinger is going to be falling over to the Now, which is a little bit scary. They did a Hot Shot Vice and Primetime on the Kazan, which is also really scary, but Megaverse just got Orb Ponderer here as well. So that's going to be more cooldowns on the goalie. And of course, the Chrono Boost on Joker might just be enough to really force us in, because like this is Chrono Boost, Reverb, Orb Dancer, Unstoppable, Stacks on Stacks, Octavia. This is a really good Octavia build. And as we've been seeing, they've been holding that really well, but I mean Cosmic Calamities has been keeping this neck and neck the whole time. Every time Showtime get a point, Calamities just fire right back, as we are in the set 5 scary situation where anything can happen. And it's actually Forgot who sets up a nice primary, is able to put Cosmic Calamities first on the board here. And I mean, it can just go either way, but Showtime, they're just really gonna have to lock in, because losing this series is gonna be really bad for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, looking back at some of the things we saw on that draft, Natty has extra special, heavy impact, rapid fire, hot shot, has like the legendary Vice build. I believe, you know, if he's able to proc that heavy impact, just has a 2-second primary cooldown. That's pretty good. That's really scary. and Petone with Primetime, one of Kazan's best awakenings, now has two hooks, 2 open primaries, a lot. Has a dying midfielder. Showtime has a dying brawler, but with Catalyst and a ton of stagger, is still thugging it out, going around. Joker also looking really low. It almost has full stacks, now does. Still has full orb stacks. You know, dying here would be devastating for Joker, who has to walk back, orb it up, get a ton of speed off that. And Showtime's still holding this barrier.
Yeah, good defense so far. Crooked leverage, though, from Katone is going to see it go down in overtime. Supernova coming out here. Megaverse looking for a way to clear this out. This Kazan can be so tricky sometimes, and this core is moving incredibly fast by almost everyone here. Stay Forever on the defense as well, passing up to Joker, who is looking pretty hurt right now. Joker going to win 1 strike war, but can't quite find the goal here. Now to holding it down over Zay Forever on the bottom side. Going to be able to beat out Forgot. Send it in for Showtime, so they're able to tie it up. And luckily for Showtime, that's the Gates of Obscura map, or the, I guess the Obscura map out of the way, which so far has been their most troubling map, as Joker has probably taken more damage on that map than just about every other map combined this game. So, moving over to Bounce House map, they've been looking really good on this one. They just need to hold it out and not make any major mistakes. Try and bring this one back. Just utilize that speed that you got on Joker and keep it going.
Yeah, and their Cosmic Calamity is really trying to take out Joker here, understanding that would be huge. Almost gets knocked out here. Things are so dangerous, but Joker is so fast, just space gliding around, trying to avoid all the damage, trying to stay alive. Unstoppable Shield keeps coming back up, doing wonders right now, forcing cooldown out of Katone to, burn that and be able to actually put damage on the sky. And just like, also regenning a ton. It still doesn't have a whole lot of stagger, but has a stagger awakening and a dream, dare I say. Stay alive and just glide all over them. Great hook coming out from Megaverse. And Showtime, despite having both berries down, looking really good this point.
Nice Whiplash to save it away there from Megaverse, but overtime is, of course, the danger time, as Natty also has a core flip up and can teleport up at any point to sink it in. Stay Forever looking for a push there. Natty utilizing the bumpers be able to kind of clear it out there. Zay Forever dashing in, getting it past Forgot, but not able to grab the barrier, unfortunately. Not too much to follow up there. Is now Joker with a base drop, looking to get it past. We'll find the barrier here, pass down to Zay Forever. Core flip coming out from Natty. Power chords it away, but now Zay Forever once again receiving it. Core flip coming out, gets stalled out, and Natty able to block that one away. Death touch from Megaverse to regain control, but Forgot pushing up. Core flip from Megaverse gets blocked by Forgot down to Katone, where the bumper hits it backwards. And now a core flip from Joker trying to pass it down. The lightning from Natty's power chord, though, will cut the pass off. Now it's Forgot, and Katone trying to set something up, it looks like. Pass up to Forgot, looking to set it in. Katone can't quite find it, though. So looking again, the ping pong back and forth. Megaverse holding it down quite well, though. It's the battle over midfield just continues. The core moving so fast, everyone only really gets one interaction, and then it's gone. A shot almost going in there from Showtime, but hitting the wall, unfortunately, and bouncing right back, but now it's Forgot. Trying to get through Megaverse. Nice clear down to the Joker, though. Getting it straight to Zay Forever. The core speed, absolutely huge right there, as Zay will be able to sink it in. And some great awareness there from Joker to see that pass setup. It's looking really good utilizing that team player there, as now it's Showtime who are on match point.
Yeah, insane point coming out from Showtime there. Holding it down. The Megaverse Iron Wall. Unbeatable. And, like, Cosmic Calamities were able to get it in onto their side so much more often, but Megaverse just was completely unyielding the entire time. But Zay Forever getting picked apart by the Vultures on the red side there. Now gone. Cosmic Calamities have a power play at this point. Able to stay alive, able to hold it down. Megaverse wants to win! Oh my god, he's playing so well right now!
Yeah, it's looking really good on this Rasmus. This is Rasmus goalie's, I think, best map. A lot of people, and Natty teleporting up but actually saved the barrier. Megaverse was up in the midfield and Natty teleported up to get it, but actually hit it up there and saved Showtime's barrier. So a little bit of an unfortunate misplay there from Cosmic Calamities, and they're going to lose one barrier off it as well. Megaverse looking for the Death Touch and Whiplash, gets the reset on Katone's recovery drone here. Katone is looking pretty beat up right now. Going for the Maddening Descent. Trying to stay alive as Joker coming in with the base drop. Don't find the KO, but gets the rest of Katone's energy here. It's Natty able to teleport back in time with the eject button to find the core flip and save away Cosmic Calamity's barrier here, but now it's Forgot who has the core flip. However, Zay Forever has a pass splitter set up. Joker looking for the barrier, gonna be able to find it here. Still has the flow state. Forgot bringing out the core flip, gets it past Megaverse in the overtime speed. Now Katone with the dribble. Whiplash sends it away, but it's still in this top corner here. And there it is. Forgot finding kind of a crazy shot there. Oh, Megaverse hit it with the hook.
The hook caught it.
Yeah.
I don't think Megaverse was expecting the ball to go into the hook there. And so here we are,
kind of a crazy
ladies
bounce.
and gentlemen, set 5.5, and Joker is dying immediately.
I mean, this is how we got here. If this goes to a game 3, it would be. I mean, if this doesn't go to a game 3, this game has already been absolutely crazy. Right now, Megaverse and Forgot up in this midfield, and that's Joker getting taken out. Forgot getting both barriers, burning the core flip. Doesn't find the goal, though. Core flip from Zay Forever will be able to save it away here, as they're going to have to play the best defense of their life to not let the series fall to Cosmic Calamities. Katone looking for the shot. Megaverse able to save it away, and Joker back online here. They have a little bit more work to do. They have to get down both of these barriers. It's Natty trying to force it up in the midfield. The orb going over to Zay Forever, who is big, but Forgot and Natty keeping it away from this Asher as best they can. It's able to get one here. Megaverse looking to get it past Katone. Forgot pushing up. Natty coming in with a Thunderstruck. Doesn't find the core flip. Mini Supernova blocked away, though, by Megaverse. Showtime still looking to hold, but it gets to Katone. Right as it hits overtime, going to find the press the point and get it into the bottom side, and it is all over. Cosmic Calamities will take the series in a nail-biter of a game 2. I mean, that was perhaps some cinema.
I am really trying to find the words for that entire game. Cinema is is all that's rolling through my head right now. It's the only thing. Oh my god. It's a big Cosmic Calamities win in one of the craziest games I've seen in a long time. And last week was EKC versus Last Call. I thought it didn't get better than that. But this was back and forth the entire time. both teams playing out of their minds. Just phenomenal play coming out, like Megaverse especially locked in. He showed up and he held it down so well. And like Katone also had a lot of really, really great plays the entire series. I'm reeling. I wish I had something more eloquent to break it down with, but like they put on a show. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, 362 redirects on Forgot is pretty. Those are pretty high numbers there from Cosmic Calamities in general. And I mean, yeah, Showtime. I mean, they lived up to their name. They put on a really good show there. It was looking really nice. You only wonder how this game may have gone if they had Shianzu on the main roster here today. But still, Zay was playing really good. 273 redirects, 95 shots on the goal. But Natty with the 92 saves and 276, just barely beating out those numbers there. Cosmic Calamities had some really incredible plays. And I think the team comp that they had, the now Kazan Vice, really enabled a lot of that to happen. We saw some great Thunderstruck plays from Natty, teleporting up, using the Supernova to kill Megaverse. And then getting the point that way. But yeah, like you were saying, Showtime were just really good. Megaverse looked really good on the Rasmus. I wish you could have seen more of that as well, even on the previous game one. But I mean, yeah, wow, what a game. Keeping it neck and neck the whole time. But I believe with that, that's all that we have for you today. Was the final series of the night. So you have anything else to say, Yoshi, before we get out of here?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Cosmic Calamities. I was hoping for a game 3. I won't lie. I can be honest. That game was awesome. I wanted more. But Cosmic Calamities getting the win game 2, going 2-2 in the series, having a lot of their just big games out of the way. They went against Sad Boys. I'm pretty sure they went against Demon's Raw. I could be lying. They just went against Showtime. Like, Cosmic Calamities had a very front-loaded schedule and are now moving in to... we're almost halfway through the season, and so they're looking really good. Showtime going 1-3, and I think that's not... I think they are not a team to be counted out yet at all. I won't lie, 1-3 is pretty hard to look down, but Shianzu's coming back, I believe, next week, and they had a lot of hard matches already. I would not count Showtime out. I'm expecting them to make playoffs, but again, Cosmic Calamities cementing themselves, big win, really well played, and I think that's everything. That's all I've got.
Yeah, so with that, stick around for the post-show. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, but that's all from us. So we'll be throwing it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have that post-show, and it'll be pretty epic. So that's all.
Well, folks, another day of exciting North American Strikers League matches has come to a close. My name, once more, is K-Bot. Yes, I am here at the end of the day. Once again, now joined by Grimella, Vaughn, and Forgot, coming off of their wins today. Forgot, fresh in your mind, is that series over Showtime, especially that nail-biting Game 2. How does it feel coming away with the victory there?
I don't know. It was really that game was really important for our playoff hopes. So I'm like really joyous and happy right now. I'm just really happy that I have so much fun playing with my team.
At one point earlier in the season, Katone was talking about like it feels weird being amongst these kinds of giants. Obviously, you were in the league before. You're not a stranger to this, but this time around, of course, you're playing a different role. And now you're playing against Joker on the other side, and you came away with the victory over his Octavia. What does that kind of feel like to be going up against a player such as him?
Yeah. I don't know. It was really intimidating, especially the first game. But like after the first game, I just thought of it as a normal game, and he's just a normal person after all. Like no need to think about it extra, and just remember that I'm playing my favorite game.
Might as well just stick to your own game, and maybe you'll come out way with the win. Congratulations, of course, to you all. And as you mentioned, that match will improve your playoff hopes, especially when things are getting tight towards the end of the season. So that will be good. Grimella, you're coming off of Bang Bang's victory over the Bozo Bunch in 3 games. How did that victory feel to get earlier today?
That felt amazing. That series was so scary. So being able to pick up the win in game 3, like things were just not looking good in game 3. We were in set 3, we were down 0-2, I think, and we were kind of just dying on repeat. And then we had adrenaline rush proc like 6 times in a row, and we won the set and we won the game. And yeah, I don't know, it was really crazy.
It seemed like at some point during that game 2, a switch was flicked on Drew and he went ultra beast mode. What did
Oh,
like
I
something
actually,
change
yeah,
in
I have some insight
call?
into this. So in set 3, we were down 0-2, and he just he died, and then we got scored on or something, and he was like frustrated because the game felt unplayable for him, and he literally just let out a huge sigh, and then right after he let out that huge sigh, he just kind of went unstoppable. So
Whatever works, I
yep.
guess. That ought to be pretty good. Of course, getting that one over the Bozo Bunch. How's it feel to get your prediction wrong? As well.
Sometimes you don't. I mean, sometimes you're
Yeah,
not right on the free show. That's fine. I
right.
was wrong, I think, 5 times on the free show today. So
Well, it happens to the best of us. So you'll have that. But Vaughn, you're coming off of your victory over EKC, defended your grand finals title from last season. I expect business as usual for your team.
Yeah, let me just cut to the chase here, Kenneth. We had a lot of talk about a really exciting close matches. Game was not one of them, so I'm glad you left me for the end. I mean, they had a sub. I have a lot of respect for Josh, but I mean, in terms of our gameplay, we don't have a lot of respect for EKC on the core strike field. We've never lost them in our lives. Didn't plan to do it today. It's business as usual. I think a lot of people see our very public scrims versus demons, where honestly they get the better of us a lot, and I think people watch us lose when we're trying to learn interesting or different picks that we need to see how they're good or not, and then in their brain they go, "Uh-oh, is Boise gonna be able to win this season?" And I think we very clearly showed that we kind of are walking over every team we play with our roster. I think, other than Calm taking a game off us on Oni Village, I think we've only dropped like 1 or 2 sets in the last like 6 games we've played. So, and we're doing it playing a style we haven't really mastered yet. So I think everyone should be really nervous if they play us towards the end of the season, if they're going to get a win or not.
That's the other thing that I was kind of saying in some of the backroom calls too was, uh, even when you're playing these matches towards the beginning of the season, it seems like you're still trying some things out. You're trying to see how well things mesh. I think the comment was mostly made around like Gates of Obscura, right? Like, why are
Yeah.
they picking this randomly, right? But I imagine you're just doing it to get those reps in so that you're practiced on it for later.
Yeah, you're exactly right, K-Bot, and you can see it. We reflect that in our play. Every week we played against Now, we've given Now Monu. We gave Katsuna Luna both games. We're just in the opinion that we're going to give every team every chance they can to beat us, and we'll still beat them. And then we're going to pick our weaker maps along the way too. So we're going to be picking Gates. We're going to be picking Demon Deus. We're going to be picking every map that you think is difficult or unique, and you'll just have to figure out a way to beat us on it, because we mean business this season. This is not NASL like season 3. Like, if you guns against us with our full roster, you're going to take a loss. So just you're going to have to be on your guard for that. We'll have some subs over the season. I think all teams are having some scheduling issues, so we're making sure we're taking business with our starting roster, so just in case something goes wrong, that all that matters is we make playoffs. That's been our motto since we started playing. So
One more question for you. It feels like, you talk about how, motivated you all are right now. Alternatively, it was like we were unsure whether or not this roster would come back together and play this season. What changed? Like what's the difference now where all of a sudden things are on and we're not even in the postseason yet?
Snake draft. I think that's the biggest thing. I think there's a reward to teams with greater flexibility. I don't have to go set 5.5 against teams that I feel are way worse than our team because they pick the same 4 characters every game, even if we ban one and they just slam it over and over. There's nothing we can do to control that. Now all of a sudden there's the dichotomy of what map am I on, what picks are good. Like, for example, the night market thing in our scrims versus demons. It's just handshook now that, like, if you're blue side, you or you're red side, you have to like ban the X era Julie comp because you can't mirror it now. We put that on display today. I think there's a lot of maps where red side R1 R2 matters a lot, but on the flip side, there's some maps where like certain training starts matter a lot. So I think we're being rewarded for our flexibility, which is something that teams have struggled with in the past in NASL. And I'm glad that we're now in a competitive environment system where our time we've spent playing the game and our expertise on a lot of different characters is giving us even more of an advantage than before. So I think a lot of I don't know, I'm guns blazing. A lot of the fraudulent players that have snuck into this league can't function under this system. So
Wow.
it is what it is. I'm going to say it. So I'm a big fan of No Mirrors. I'm a big fan of Snake Draft. Really glad it's part of the game. And I'm looking forward to seeing how teams figure it out, because it's still not even close. Like, who knows? It's so hard to say. So that's my
I
take.
mean, it does feel like for a lot of teams, they're getting more flexible, right?
Yeah.
So credit to some of them, right, that continue making some of these different picks. But also want to get, while we're on the topic, might as well, forgot your opinions just broadly on Snake Draft. We've been doing this now in the league for 4 weeks. What are your thoughts? This whole no mirrors thing, new to this season, now as we're playing in this highest level of competitive Omega Strikers.
I think it's also motivated me a lot, and like Vaughn said, it adds a lot more complexity. And basically, like, I'm really young, right? And I've always watched League of Legends, like Worlds and shit. And all like that draft stuff is so interesting to me, so I like it a lot. Like, that's always been interesting to me. So it's really fun to do in this game that I enjoy.
To talk about it being rather interesting, Gramella, I know your team puts a significant amount of effort towards that striker select process. What are you thinking in this snake draft minefield right now? Especially that Bang Bang is trying to set up and master first.
I love it. I'm sad it wasn't around like last season. I think we would have had a nice time with it too in Dubu last season. But yeah, I mean, every Friday night we just sit down for like a few hours and just go through basically everything that we expect to happen. And so we are never surprised on game day, which is a really, really nice feeling. Like, we're never caught off guard, and we always kind of anticipate what they're going to be doing well in advance. And it really rewards the teams that put in that kind of strategic preparation. Whereas in the past, it's like you didn't know what maps you were going to play. There were mirrors, so you can anticipate what they're going to play, but you can't do anything about it. Now there's so many more options for teams that are willing to put in that work, and I think we've been rewarded a lot because of that.
And speaking of rewards, let's bring up the standings for the league so far. It is Bang Bang sitting at the top with an undefeated record ahead of Demons Raw, Sad Boys, and the Bun Bun Bonanza. Vaughn, your reactions here to this Bang Bang roster who's kind of taken the league by storm?
I think that I'm not surprised because I think if I remember my pre-NASL rankings, I think I had this team 5th and Bozo Bunch 4th, and in my opinion, Bozo Bunch was the team that I had a lot of faith in. And when I watched that series, it looked like the teams were on similar footing, and I think that they are a very strong team. So I'm not really shocked that Bang Bang is where they are. I think this also echoes of sort of what we saw from EKC last season, where like a team that's putting in work and has like the combination of talent and ethic is going to get results. It's just that simple. And Bang Bang has been playing together for longer than just NASL, and they have all NASL caliber players. So I think that's important. So I'm not surprised. And I don't think any other player on this desk is, because we've all played them either on stage by now or in scrims, even though they're scared of my ex nurse now. So I'm not too surprised. And forgot, you probably aren't either, right? Like these guys are pretty
Yeah, no, I've screwed these guys a lot. They are really good.
Amen.
Forgot. Want to go to you now as well, talking about teams that are putting in a little bit of that extra prep work. You mentioned that camaraderie, getting to play with your friends over the course of this league so far. Cosmic Calamity sits at the middle of the pack right now, an even keeled 2-2. I feel like is probably higher than where a lot of people might have pegged this team entering the season. What does that kind of preparation strategy, or how does your relationship with your teammates impact how you all perform on game day?
I'll be real, we literally do not prep draft at all.
Okay, well,
We don't prep. We don't prep. We go in with like a little bit of an idea, but like draft doesn't matter if we just play better, win more. Like
Amen.
that's simply it.
Amen.
And like if I'm on and like not tilted and stuff, which my teammates do a really good job, I think I can keep up with almost everyone in this league, on midfield at least. So I don't know. I think we can win.
Also,
Vaughn,
your
are you
record,
gonna point at the sign?
yeah, I
Comp
should,
doesn't
but
matter.
I just want to shout out Calm as well, because I think they got slipped on super hard. There's no one that's had a harder start to the season than them. The fact that they're 2-2 is a big deal. Can I just list the Demons, Showtime, Sad Boys, Bun Bun?
Yeah.
That's hard. That's
I'm
literally
not.
like the top 3 teams minus EKC, and then Showtime, who was regarded as the strongest team coming in of the new team. So that is, good job, Froggy. Nice job, bro.
Thanks, man.
It's going to be scary to see just how many more wins you can pick up and how much higher you can climb. Of course, plenty of time left to go. And with that, we'll take a look at next week's matches. Week 5 will kick off with Sad Boys versus Lob City. Showtime versus Bozo Bunch will follow right up. It's Bang Bang versus Demons Raw, which will be an interesting one. Bun Bun versus EKC, the rematch of the winners finals from last season. And the Cosmic Calamities get last call. Gramella, my eyes are immediately drawn towards this Bang Bang versus Demons Raw matchup. Demons Raw full roster. They looked incredibly impressive. I know you all probably haven't had a lot of time to, go through the prep work, but how are you feeling knowing that you have to go up against the Demons next week?
Easy clap.
Yeah, Fraud's Raw. No.
Yeah, Fraud's Raw. I think they have Kainub, and that's it.
Yeah, what do you mean? Snake kills people.
Yeah, true. Snake does kill people,
Yeah.
but luckily we will have Gumi next week, because he's probably just gonna troll his brains out.
Okay. You think he's going to play for Bang Bang because he's going to pick another Luna or something?
I mean, I don't know. He might walk to the mid orb and give up a second barrier for free, and it depends on how he's feeling on the day.
I will say, if he's playing seriously, Gumi's Luna is pretty good. We think that character is broken, goalie. I mean, we both lost on an Oni Village, but I don't think we've beaten him a single time on Luna since we started playing that team a lot. He's I'll vouch for that. So
Forgot, obviously, going up against Last Call. Maybe, dare I say, Last Call currently sitting towards the bottom of the standings with a 1-3. Maybe a bit of a breather compared to your first 4 weeks. How you feeling heading into next week?
I'm just gonna treat it like any other game. They're just another team in the league. No need to put disrespect on them. They haven't had the greatest start, but I'm a fan of all of those guys. I think Borg is improving every day. 3Z's Threezy is a beast, and Fresh is one of my favorite people in this community. He's so nice and all that. So I'm not gonna take these guys lightly. They're really good.
Oh, it's all sunshine, smiles, and rainbows over here in this last match of the day next week. Vaughn, match you're most excited for on the bottom row. You're not allowed to pick Raw versus Bozo or your own match. Which one are you excited for most?
Well, I'm gonna have to pick the match. There's actually gonna be a new player debuting in one of those matches. K-Bot, did you know that? A first
I
for
did not.
NASL. Did you actually know that? I might be leaking, but that's fine. Yeah, there's actually a new player that's gonna be playing next week that has never played in NASL. Do you want to know who it is?
If you want to leak it, go ahead.
I do. Have you ever heard of the player Al Dente? Do you know who that is?
I have, in fact.
No,
heard who
the
Al
rumors.
Dente
The
is.
rumors are floating around
The rumors.
that there might be a new up and coming player that is playing next week in one of the matches. I don't want to say which match it is, but I just that is where everyone's eyes are. Like the people are talking about it right now.
Well,
And
what
so
team would they be playing for? I mean, how are we gonna know, Vaughn?
Yeah,
Probably
I
for
just
Bang Bang.
yeah. Yeah, I'm down. I mean, I'm down. I mean, his Julie is nasty.
Yeah, really.
So, I mean, the people want him. And now the admins have to let me play on the account. So I have to make it. I have to make it because the account doesn't exist anymore. But if we're talking about an actual game on the bottom row that you wanted me to talk about, wait, you said bottom row, but you said I couldn't talk about the Bozo game, and we already talked about the last.
I misspoke. I misspoke because there's too many B names in this gosh darn league. I
Okay.
meant Raw versus Bang.
Okay, well, I'll just go back to my game then. Guys, Bells is going to be gone,
I said
and
you
I'm...
couldn't pick your game either.
I don't care. I'm playing Brawler, guys. You got to tune in. You got to tune in. It's going to be a movie. Leon and I are like the oldest players left in the whole league minus Soren. We've played this game for like 90,000 years. Like literally it's like that guy have been top player since beta, and I'm going to crush his skull in game as a brawler player because low key I'm such a rat loser on this role. It's so skillless. Yeah, guys, when you play midfield, my midfielders can relate. You have to do everything. You have to wipe up the drool from your brawler when they miss the strike. You have to hold your goalie's hand or else they're gonna let it in, and then you have to dodge all the skill shots from everyone and somehow get the ball for it. But when you just play brawler, wow, guys, I Rasmus Hook and struck the ball with hit stun from bam, whiplash, and it's in. I look so cool. Who got the ball there? Your midfielder did. So, I'm looking forward to playing Lob City. And I've already talked enough, so I'll just leave it there. But the other match should be good. Bun Bun versus EKC, I'm actually looking forward to because I always thought EKC kind of looked really like strong into Bun Bun, but I think Bun Bun's on an upswing, and EKC just feels like they have no motive. Like there's like no motivation there. I don't even know if Katsuna's like playing the game. And I think EKC is a team that's really good if they're working, but I think if they don't play, I think their level of play drops. I have a lot of respect for them as players, but I don't know if they're going to be able to walk away with that one unless they put in the time. So that's the serious, non-joking answer I have about that. I think Bun Bun is poised to take that series.
There are no easy matches, as it turns out, in the North American Strikers League, and these teams need to give it everything they've got. Before we sign off, I'll go down the line for final shout-outs. Forgot to you first. Anything you want to comment on, shout out to, whoever. The floor is now yours for the moment.
Shout out my mom, I love her.
W,
Huge.
shout out.
Nice.
Huge.
That went crazy.
Grimella,
Well, now we're just...
how about you?
What are we supposed to say after
I
that?
want to shout out the 11 coaches we added this week to our Discord server. I went in Costco General and was like, hey, I want to make friends. And then I asked all of them if they wanted to join our coaching staff. So they all know who they are. They're out there. There's a ton of them. I love them. They're really fun. they're really excited about potentially helping us. And also shout out for Goth's mom.
Okay. I
Huge.
Never mind.
Vaughn, how about you?
I won't shout out Forgot's mom because she wouldn't let him go to the last land. So I'm sure she's a lovely lady, but there's no shout out from me here. It's fine. I think you're going to this one, so it's all good.
Yeah.
I will shout out every region that's not ours because I thought about this when we were talking about how great Snake Draft was. Here's some trivia. Did you know that in 2 different regions, the top players do not like Snake Draft and they prefer mirrors? In EU, the best team, Avian Enjoyers, hate no mirrors. And in like SEA region, they voted on what format their tournament would be on, and Snake Draft No Mirrors lost to mirrors. So I'd like to shout out the rest of the world for being wrong. And that's just crazy to me. The game is just so much more fun without. So I'd like to shout out Odyssey Interactive for finally giving me the tools to enjoy competitive in a way that I couldn't before, with a lobby system and training starts and the ability to remake. And I love playing Comp OS. So shout out to them, and then shout out to BestieInSlot because I think they've been killing it with their new tournaments they've been trying. The draft tournament was awesome. You guys should sign up. I think they should run one that's rank capped soon. Or wait, sorry, that made it sound like they're planning it. They should. They're not, but they should. And everyone, don't forget to buy land merch and support the LAN on July 13th and July 14th in New York City. So
buy land merch. Shop.bestieInSlot.com. I'm notoriously terrible at remembering to shout that one out. So thank you for
new
that,
merch
Vaughn.
too.
New merch. So if you checked it out earlier but haven't checked it out within the past 24 hours, go back and look at it because there might be some new things added that you won't want to miss out on. And as Vaughn mentioned, the profits for a lot of that are going right back into supporting Omega Strikers events, including the upcoming New York City Land to the Stars in 3 weeks' time. We hope that you can join us there. Folks, from all of us here at BestieInSlot, thank you so much for tuning in to another day of cinema at the North American Strikers League. We will catch you all for week 5 next Saturday. Tune in to NASA tomorrow. We'll see you later.